so we should
Before
be.
you go live, do you know what Dev told me that was insanely offensive?
What did
Oh
Dev tell
my
you?
God.
Because I'm sure we've got all of our Dev stories, because you know he's got a mouth on him. So.
Yeah.
Well, go on.
Well,
Tell
go
us
on.
the crazy story.
What did he
Hold on a
say?
sec. Wait,
There was no
Sitch, you're
story.
streaming.
I made it
Wait,
all
Sitch,
up.
are you also streaming this? It looks like you are.
No. What? What?
No,
Wait.
Adam and Sitch are
What are you talking
premiering
about?
something. They're trying to compete with this stream.
Oh, they're competing.
Wait, there's
Time slot
listen.
stealers.
I'm not even. That was not me. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
That shit.
It was me. It was all me.
I know it.
It was
This
me,
is when you
Barry.
throw Adam under the bus.
Yes.
Like, yeah, my employee. Fuck this guy.
The
It was our editor.
All right.
Fuck yo. Fuck yo.
Yeah, go away.
So hit the button. Let's talk about. Well,
I mean,
how do
we
you even
should
describe
just-
this?
we should
This
jump right into
catastrophe.
What? Oh, are you talking to someone else, or should I get going on
wait,
the vinyls?
Vinyls?
No, you do you.
Okay,
You read the room and follow the trail to happiness.
Here I go doing me. All right, everybody.
All right.
As you've
Yep.
heard on Real BBC / other places, I've been awkwardly trying to explain when things will happen because we've had delays all over the place. It's been a nightmare. But I can tell you that without a doubt, well, I guess first and foremost, the information, I feel like the thing they're going to be wanting to know the most is the video. The Quantumania video is indeed coming out Saturday. Guaranteed now. There's literally nothing I could imagine that would stop it that is within reason. So there's a couple things that could stop it, like Voldemort, but I don't know if is he real? Which one's real of all the...
I think he died,
Oh, did he
right?
die? Yeah, so we should be good on that.
I think he died.
Yeah, but he's back
He has
now.
no nose.
He has no... Oh. He can't even smell my video.
He does smell.
Nothing.
Oh, he smells awful.
That's true. Well,
Helly.
so there's that, and if that's happening, then yes, you guys have figured it out. That means that we managed to get the thing we were talking about to happen. I'm gonna do it in a cool way. Look, so I'll spook them out with this first. You guys have got to boot up the stream, okay? It's like, what's this? What's happening here? Look at that.
Okay.
Oh my god, look at this image. What could this possibly be? It says coming soon. Oh my goodness. What is this?
Oh my gosh, look at that. Wow.
Oh my god.
It's
Look,
Pikachu!
it changed. It's a different one. Who's this? What's
Squirtle.
happening here? That's probably, yeah, that must be.
Oh wow, look at that boy.
What's going on?
Oh, that's
Oh my god.
Pikachu.
There's another one.
Oh my
So
goodness.
terrifying.
Oh wow!
What's happening? Who knows?
Ooh.
Okay, I'm sure this is
It's
Pikachu
red.
this time.
My god.
Oh wow!
Oh, look at this one. It's spinning. I don't have a spinning one for all of us. I only have the spinning one for me.
Whoa.
How intense. What could this be? It's the thing.
Wow, it's spinning. It's spinning at the Red Dead Redemption remake frame rate.
Yeah. Full FPS. This is the launch of the EFAP vinyl figures. Whoa.
That's true. It's finally here. The day
Oh my
has
God.
arrived.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh,
good. Look at those
Let it
guys.
run.
Hold on. When you said vinyl before the stream, I
Oh.
thought you meant like actual records.
Why?
What-
Stop,
what is-
all of you old
why?
people.
Why?
Yeah, like,
How many hours do you think you can put on a vinyl record?
it's like you're just like gonna release vinyls of your old episodes for people who want to collect them.
We couldn't even put
Yeah, for
one
people
on
who
there.
want to see an eighth. For people who want to see an eighth of an EFAP, they can buy an entire record for it. Yeah.
I can't tell if Dev
exactly.
stole my
Yeah, that
joke
one
I said
was a
before the
terrible
stream, or
He
if
did
honestly
steal it.
believe that.
It's his now.
Or did he actually believe that?
No one will
No,
believe
I
it
actually
was
believe that wasn't a
yours.
joke. Listen, I've seen people sell some weird shit on vinyl. Okay, like you. So I thought you were actually going down this road. I was like, okay, all right, yeah.
No, vinyl figures.
All right, cool.
That's what they are. And look at them, ain't they swell?
I
Isn't
think
that lovely?
this. Well, look at them.
Those look
They look
Awesome.
pretty
Great.
sweet.
It'll
I'm
come with a little
liking
thing that everyone's holding. I got my precious film reel piece because I'm looking right into a scene. Rags has got his popped corn because he's watching a movie or
I
something.
love popcorn. Popcorn is an apex snack.
And then
Definitely
Way
holding
better than poop corn.
My signature green goo.
beautiful.
What is that goo, by the way?
Well, it's hey, look, you can get
It's green.
with a little vinyl figure.
Yeah, you can finally
Oh.
inspect
One.
it, see what this is
All right.
going on here.
Well, I mean, you could with the plushies
Open
as
it up,
well, but
see what's
true,
inside.
yeah, with the vinyl. Now you got a vinyl one.
Yeah. I have a
I'm gonna buy
Fringy
one of
plushie
each.
looking right at me while I'm sitting here from my shelf, judging me.
Yeah, I've got you lot. Just off to the right there, worshipping the marker. That's wrong. Look, they come with wonderful packaging too. Look at
They
this
do.
image here. Look at that.
Oh,
Look, oh my
wow.
god, look at the rags one.
It's like
Here it
a-
is.
It's oh wow, look at that. It's all nice and look lovely looking. Look at him in there.
It's
He's just
sleek.
waiting. He's just
Yeah.
waiting.
Ready to be collected and stacked with others. Look at that fringy one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can I mint them
Wow.
and sell them for 5 million euros?
Yes, they come with
Each.
mints.
Oh wow, look at him.
Look.
Sorry, they don't come with
Delicious.
mints.
No,
But
but I
look
like
at that. They're
peppermint.
stamped as well to be one of 3 of the EFAP collection. That's what they. You own them all. You become a true fapper. Which isn't that what we all want ultimately?
Mm.
I think so.
I'd say so.
So I think
I'm
these
pretty
are
good at
gorgeous and beautiful, and I reckon you guys should check them out. However, of course, if you
What?
aren't interested, like briefly, that might work against your favor, as these are hyper exclusive. They
Limited time only.
run away from the whole world once they're gone. I doubt they're going to be coming back. It's not quite like the plushies where you'll probably get different ones as time goes on, as we kind of design different ones. There's not a huge expectation that the vinyls will have a second run. So these, like I said, are hyper exclusive. Okay.
Yes.
Mhm.
If you don't get
Super
these, you will
special.
be out of luck. You'll never have anything like them.
Mm-hmm. I've already picked
The
mine up.
campaign is available for 28 days. So
That is true.
I
got
can't even
28
count that
days.
far.
The timer
Oh,
begins. And it's okay. I can count for you, Mel.
Oh, yay.
I'm not sure what to do with that.
Look at
Also,
that.
it's
On the
all about-
website, they spin.
Woo!
I
Whoa.
do. You get a nice 360-degree look at him.
Yeah.
Don't spin too fast or they're gonna puke.
They can handle it.
Okay.
Long creatures
looking
are
out for
more
you
than
guys, right?
capable. Yeah, we're quite happy with how these turned out. They're gorgeous.
Honestly, they are super impressive. These look great.
Yeah, I think they look great.
Um,
They're real neat.
we'll obviously let you guys know as time goes on what's going on with them, what's happening with them. If you buy them together, you get yourself a little discount, 15%.
It's true.
Not too bad.
I mean,
Um,
that's a decent amount.
And
That's 10% plus 5%.
yeah, links in the description. Want to go check these boys out? Though we shall be moving right along because we've got quite a set of things to check out today. We've
Talking
dragged.
about links, YouTube broke all the basically all the links again that are YouTube links.
Do any of them work? do the
let me see,
vinyl
what-
ones work at least?
Yeah, those one work. Just all the
Oh,
ones that
thank
have an
God.
ad. Like Fringies is fine, but the other Rags works even though it has the numbers now. But all the ones that have like an ad before them, you
Ugh.
change them back to
Every
right?
time.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Right. No, that's great.
I'm getting
Great feature,
faster,
YouTube. I'm glad you put that in.
Getting faster at. I was about to say faster at fixing them, but it's like no, this might not even fix them, so I shouldn't speak so soon. We'll try this. Probably. Ah, it didn't work. Cool.
Thanks, YouTube. Very cool.
Why though? Like, why do they have a system that they want you to use and doesn't work? That feels
I don't know.
wrong. I think
It's
the
just
way-
like
pretty
you,
sure
if you put YouTube /@rags, it should just pop up. Just have it like it.
Yeah.
Just do it. Just do it.
Yeah, it's
That's
really
right.
weird because if you click on it and then move along, it breaks. But if you put it all in and then just do double space and go to the
Yeah.
next line, it works. It's stupid as shit.
that is actually fucking retarded. Wow.
I think what happens is the ad plus username is already a link in itself. So if you put the link after
Maybe.
the link, it breaks. That would be my IT idea.
Looks like they need to fix that shit now, don't they?
I
Yeah.
agree.
They have
Okay.
Google money. They should be able to do this.
That is a lot of money.
Is that fixed now? Are things better?
Let me
things
see.
not
I'll
cringe?
check for you. I mean, I can't say that, but that looks
Oh,
good.
don't eat the vinyl. I don't know why
Yeah,
I would
we
need
need
to
it.
say that,
Please.
but please
vi-
don't.
It's all working and
vinyl-
twerking mutually. It's all good.
Wonderful.
Did your manufacturer ask you to say that? They're like, listen, you have to say this. You're going to do this. It's part of the contract.
We are asking them. Do not eat the vinyls. The popcorn. It's not real popcorn. Do not do it, please.
What? I ate the plushy one.
You can eat the
Wait, was
plushie, I
there-
guess.
Was there
yes, I don't
popcorn?
eat
Maybe
plushie.
I'm.
Yeah.
Oh no, Rex plushie one had a beer. Never mind. I lied.
Do not
Oh,
do not put them into a jar. Do not.
let them.
I
Well,
don't think
you're
they
like a
could
year
fit.
too late.
Right? You'd have to get a big jar.
Also, wait, you guys had plushies at one point, eh?
Uh huh.
I think I
They had
missed
two
one.
plushies. They had two already. Those crazy
I still
people.
have
I only
them,
had one,
actually.
but
Yeah.
still, yeah.
Oh, I missed that. I missed the. I got the Adam and Sitch plushies, but I missed the run of your guys.
Oh.
Sorry.
All right.
I didn't know.
All right.
Wow.
Hmm.
Okay. You missed
Wow.
both of
You
the
know who
runs
Dev
of
really
ours.
likes?
Yeah,
guess
I mean,
we
you know,
do.
you just happened
You
to
should have
miss
saved
them
that for the end
both.
of the stream.
Yeah.
See, I'm a real
Okay.
friend. I have all of both of them.
I also
Oh,
have
nice.
all of
True.
both of them.
Did I ever tell you guys that someone on when I posted a picture that I got those all, someone tweeted at me, it's like, oh, that's what parasocial relationship looks like. And I was like,
Yep.
those are people I hang out with. What's happening?
Next time you and I watch like a whole TV show on the same sofa, we'll be like, parasocial, baby.
Cringe metal, cringe.
All right. So yes, we're very happy with those. Check them out while you can.
They look great.
In the description.
We'll
Buy
let you
them
know.
all
Yeah.
for the discount.
You got them all together, you get a discount. And
That's right.
swell.
It is swell. All of the swell.
I think it's swell. Yeah.
The more I look at them, the more that I'm like, wow, these look really good.
real slick. Can't wait to have them on my desk.
I just
Williams.
bought some.
We tricked him
Oh no.
with our
There's no vinyls.
parasocialness.
Been
We
parasocialized.
parasocialed you. Okay, here's your watch together link. Everyone, jump in because we're
Wanna
gonna
watch
need
alone,
some.
though.
We're gonna need a little bit of context for this. This
Right, because this is the sequel to.
is the
The
sequel to
prior
a sequel to a
React.
sequel to a sequel. Really.
Yeah.
So
This is the first time I'm on these
the
React
Rise-
War
is
things,
it
by the way. I
Rise of
just realized.
Skywalker of the React saga.
Oh no, Mel, you didn't
I've
make it
missed-
to any of the trilogy. of
No,
React
that's
ones?
I didn't. I ranted on it on my streams randomly because I watched the EFAPs on that, and I
Oh,
because it was
do you need a
cringe.
TLDR of what's going on?
Oh no, I know what's up. I know what's up. I was
Okay.
just not on the EFAPs.
Well, this is
I missed
definitely
all
a,
of them
um,
somehow.
This is definitely a previously on because it all. I think we did Hassan, then we did Irrelevant Denims and Hassan.
No. That's not,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
Yes.
And
I thought you
then-
were wrong order.
And then we did, of course, the newer stuff, which is 2 debates that happened, and then covering sort of xQc in a general sense with these lads. And now we had something happen, which was H3H3 Ethan Klein went head to head with xQc. That was a huge event on the internet. Everyone went
It was-
nuts.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it was
Crazy.
quite the meeting of the mind.
There was fireworks.
Nice
Good
one.
one.
And literally everyone was like, "What the fuck is going to
Yeah.
happen if these two are talking to each other?" You know, we're going to find out today. But before we do that, I've managed to intertwine some clips
Oh,
here and there
classic.
from the past,
Oh,
From
from
our
the
first
future,
React art.
Crimbo.
context. I've even got maybe 1 or 2 surprises in here. We got plenty of fun to watch. All right, so
Surprises.
get ready for
I'm
some
excited.
EFAP-ception here. Don't worry, your eyes do
Whoa.
not deceive you. You're fine. All right, is
Ah,
everyone ready to
goodness.
start? This is just
Oh, my
these are clips
goodness.
from the
Yeah, let's
past.
get it.
Some
Oh,
highlights.
wow,
of
I'm
the good
excited.
times.
Be still, my heart.
Yeah.
The title of this video.
Don't draw attention to it. They're about to get the context for that. Don't you worry.
Okay. I'm
YouTube
excited.
content
Jam
is there.
man.
Hang on. I should have had some like nothing before this because it wouldn't go back. Come on.
Your
Okay.
YouTube content is there when I ain't got nothing else left to talk about, dude. Let's be
Oh,
straight about
no.
it. This is
The classic.
I remember that
Uh-oh,
one.
Classic. A classic line. Not the most classic line from this arc,
Ugh.
but a classic line.
No, and it's with that was like our first understanding of like, oh shit, they blatantly steal, and it's like, yeah, that's something that you
Yeah.
should probably come to understand straight away is that they don't have any qualms
Yeah,
about
this is
it.
Twitch culture, man. This is
Yep.
streamer culture.
Yeah, I don't follow these
Well, I
people
don't even want
around.
to say
Is
streamer
he-
culture.
Is that guy still around? Is he still
Yeah.
doing things?
Not relevant.
Our relevant is still around.
Man, it just shows you how people just don't give a shit to watch those guys. right?
Holy shit. Stitch, wow.
Isn't that
Oh my
amazing?
goodness. Wow. What
I
Stitch
got
just
literally
posted.
an ad for your guys' vinyl figure in the watch together.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. It's a sign. Everyone buy them.
That's
pretty funny.
Okay.
What does take pride in your work mean? I don't know.
There it is.
The
There it is.
classic.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
What does it mean to take pride? in your work?
That's one of those lines I think about just randomly and just things like
It
yeah,
just
she
comes
said that.
back into your mind every now and then. Just like, wow.
Yeah, somebody said
What-
that. It's like I don't know what that means. It's like wow, I'm really glad you're a content creator.
well, like what kind of person and what life have you have lived to not understand what taking pride in your own effort is?
Well,
You know,
because
it's
she
like,
not
well,
only doesn't understand it, she doesn't understand that she shouldn't let people know she doesn't understand. So, it's a lot
She
happening
is
at
a
once there.
stupid fool.
Nobody even
Bad
cares when you're
combination.
generous. So like, why should I bother? You know what I mean?
True.
Why should I be generous? Why should I be generous if I can't brag about it online?
Mhm.
Ain't it great?
Come on.
Well,
Why be generous if I don't get anything out of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, why should
Why
I be
should
good
I
if
help
it
my
doesn't
dad
benefit
out
me
with-
right now?
Why should I help my dad with fuel or something? Nobody cares.
I often have to help my dad out with fuel. He often has fuel problems.
Oh, fuel
yeah,
problems.
there's like
He
two
calls
things
me on the
here,
phone
right?
and says Rags, because that's my name, and I say, "What is it?" And he
Is
says,
it fuel again,
"I need
Dad? Is
fuel.
it fuel
I need
again?"
fuel." I was like, "Oh no, Dad's
mean,
having fuel problems
I
again."
feel like this is a
God
lot
damn
more
it.
philosophical than you guys give her credit. She's asking why be good when you don't receive anything in exchange, unless you know what.
I mean,
Yeah.
it is a question
Why be good? Yeah.
that you can ask.
Yeah.
You can do that if you want.
Be good for goodness sake. She never heard the Santa song.
Well, I think she's
So be
gonna
good
go
for
down in history as
goodness
one of the
sake.
greater thinkers that offers another avenue. Be selfish. What about
Yeah.
I have
that?
an issue with the song though, because the song is like you should be good for goodness sake, but it's also like Santa will not give a fuck about you if you're not good.
That's
So,
true.
you know,
Exactly.
I mean, there is
I'm gonna
there's
be
two
good for
ways to look
present's
at it,
sake.
right?
You're
Because-
gonna
Is
start
there?
defending her. Don't you do it. Don't
He's
you
gonna.
do
No,
Dev
there's
is
no
gonna defend the horrible idea. We all know.
No, but just before Dev, before you start with your explanation, you do agree that Santa Claus is real, right?
Well, hold on. Yeah, yes, Rags.
Okay.
I'll
carry
talk
on.
to your mom about it later, okay?
I almost
Carry on.
banned him,
Talk
but
to
we're
my,
good.
talk to my, talk to my mom about Santa.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so listen. There's two ways that she's wrong, obviously, right?
Two ways.
Because on
At
the one
least,
hand,
at least.
yes, there's two big ways I can think of. So on the one hand, it's like, well, obviously, when she says, "Why should I be good when I get nothing out of it?" That seems kind of selfish. But also, if you do good things to good people, they do generally reward you for it. So if she's doing good things and she's actually doing them, and she's around people who aren't rewarding her, even though the reward isn't necessary, you like it shouldn't be happening anyway. If you're around good people, it also means that she's surrounding herself with bad people. Because like if
You
I
see,
help one of
Dev.
you guys, I don't expect you to help me out in the future, but you probably would anyway. You know what I mean?
We would, yeah.
You saying
And
she doesn't
I think
have
you talk about
friends?
this in your video. You talk about like virtue ethics and how you have to like know it to see it, and you know, like
Yeah.
its effects are, you know, very, you know. So
Yeah.
it's going back to
It's
that.
probably because she's like living in LA and she's living in that streamer bubble, right? Where everyone's just super backstabby. And there are
Everything is
no actual friends.
transactional.
Well,
Everything is a business
it's
move.
very clout brained, isn't it? Well, I mean, why would I be
Yeah.
generous? Is there clout involved? Can I trade generosity for clout? Like, is it like
Do
it's an
people
actual fun
in that
asset?
culture, do they all get switchblades for Christmas? Like that's just what everyone gets, nice and ready to go.
From Santa, who totally exists.
Yes.
Yeah, he does exist. Why do you say it like that?
You said it weird, but yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
this weird sort of emphasis on certain portions of your sentences. It confuses me.
It's a little strange.
Wait a
That's
minute.
right.
If
Is
Santa
Dev short
exists, how
for
come he's
devastator?
never?
Do you devastate people? Is that what you do?
Do I devastate people? Is that it? That's pretty good.
Santa the Destroyer.
Devastate.
How come Santa's never given me a gift if he really exists? Okay.
Oh shit! I don't want to be the one to tell him to anyone else.
Somebody
I think you
explain
might
this
be
to
on the
me.
naughty list.
Oh, you've been a bad
Wow.
boy.
You might be on the naughty list.
I think
yeah.
Santa's just an anti-Semite, honestly.
Oh,
no.
well, now you're
True.
definitely not getting any.
Oh,
Anti-exposed.
Saint Nick. Why did you
Prove me
Oh,
wrong, Santa. Give
put
me a
Sitch
gift.
on the naughty list. You called me an anti-Semite.
He's just sitting
He
on the
won't,
foot of
he won't
Sitch's
even
bed,
get told.
and he's like, "Why did you do that? Why'd you say that?
Why?
Did you feel like a big boy when you said that?"
Oh yeah, do you feel like a big
that the way
man
Santa
calling me?
sounds?
We cut out all the ho ho hos, but
That
He
feels
sounds
like
like
a really
Sean
good
Connery.
skit because you just feel like, "How did you get in, Santa?" And he just interrupts you like, "I don't think you should say mean things."
What, him standing like off in the corner, concealed in shadow?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Who are you and how did you get in? I'm Santa Claus. And I'm Santa Claus.
I never left, boy. Okay.
It's terrifying.
Dude, what am I supposed to do? Die? Like, I don't
Yes.
understand.
The
bagger.
class- They're all classics.
The best.
The beauty.
I have to stream
still
your video
love that
or
one.
I'll die.
It's my fucking
it's
favorite.
so classic. It's
Oh, I haven't
wonderful.
heard it from his mouth in a while. That was
No, me either.
fantastic. Can we listen to that again?
We can.
We got
I don't
so
know.
Mind it
much
forever.
from Hassan.
Nobody even cares when you're generous. So like, why should I bother? You know what I mean?
Dude, what am I
you
supposed to
hanging
do?
around,
Die?
Dennis?
Like, I don't understand.
I don't. He doesn't understand. It's true.
Yeah.
When he
What
says
am
he
I
doesn't
supposed to
understand, I believe
do?
him.
He's
Die.
since moved on. Because he's. I think he has a maid to cook the nuggies now. Boy,
I thought that was his mom.
no, it used to like basically sometimes the mum wouldn't be in to cook the nuggies, so he needed to solve the
Oh.
problem. Because otherwise he'd die.
Oh man, that reminds me. Did you guys see that one clip of xQc's stream where his maid
I
shows up to clean
know
his room?
You know what?
Well,
You know what?
everybody's
Let's
streaming
not talk about it yet. Let's not talk about it.
Oh, is it
that's
coming up? Oh, sorry. I didn't know it was in here.
The need to humiliate people, sometimes you need to make an example out of them.
Oh, so mean, Hassan.
You sound like a
Wow.
nice person.
Now, for anybody who's relatively new to EFAP, go watch those older episodes about Assad, okay? After this one.
They're gold.
Yeah, that was an crazy, crazy adventure. We're on a different
They've
adventure
aged
today,
like
though.
fine wine.
Those are old characters. We got a new one today.
What about the pyramids?
The pyramids?
The
Pyramids?
pyramids?
Pirates?
Pyramids?
The pyramids, man. What is wrong with this guy? Why are you making fun of me like that?
I don't know what you're saying. The
No,
pyramids?
he doesn't actually say
Pyramids?
that.
Yeah, man. The cones, yo. The fucking
The
in the sand.
cones. What the fuck is
cones.
happening, Mahler? We're 4 seconds in.
He said the
cones
cones and the sand. The sand
The
cones,
pyramid
Rags.
cones, the sand cones. That's what
The
shape the
sand
pyramids
cones.
are. Now you might think that the pyramids are shaped like pyramids, but you're actually wrong. They're cones.
Sand cones.
You know what's funny?
Sad.
I said pyramids back in the day, but that's my second language.
It's his second
Oh, it's
language
his
too,
second
you
language
racist.
too. Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Wait, what? I thought he's like
He's-
from
he's-
Canada or something.
Yeah, Quebec.
French
So he
Canadian.
speaks French.
He's French Canadian, yeah.
Nah, he's the same thing.
See, Metal,
I
you learn
will
something
say-
new every
And to be
day.
fair, we make fun of Metal whenever he does that, so.
That's
okay.
true.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll say
Also,
something funny.
however, Oh.
Hello.
There he goes.
Ah,
That's our medal.
I can't believe you said that.
Still got it.
so regarding
Another
xQc
banger.
being French Canadian, right?
Mhm.
Everyone says, "Oh, just his accent is the word choice. Like it's just it's not English, not his first language." Okay, man. People who have heard him speak French, he's just as schizophrenic. It's not any better. He's just all over the fucking place. It's just how he is.
I think anyone who says, hey, he's just French Canadian is coping pretty hard. It's obviously more than that. It ain't just that.
It's more than that.
Chat. Shh. Jam, a man of fortune, and Jay must seek my fortune. Henry Avery's 1994.
Did he say
Jam,
1924? Oh my god. Is he dyslexic or something?
Listen,
Fortune.
as much as it's the
Jam
funniest thing
a man.
ever, the jab one you can vaguely understand. You can like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
It's-
like as
yeah.
a joke, he'd be like, "Oh, that kind of looks like jam, and it's a fun
Well,
meme."
well,
and we
so
have-
this is the opening of Uncharted 4. Why would it be about jam? What?
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Jam a man
Jam.
of fortune and you must seek my fortune.
That's-
Classic
that's
line.
the second- And then, of course, yeah, like, what was it, 1994?
He added
Henry
an S
Avery.
onto Avery and he changed the 6 to a 9 to
I get
jam.
it.
It's rather wonderful, honestly.
Jam, a man.
Oh, wait. Okay, I can only go like
Yeah,
10
man.
seconds.
The cones, yo. The fucking in the sand.
the
Chat.
cones in the sand. Sounds like a Thomas
Jam,
Dolby
a
album.
man of fortune, and Jay must seek my fortune.
We actually did say Jay.
Henry Avery's 1994.
1994.
It's just all wrong. It's great. I love
But
it.
I was gonna say I prefer people do this than read it.
Jam a man.
Jam a
This
man
is,
of fortune.
This is one of the funniest things I've seen, like,
That's
recently.
pretty funny, yeah.
This is his best content right here.
Yeah.
Finally, pulling his weight.
It's even
so
original.
funny.
Crazy.
When I go downstairs, I have a Coke bottle, yeah, from the machine or some shit. I bring it back up, right? And when I touch it, I don't get wet at all. Like my hands are fine, right? But when I let it there, after a couple times, dude, I play the fucking game. I get it, and it's fucking full of water, dude. It's full of fucking water, dude. Look at that shit.
This isn't real.
Look at that.
This is like a troll.
Wait, you mean
Dude,
condensation?
It's dripping.
This is
Look
a
at that
troll,
shit.
right?
It's
But you guys
Oh
are all
my
talking about
God.
this.
This is not real. I refuse to believe this isn't real.
You're
This
all
is real.
talking about
okay?
He is
Strange
talking
phenomenon.
about something very annoying, which is that drinks just form water from nowhere, and it's annoying. Okay, I am agreeing with
You
you.
know
It's
this when
totally
you're
right.
like 3. You go, oh, my cup get wet.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is a
Well,
weird phenomenon.
XQC wouldn't say it that eloquently, but yeah.
Let's see how he explains this issue that no one else has noticed
Okay.
yet.
It's dripping. Why?
Why?
Condensation. Okay, what about condensation? What about it? What does that shit fucking do?
Oh my god.
No!
So fucking annoying.
No.
I mean, at
Condensation.
least he's looking it up. I appreciate
great.
that. Like,
Condensation.
Pursuit of knowledge. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what.
that's right.
Yeah.
Water collects as droplets on a cold surface when humid hair is in contact with. So you make water. The fuck? There's no water and then there's water. It just creates itself. Huh?
So I presume that he is also unfamiliar with water vapor.
I just like.
What the fuck?
I like.
Does you know that ice is water?
The infinite water machine.
Does it not come across as
Solve all the
having
world's
someone
problems.
explaining like a game mechanic to you and you find it unfair? Like, oh yeah, but that's dumb as fuck. Like, well, there's no water and then there's water.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
It's just
stupid.
Like God needs to
Jeez.
patch the game of the universe.
This is some
I want to
alchemy
see
shit.
like you look at XQC and like the gears are turning in his head, and he's like, I could solve all the world's issues. He goes to Africa.
He's like,
and
how
he
can I
has, like-
monetize this
Well,
condensation?
he gets a bunch of Coke bottles and just puts them out there in the open.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Infinite
save
water.
you guys.
There you go. Water out of
I'm going to
nothing.
I'm going to save the world. We're going to make water out of nothing, guys. I'll save you all. I've discovered
Have you
it.
guys ever noticed that when you pick up something and then you not hold it anymore, it falls down? Have you ever noticed
Yeah, I
that?
hate
Like,
that.
what's
It's
up
so
with that?
annoying.
Why does that
that's-
happen?
There?
That's density. I have it on good
Density?
authority
Wait,
from many
let me
flat
Google
earthers. that
density.
that's
Let me
density.
see.
Yeah, that's the demon
Density.
called density. He's invisible and he drags
that's-
everything down to the floor.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fun
asshole.
condensation is the guy who walks around invisible and throws
spits
water
on
onto
things.
Coke bottles.
You guys
Like a
literally
little-
gonna believe a phenomenon that
on your
starts with
drinks.
con?
Little spray bottle and goes like.
Licking the balls.
And then when you look at the bottle, it's just like,
Damn
"Oh,
you,
God,
condensation!
and it's just in
Actually-
the corner.
this reminds me of something now. Believe it or not, there was actually a guy who had that complaint about gravity. Because
What?
he had spent like 2 or 3 years on the International Space Station, and the way he kind of organized his area is he just put things in the air and they stayed there because it's low gravity, right? So he's like, I'll just put my toothbrush goes right here, just in the middle of the air. My toothpaste goes over here. Like he had like his area was like meticulously laid out of all this stuff just floating. And then when he came back down, he kept doing it like just out of habit.
That's
He was like
brilliant.
breaking stuff. He like
Oh,
he's like
that's so
he like grabs his shirt.
Hilarious.
I'm just like put it over here. He just drops it. It's like, oh yeah.
Like, oh yeah.
That's pretty funny.
That's really funny. Yeah.
What space does to a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Now we continue.
Oh,
So,
There it is.
context is this is just your run-of-the-mill XQC stream, and he's got someone in the background, a maid, doing some stuff, and he starts typing. Says normally, I'm not like embarrassed, chat, so like I'm more social and shit, and chill. But this time, there's a lot of fucking trash.
Fuckig.
Holy fucking. I'm like,
How much
actually
trash-
Sally shy. So
How much trash do you generate? You're just
Did
one
you just throw on
guy.
the ground?
the thing
Just
about it, well,
just
throw it
on the
away.
I have a
So I
bin
might
like
have
right
had-
next to me, so that doesn't
know.
happen.
I might have
It's
had
a crazy
trouble-
invention you can buy.
Might have had trouble buying it, but when I saw the pictures of Asmongold's room, I was like, oh. So
Ugh.
this is apparently not too far from normal for a lot of streamers. They will
Why?
order
Yeah.
food and drink,
I've
and
heard
then
this
they will
too.
finish it, and then it will be tossed in the room in there that they are in. I don't know how this develops, because I'm sure all of you are thinking, like, but why would you want to do that? That's not something you want to do, because then it'll smell, or it'll be there.
You're
and
gonna
it'll
leave
get
the
in
room
Yeah,
at
it'll
some
attract
point. Just
bugs and
grab it
stuff.
with you and put it in the kitchen or in the fucking bin outside. It's not that
Yeah,
hard.
Like, I understand like leaving it there during the stream, but then when you're done,
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
pick it up and you put it in a garbage can.
As you can see, they've gathered
I-
many large bags to collect his waste, and, well, he's feeling embarrassed about it.
He
He's
should.
got a
He's an
fucking bin
adult.
for
He's
your
a grown
desk.
man, allegedly.
Well,
Allegedly.
yeah. So firstly, you're an adult. You should clean up after yourself. Secondly, let's say you're very busy because you have a very successful business, which, to be fair, he does. You can't clean up after yourself. You hire a maid. Okay, make sure the maids don't come during the stream. Like, do some
No, like
scheduling
saying that you
here,
have a big
obviously.
business implies that you like produce things and maybe there's like byproducts of the manufacturing
I'm giving
process.
him the benefit of the doubt.
Don't
This
do you
is
keep doing
byproducts
that?
of the manufacturing process. What
Why?
are you talking about?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
He's manufacturing content and he's
He-
producing trash, both on screen and off screen.
Oh shit, got him.
Heyo, full circle.
Yeah,
You did it.
I've heard from a lot of streamers that this is just kind of normal. Like, I mean,
It's
Destiny's
not.
talked about it, though his
It
house is
shouldn't
not
be.
that it's not that dirty. But like Asmongold,
Shouldn't
xQc,
be.
yeah, a lot of these streamers they're ordering food constantly. They're like ordering from Amazon constantly. The boxes just pile up in the corner till it takes over their house, and they all have to go through like regular. And to be fair, I've definitely had times when like
Oh,
I've
boy.
been working like a 16-hour day, and I've left something out for the next day. It's like, gosh, I should have
No,
thrown that
that's
out yesterday.
fine.
So-
Yeah, that's
I
fine
knew
if
you
you're
would
like,
do that.
"Man,
I
I'm
knew
just-"
you'd describe something normal and try and squeeze it into this.
You know how sometimes you don't throw
Here.
everything away immediately? He's like, yes, that's normal. That's fine.
Yeah,
Yes, that has
same
nothing to do
thing.
with
I'm
our
gonna
issue,
give
yes.
I'm gonna give you Dev's law. Okay.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Dev's
Okay.
law of human behavior.
Yeah.
Every
Okay.
abnormal behavior is actually just an extension of normal behavior, just taken to the extreme.
Well, obviously that's true.
Yeah. So like,
Good job.
basically, these people, streamers are just doing what normal people do, just a lot more of it, right?
So it's not normal then, right?
A
as I
lot
just
of
said.
it in the most,
I
in
was
like
gonna
a
say,
lot
what?
of it and the most.
What
You
is
see,
the- what-
you see
what's the
abnormal
point of that?
behavior is just normal behavior, but ab.
Well, like hoarding is like you like no. I mean, like hoarding is like we all get objects, right? We buy things, but hoarders just buy a lot of things and get a lot of things and just stack it up in their rooms until they die and suffocate or something.
listen,
Whatever happens to
when I
hoarders.
murder
it
someone-
falls on them.
When
Yeah,
I murder
then, yeah.
someone, that's just like an abnormal version of not liking them. Okay, so it's basically the same thing.
You have to understand,
not
it's
saying it's the
normal for us to eat stuff. Just for him, he eats a lot and doesn't put things away. That's all.
Yeah,
Or
someone who's
eats
morbidly
people.
obese just eats too much. Like this woman in the video that he's looking at here with the massive gunt.
Well,
The
to be fair, since
She might
I
be
am
pregnant,
morbidly
okay.
obese, yes, that's how it is, guys.
furtive gunt.
That's why I named my blood
There we go.
She's pregnant. Stop paying the pregnant lady.
She's not pregnant.
Anyway, I'm trying to.
I hope she's pregnant.
I'm not trying to excuse this behavior or anything. I'm just saying that like if you put yourself in their shoes, it becomes a bit more understandable how they can get
No.
themselves in this position.
We don't like your
Absolutely
good
not.
faithness here, okay? This is bad faith time.
Okay.
What?
There's
we gotta
no
use the
way
correct
I'm gonna have
street
all this
terminology.
trash around me and then have someone come and pick it up after me. Fuck that.
Well, I was about to say,
Yeah.
so that's understanding the situation. That's not the reason this clip was shown like all over the
Yeah,
fucking
like,
internet.
first
Something
off-
else
Yeah.
happens.
Giving minorities jobs and stuff is kind of, you should
There you go.
just do that yourself.
Well, what do they think? You know, because they can read.
It's bags and bags.
It is.
Yeah, there's 2 people picking that shit up.
They've been cleaning for years. I don't even know what to say. Look, she's
Oh,
looking.
no.
Yeah.
Oh, no!
Yep.
Get at it.
Oh no.
Listen,
Wow.
just because you're living in Las Vegas and she's brown doesn't mean that she can't fucking read English.
Well, I mean, it's like the
Well,
most.
I mean,
you write all of
around
that.
here, it's a toss-up.
For
but,
some
yeah.
reason, you believe she's just not gonna look and not gonna read, and then she does both of those things,
Yeah.
and you're like, "Oh, Jesus fucking Christ!"
Maybe he thinks that he's the only person
Art
who
while
could see his
carrying a
own
knife.
screen.
But yeah,
Wow.
the best part to me, that a lot of people didn't share this part of the video, is his reaction after this.
Drop the knife now! Drop it.
Body cam video shows the suspect barely moving
Oh my
or
God.
even responding to
Shame.
I do
Jeez.
find that whole encounter strange. Why can't he talk to them?
I don't know.
Yeah, why don't you say hi? Why don't you say
just say-
thank
You
you?
know what?
I
Or just
know,
say like, "Hey,
yeah.
can you not do this right now?"
No, I don't
Hey.
even.
By the way, I'm
we
super
we
rich.
can-
I'm gonna give you a bonus today because
we
I'm so
can-
fucking filthy.
No, we could
Yeah.
just move past that. I don't know why the whole exchange played out that way.
Oh yeah,
He,
no, no.
Why not
he
just-
was cripplingly shamed because of the insane amount of trash. Like he couldn't speak to them even.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I mean, you know, you should probably get over that quickly because that has to be dealt with. You know what I mean? It's just like, well, that's what it is. Hi, how you doing? You know, things are good. It's great.
It's like either you learn how to take care of yourself,
Body cam video
or if you
shows
genuinely
the
don't have
suspect.
time, just be comfortable with paying them to do it because that's their job.
Right.
They're professionals. You're a professional. Like do the work. You know.
Also, just obviously the PSA, we need to let everyone in chat know if they didn't already. But when you bring stuff to your room to eat or drink, when you leave that same room, you can take it with you and put it in bins or prepare it to go out with the trash, as they say. You know, these are all options you still have.
I have a
Wait,
bin
what?
right next to me. It's crazy. It works so well. You can just
Yeah.
put stuff in there, and when it's full, you can grab the bag and put it somewhere else. Preferably outside in the big bin.
Yeah, everyone in chat is
listen.
question marking me. They don't know what I'm talking about. What has happened? The West has fallen.
This guy
What's
didn't know what
wrong?
This guy didn't know what condensation was. You're expecting him to understand that he can like pick up trash and
Or at
take
least he
it
knew
to a
what the
different
cones
room.
in the sand were, so that's good.
Well,
They-
he might not know about condensation, but he knows a lot about what's the similar word? What's the word I'm thinking?
I don't know.
Condescension,
Fuck!
people were saying. It's like
Condescension,
when you
yes.
condescend.
It's too late, Rags.
Condescension,
It's too late. The
Wow,
opportunity
like
came and went.
Conservation.
so
He's
close.
conserving his trash.
No, nice.
Wait, say that word. Condensation has
Condensation
fucked
and
up my mind. Condensation.
Your mind is
condensation. It's so the word condensation is like a magnet, a gravity magnet. It's like a black hole, and it's sucking every similar sounding word into itself. So when I'm thinking about
The
condescension,
conversation about condensation is
condescension, I think of
condescending the
condensation.
What about
condensing
concentration? Is that falling
of
into
the concentration.
into the-
No,
Right.
contemplation's all right. Contemplation's good. It might just be
Congregation.
It might just be
Congregation. Come on,
Conflagration,
say it.
No,
yeah.
Those are fine. Conflagration's all
Conflagration.
good. It's condescension because it's so close to condensation. Condescension. See, it's like a magnet. It's sucking away my
Barely
ability to say
moving
that
Or
word.
even responding to.
It's like the hologram in Halo.
So this is his intentions with the H3 debate. As Destiny asked him, what's his goal?
Goal for the Ethan debate? Are you trying to like have a good conversation and everything, or are you
Conversation?
trying to?
Oh no!
You're just trying to like get a big own on him.
Big own.
Okay.
Why would you say this? Like, why would you admit this?
A big on?
He's
I
gonna
don't
get a big
get that.
own.
Why-
That's
Well,
his goal.
Why would you admit beforehand that you're not coming into this in good faith?
I don't
'Cause
know.
That's his- wait, that's his
Fringy.
appeal.
It's
You don't understand.
because he's dumb.
No, his appeal to his audience is that he's just going to be a big asshole.
I guess
Okay,
that's,
but I mean,
yeah.
I guess the thing
Don't
is
worry,
that
guys. I'll be a jerk.
if you're trying to win people over, which presumably he would want to do, this makes it a lot harder when you admit from the get-go that you're not that interested in having a real conversation.
Well, it would also be worthwhile to know, like, as much as that appeals to his audience, they would have been appealed anyway. He doesn't need to say it, but now he's knocked off all of H3's audience, who their interest is much
and a
more
lot
in
of
the
impartial
substance of.
people.
Yeah, that's true. But you know, it doesn't matter, right? It's still going to be on the substance.
Trying to make you feel because I think here's what I think. I think people get jaded from a lot of things, and that's okay. It's just human nature, right? And I think his lawsuit jaded him about a lot of things.
I think all the people who are listening to this as a VOD on ×2 just went, "What? What was any of it?" And it's like, yeah, you're not be able to watch this on ×2. I'm sorry.
Yep, you're gonna have to 1x your way through this one, baby.
Sorry.
React content and transformative content. I think his molding is looking to really get a win. It's an emotional win, not a rational one. And I think I can get him on.
Nature is molding when something bad happens to you.
I'm sure there's some like Aristotle quote or Marcus Aurelius
What?
quote about
Where
molding.
he said molding is human nature.
To mold is human nature.
To mold is human. To mold or not to mold? That is the question.
That's the question.
I
What's
am
his
become
ball
bold.
in the mind?
These points, like
So Just out of curiosity, what I've heard only a bit of this, but I don't know the full story. What is the Ethan lawsuit he's referring to?
Someone in chat said one must imagine Sisyphus molding.
That's brilliant. Oh my god,
Perfect.
that's so good. Oh, I'm now just imagining Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the hill, pissed off while hair is falling off of his head in real time.
Sorry, what was your
His
question,
head is
Dev?
like, my head has become the boulder.
I am become mold.
Oh, that one Wojak of like he's just pushing his own head up the hill.
Yeah.
Yes.
Would it be Boulder of Worlds? Yeah.
Oh, I guess so.
Boulder of Worlds.
There's gonna be so many memes.
Okay, so
making an illogical argument about balding is a fallacy.
Oh.
Ah!
I
Got
get it.
him.
I don't know if people will though.
All right. Yeah, that's all right. All right.
So the Ethan lawsuit. What was the story there?
I don't know the full details on it. I just know that I think he piss someone off with coverage, and they went after him in the nature of their use to try and get him, and he fought back.
Yeah, some guy made like a weird. It was like a what was it called? The thing where people like run up and down sidewalks and jump
Sisyphus?
over things.
Oh, parkour.
Yeah, some guy made a parkour video, and at the end of it, he like hits. It's like him racing a woman, and at the end of it, he's like, "Hey, baby, can I get your number?" or something.
Wow.
And anyway, Ethan made a video like making fun of it, and he used a bunch of clips of it to make fun of it in his video. So the guy sued him, saying it was illegal for him to use the clips in the video.
Oh, well, that's not true.
Yeah, well, that's.
And Ethan, I think Ethan used about 60% of the clips of the guy's original work, and Ethan eventually won the lawsuit. But I think it took like a year or longer to go through, and it cost him a crap ton of money, and he had to raise a bunch of money because obviously this was before Ethan was rich. So,
I mean, good for him though. Actually taking it to court and getting something on paper. Good job.
well, I think the guy sued him. I don't think.
Yeah, but nonetheless, like actually taking a fair use claim to court and fighting it and winning is a victory, even though I don't like Ethan.
True. That's a good point.
Yeah, that is a victory. He can do good things. He can be of some use.
I
to
will
the
say,
species.
after this little debate and some of the other stuff, Ethan's stock has gone up lately.
It has gone up. Yeah, it has gone up. It only took an xQc.
And a Hassan.
I'm only here for a big own. That's it.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it took the combined powers of xQc and Hassan to raise the stocks of Ethan. That's all it took.
To bring back a glimmer of old Ethan.
I will say,
all our powers unite to create.
This truly is the part 2, by the way, because like in the previous half of this, so to speak, this story, we did cover the what Ethan said to Hassan, and it was incredibly satisfying to watch because Hassan couldn't run away. He actually had to just admit that he was wrong and that there were better things to do. It was neat.
To prove that all of his arguments are done out of like not malice, but like they're not coming from the right place, and they don't make sense, and I can go on that with that,
Okay.
What's the bet whether or not he said any of that?
Words.
Like, yeah, man, sure.
Say first off, like I was saying, thank you for doing this. I think it's an important conversation to have, and I think you're the right person to talk to about it. Simply because I feel, and I think you would agree with this premise that you push the fair use value, or apparently you don't even care about fair use at all. And I don't want to put words on your mouth, so you can correct me where I'm wrong. But you seem to not.
So as we go through this, I want to talk about his strategy, Ethan's, because I don't know how many people here. Anyone here has seen this in full already?
Nope.
I was not able to make it through the full thing, but I made it through
some
part.
Some of it.
Yeah.
So I've seen all of it, and I have
wow.
a distinct impression as to what Ethan's plan was and how one was executing it. Obviously, I've seen it because I had to edit this whole piece of shit. I have to put a bunch of little clips in here for the fun of everything. It'll be worth it, I swear. But xQc, as you guys know, has come in here. He's got some screenshots. He's got the stats on his side, and he's gonna get a big own. That's his intentions. Ethan's maybe we'll talk about him as they develop. But so far, even just from that intro, I mean, he sounds pretty normal, right? It's just like He's like,
Yeah,
he even said you're a good person to talk to about this, and you don't believe in transforming shit or fair use, right? Like that's not even your worry. Which in terms of strategy, he's probably gonna wanna not like the best chance I think xQc had was to try and focus on how nobody's truly transforming really. Ultimately, all of us could, you know, go down in a court of law for not transforming enough in a lot of the things that we do. Because it's easier to win on the law of that than it is on the morality of it, because the morality of it is obviously going to be really, really difficult for everyone to draw a
completely
line.
disagree with you.
Well, you'd be wrong.
Okay.
You not know
I mean,
this?
what you guys do, I think,
I-
is far more legally protected. I mean, I think, like, in your conversation with him, he said he didn't give a shit about the legality, and people were just arguing about the morality, which I think was crazy. But I think you have a stronger case to argue that, because that's just your kind of like personal opinion.
If you go by a lot of how the rules work, EFAP covers basically 100% of the content every time, which is something that can get you in a lot of hot water when it comes to trying to reach fair use, because there's a lot of arguments that can be made that we completely replace the
Use
original.
only what you
But of
comment on,
course, we would argue in the spirit that we've created something new that belongs to us now. And they'd be like, yeah, but this is the thing. I didn't say that we would definitively lose or anything, but we'd be in some gray areas. It would be difficult. It would go on for years, more than likely. And they appeal to that to try and say we're all the same. Everyone would end up in that situation, so there you go. Whatever, it's fine. We can all transform at any length or ability that we have a preference for. When, of course...
I know you're trying to spin gold out of, like, dog shit here, because you don't agree with the position.
Oh, of course not. But it's... This is the thing. I even... when I was talking to xQc, I was like, this is probably the strategy you'd have to run, along with, like, focusing on how you really do care about the creators and that you want to compensate them where and if necessary.
You reckon he listened to you?
No, not at all. And not to mention, we're about to find out why that is almost irrelevant anyway. But hey, we'll let more play before because I have so many thoughts to share.
If he, like, when your guys had that conversation, I think if he went into this and just said, you know, he laid out his moral stance where he thinks everyone should be able to use everything essentially, which is stupid, but then followed up with saying, I'm totally willing to, like, pay people or share profits or all that stuff. Like, you kind of like, well, I disagree with him, but, you know, he's not selfish, right? He's willing to share the money.
Yeah,
I think that would have been his best approach to the conversation.
If he had hardcore focused on how he's very invested in making people whole, so to speak, Ethan would have trouble going after him.
Not care about it, or at least you push it as far as it can go. So you seem like the right person to talk about it with.
Okay, so I think there's 3 points to that. I don't want to get too debatey
I
yet.
just noticed that giraffe. I like him.
Just now.
Yeah, he's a good boy. It's oddly he's placed it in front of his closet.
I guess he doesn't want to go to the closet ever. Do you think he maybe opened the closet to see if he could get the giraffe in and then gave up?
Oh yeah, like he couldn't tell that it was clearly just way too big.
It's like, I'm not sure it might be able to fit.
I see he's got a piranha plant as well over there.
Mm-hmm.
At first, I thought that was the door into his room, and he put it there to prevent the maids from coming in.
I think I value a good life product, right? One.
Those guns there
2,
too?
I think I'm the right guy because I do a lot of it. I do good reacts, bad reacts, but overall I do a high density of reacts. I do a lot of it. But on top of that, against popular belief, I guess these days, I ask for permission a lot, and I try to make an ecosystem where things are good and not conflictual.
Right.
That's the main point. Yeah.
Okay.
So being generous, I think his opening gambit is, I do it all, and my primary goal is to make sure everything is chill and has permission, which is okay as a start.
It's a decent start, but we'll see how
it goes.
How
So, okay,
also, I just
all.
noticed there's a little rabbit bouncing around.
Yeah, there's the
back
bunny.
there, too.
Yeah.
Fair,
Look
that's
at
all
him
good.
go.
I want to make one
On Ethan's private
I guess
beach.
I want to make one thing
I
clear
sure
at
do
the
love grass. Nom 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 nom.
top is that I want to focus on
He's totally looking at a guide right now, and he's got this set out because it's been seen before in other podcasts. He writes all this shit out, which is good, by the way. For structure.
Good. Yeah, that's fine. That's
really
fine.
good.
He has notes and sources, and he knows what to bring up.
And because
So he should
that
do it in a
was
debate,
that was almost essentially like intro statements, say whatever you want. Now I'm going to focus on what I want to focus on. I'm not even sure that he necessarily heard anything xQc just said.
the YouTube uploads. Because the Twitch streaming itself, I feel like is too much of a gray zone, and there's industry standard.
So, I think that Ethan would condemn the Twitch streaming aspect of it ultimately too, but I think he thinks it's too difficult because there's a couple more aspects involved that make it a little harder to attack. Mainly to do with the markets crossing over. People argue that they're different markets, therefore it's okay. There's like no harm done.
Which is funny when I think you can easily make a lot of the same arguments that you would make for the YouTube re-uploads as you would for the stream. If anything, that might be more of the focus, considering that xQc himself has stated that the majority of his income comes from his stream, not his YouTube re-uploads.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, whatever it is that you end up re-uploading is the content that existed on the stream. So if it was principally wrong on the stream, like in terms of not being sufficiently transformative, you figure that would have, it would apply both ways.
Well, I think that we would just say stealing is stealing. That's it. Full stop.
Can you as like a YouTube creator go to Twitch and file like a thing for a stream? How does it even work if you're not like a big company?
There's like a DMCA form you can fill out, but I don't think Twitch is competent enough to actually do anything with it, to be honest.
So yeah, I think Ethan's just trying
it seems
to.
like it's a difficult battle to fight because of all of the meta arguments that people make about how the streaming ecosystem works and sort of this weird divide between it being on stream versus being on YouTube. So I'm guessing he is discarding that completely because he doesn't
want to deal with
need it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's also just the nature of streaming, right? Like if you were to just turn on a protected video right now and just let it play with nothing else, your stream would be disabled by YouTube in a couple minutes. It would just be down because it automatically detects that. Twitch doesn't have that. You have to manually file with Twitch.
Does Twitch have no content recognition system at all?
They
Maybe
do,
for
but
music?
it's not auto. Yeah, it's for music, and it's not like always running all the time on every single stream. And it's not like YouTube. So like you have to file, and then you have to hope someone sees it, and then hope that they do what you want them to do. But then again, if like let's say that you're a YouTuber and xQc is reacting to your hour-long video, right? But like you can file it, but there's no way there's going to be an action before his reaction is done. Like all you can do then is just try to somehow get revenue out of him.
Right.
And it's not it can't be stopped in the middle of the stream the way that you can do that on YouTube.
Yeah, and I think the VODs on Twitch are not monetized like YouTube videos are, if I remember correctly. I think they're just there for you to watch if you want to. I don't think they have like a thing with ads or something. I could be wrong. I just don't know.
So I've said a few times over the course of my EFAPs that like I used to know somebody who used to work at Twitch and he left around like 2015 or something. VODs used to be monetized. You could have like banner ads appear in the VOD at regular intervals, but it broke at some point and no one fixed it, and it's just
broke.
What? It broke?
Yeah, like something went wrong with the code, some kind of bug or something, and then the banner ads stopped appearing, and now there just hasn't been. They just haven't fixed it, so there's no monetization of VODs now.
That's money they leave on the table, like Twitch themselves. Why wouldn't they fix that?
Because
that seems
Twitch
like such a worthwhile thing to fix.
Twitch is like full of retards right now. They haven't done any actual coding or any innovation in like 8 years.
Lies and slander.
Nice.
Or something. So yeah, the only thing about this strategy from Ethan that I would consider a huge benefit to xQc if he notices it, but I don't think he does, is that if Ethan's willing to ignore Twitch VODs and Twitch streaming, that means that there's aspects of that should be able to fold over to YouTube that you can use in your own defense. Like if you could, you can use that as a wrench later on if you're in trouble. You can be like, how come you're okay with Twitch VODs then? When when he brings up problems, and then he'd be like, oh shit, like it would make him stumble, debate style sort of tactics. But because if it was me, I wouldn't let Twitch VODs and streaming go. I'd be like, nope, that's bad too.
Yeah,
I would be less. I would be more hesitant to call what happens on Twitch a violation of any kind. So I just want to focus on what you upload to your YouTube channel. Is that okay?
Okay, so that's gonna be a yes and a no, because I truly believe that Twitch is somewhat of a competitor on VODs. If Twitch didn't have VODs, then that'd be wrong. That'd be right. But Twitch has VODs, and all the VODs stay up. When people react, they leave the VODs up. And it's quite literally the same thing.
Isn't this fascinating? He's basically
But-
saying like you'd be wrong not to take issue with it because Twitch
Yeah,
VODs
that's-
can
yeah,
compete
that's
with YouTube
crazy.
videos.
That's actually
Yeah,
weird
that's
that he would say that. That hurts him.
That hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to kind of think about that for a second and be like, wait, the way that he's describing VODs, because I'm not really sure about the whole Twitch thing, but the way that he's describing VODs, they just seem like YouTube videos.
Like, if any, Ethan should just be like, okay. Like,
Yeah.
All right.
if
Yeah,
you-
like
Yeah.
explain
Like, I
to me why this helps you.
I just opened
So-
that door for you to go through and just closed it. So, okay, I guess we're talking about this now.
Yep.
Thing as
So-
being able to watch.
Wait, you can say something?
Yes. Yeah, so regarding Twitch VODs, right? You have Twitch VODs, which are basically just like YouTube streams, the same thing. You just watch the stream. For a while, Twitch experimented with having like VOD, what they call them VOD uploads, is just videos. You're just uploading videos, right? But you could edit a video and upload it to Twitch and have it play like a YouTube video. And they were experimenting with that. I don't know if it went away, but basically, they didn't want Twitch to actually be a YouTube competitor in video playback. So if you uploaded a video, it had to be manually approved by someone at Twitch, and almost no one's videos got approved. Like
That
ever.
must be yeah. I mean, if they have to
Yeah.
be manually approved, how many people
thought
are
that
working at
was
Twitch
a
just doing that? That's
Thing at one point. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Sounds
know
crazy.
if that's still going, but I think
No.
because of the manual approval, the feature was so unpopular. I can't imagine. it's
That would
still
be
there now.
insane. I
Twitch
don't know how many
VOD
people you need
manual approval.
Imagine
Wait, why?
if you needed to manually approve of any video that goes up on YouTube, how many people you'd have to hire? Like,
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
are we talking like thousands and thousands of people, right? Like, this is almost impossible.
Watch every video. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, if you have to
would-
watch it before approving it, I think that's just impossible, surely, because there's too many videos that are too
Well,
long.
isn't that like you know like 500 million like hours or something of YouTube content that gets uploaded like per day?
What
Isn't
about
it
people
some,
who
like,
upload
ridiculous number?
like first, second, third, fourth draft? Like they keep uploading and they keep approving. Like I've
Right.
seen this already, but okay, I have to watch it again because I don't know. Just in case.
There's these people stuck in a dungeon just watching YouTube
Ugh.
videos all day, every day.
Yeah, you just tell them, yeah, this is a 6-hour review of I don't know, Avengers Infinity War. I snuck one N-word in there, so good luck finding it.
They finally
Supposedly
find it
there's-
and they're like, yes, now I can decline the video.
Yeah.
Supposedly there's 720,000 hours of video uploaded every day to YouTube.
Yeah, I could
720,000 hours. Jeez.
Yeah.
Not small.
That's
Wait,
that's a
why
few,
would-
that's a few hard
why would-
drives.
Twitch not want to compete with YouTube? Like, what was the thought process there, be?
I'm not sure because I would have thought they would have wanted to set up as soon as possible the ability to upload
Right.
videos.
Plus, just because you have videos saved, if they're videos from the people who are streaming and you're known for those streamers, it's encouraging those streamers to stay on Twitch and to continue to use Twitch for another
Yeah.
purpose. So,
I think it's because Twitch's game plan was just to monopolize streaming and not care so much about video on demand.
and now their objective is to survive.
But
Yeah.
why?
So, well, I mean, I think like what happened is that YouTube came along with streaming, but YouTube streaming is fundamentally different from Twitch. Like it feels different, right?
It's better.
But Kick
Better.
feels like Twitch in its prime. You go over to Kick, the way that everything's laid out and the emotes and the culture of the site, it feels like Twitch when Twitch was good. So I think Kick is going to be what basically does Twitch in.
What do you think? Because I have no idea at this point
Yeah.
in terms of Rumble, Kick, and what's the other one? Another one, right?
I like Odyssey's
don't know.
doing something, BitChute's doing something.
They're all. This
There's a
is
bunch of sites.
preferable that there's a bunch of them. I hope that they all stay alive long enough to make competition happen. Because, man,
Mhm.
because yeah, isn't it? Didn't Critical leave Twitch recently? And people were like, oh, is this truly the sign of the end for Twitch now? The bigger lads are all leaving.
Yeah.
Did he? Did he really? I didn't even know.
Apparently,
that.
yeah, he's streaming on YouTube now instead.
Oh, okay.
I know yeah, Kick signed a bunch of people to take them away from Twitch. It's like, yeah. I do hope Kick ends up working out because it's actually a pretty fun site to be on. They're not just banning people for making the most mild of edgy jokes. You can actually have fun on the site, so okay.
Oh, people are saying he didn't leave, but he's ended his exclusivity, so now he streams on, I guess, both.
Ah, okay.
Interesting.
Or listen to music on stuff that remains in the VOD.
Okay, that's true. But just for the sake of this conversation, I just want to focus on, because like from a legal perspective, and I know you don't really care about the legality of it, and that's fine. But I just want to focus on like the YouTube videos as they stand as like a product. I understand that the VODs are on Twitch, and that would create an inherent problem as well. But just for the sake of the conversation, to keep things clean and keep us from getting too messy, that's my focus. If that's okay with you.
I think that's pretty reasonable as an explanation of all of this, is to figure it out on the grounds of YouTube, not that it wouldn't apply to Twitch VODs.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? Okay. Just for the sake of having a good argument, I'll do that. Except for when the topic matters.
Sure.
Right? It really matters. If it doesn't, overall, fine. But there are certain points that like it plays a big role into it. If it's too big, I think I want to ignore it. But
you know what? That's 100% fine. I guess I'm just saying that for myself, so that when I'm talking, you understand that I'm talking about your YouTube channel and not making general statements about what's happening on Twitch. Okay?
That's fair. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I guess my first question for you to start is that, do you think your work is transformative? Of course, that's one of the main tenets of fair use. Do you think your work is transformative?
Yes.
Which is a really interesting response, because of course I was like, didn't I ask him that? And he said no. Or at the very least, he admitted that his content is filled with non-transformative stuff. And so again, this part, I almost want to try and wait until Free is back, because this part's golden.
No, it's fair.
What can we talk about to pretend as though we can't possibly continue in this few minutes?
Well, we can talk about. Well,
Do you
let's
think he
examine the
hunted that
room.
giraffe, personally?
I was looking at his room and I realized that his skeleton had hung itself. Had hanged itself. His skeleton couldn't take it anymore and hanged himself.
No. That was the maid from before.
Oh no!
It's a warning to other maids.
Oh no, Maria! Oh.
I like. I think it's because he's a huge fan of Jared, and it's a reference. To all of those years
That
ago.
might be a reference.
You see some runic symbols
doesn't have
on
the
there.
runes. Yeah, it needs the runes with the permanent marker runes on it. He's got some plushies on some spare computers, I guess.
Yeah, and then,
maybe the one behind him is a fridge. Is that a mini fridge?
I think that could be a coolie.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
I'll say this is very low tier in terms of streamer backgrounds.
I think
the
he's
giraffe is
recently
neat.
moved. I think that's why. Like he hasn't found the elements yet, the feng shui, as they say.
All right. Well, he had enough time to hang his skeleton and bring in his computers and his guns.
Well, we
and
all
his
get that
skateboard.
done when we move in. We
There's
always put the skeleton up.
Wait, if those
skeletons,
are skateboards, shouldn't there be wheels on them?
Snowboards.
Are
right?
they
snowboards?
Oh, snowboards. It's true.
I'm
It's
assuming
true.
that's what
Yeah.
it looked like.
There's no snowboarding here. It doesn't come to mind.
Mm-hmm.
Snowboarding's
that
hard, by the way. It's hard as fuck.
Reminds me. I told you about that mutually. So you guys know the streamer Ludwig, right? Streamer, YouTuber.
I think I've heard of him.
I do,
but I
yeah.
don't know anything about him.
Yeah. So he recently did a stream where he watched 9 episodes of Vinland Saga on stream with everybody. When I saw that stream, I was like, "Oh no, why are you doing this?" But here's the kicker. Huh?
Was he on Kick?
Oh, it's called the TV meta, yeah.
No, the thing is, he asked Netflix, Crunchyroll, and the creator of the anime if he could do that to promote the show, and they both said yes. So he got permission to do both of those, and was able to watch it live on stream with everybody.
Nice. Look at that.
So it's just interesting to see that people can figure that out with like big companies.
Mm-hmm.
But some other streamers can't even ask some YouTubers to watch their video. I found it really interesting.
They're surfing on YouTube, man. This looks interesting. You can't expect him to stop the stream and go ask or plan things. It's got to be spontaneous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
I assume. Yeah,
it's a cool.
But I found
thing
it super interesting
to have happen. But I tried a picture of like if the 6 of us had a deal where we could all watch, I don't know, like Simpsons episodes, just as an example. It's like, how would it go? Do you think? Would we just like sort of just laugh where laughing is relevant, or would we pause to comment, or would we comment while it's going? I don't even know. And what would they want? Do they want the episode played mostly without interruption? You know?
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, before the 3 EFAPs that we all did last year on this topic, there was the Twitch TV, the TV meta, where they literally just watched full episodes of like Hell's Kitchen and stuff on Twitch.
Yeah.
And that was going for a
TV
while.
meta,
That finally got slapped by Twitch.
Did
so
it?
for a while, it was very common to just. I think so. Yeah, that's why they stopped.
I could have sworn it
Didn't,
was mentioned that they're still trying it these days, but maybe not.
I think. Well, didn't Pokemon get handed like a 3-day ban
Why
because
does
she was
she
watching
need to
Hell's
do
Kitchen?
it? Gosh, I don't know why I would say.
Yeah.
I don't know why I think like maybe people who are lower on the rung deserve to do it more. I don't know. Whatever.
It's virtual girlfriendism, okay? You can sit with Pokemon on your virtual couch and watch Hell's Kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Gang.
Also, that
ice cream, yum.
Gang.
Ice cream, so yum.
Ooh, spicy.
that computer in the background, I think that's the one he got from Linus Tech Tips.
Oh, it's been retired, huh?
Oh
Is
no.
is it really bad?
I think Linus gave him like a free computer as like a promo thing for like a crossover, and I think that's its fate. It's now sitting there.
All right, Fringy's back now, so I'm gonna roll it back a little.
Welcome back.
Oh, okay.
Is transformative. Of course, that's one of the main tenets of fair use. Do you think your work is transformative?
Yes.
That feels like a different. That feels different from what he said before.
So this is why I wanted you to be back first. So here we go, everybody.
Okay.
And this part, I was like, because I was watching this when it was happening.
You do.
Yep.
Wait.
Here, I mean, okay, because I was watching.
I don't know if you heard that word. It sounded awfully familiar.
That sounded like someone that
Might be here right now.
Watching you yesterday, and here you said it's absolutely not transformative. Here it is.
You don't have to care. That's totally fine. But you agree.
Oh my god.
That,
Oh my God, Mahler.
I'm on the H3 podcast now.
You made it on the H3 podcast. You're so talented.
I made it.
Woohoo.
And when I saw this, I was like, holy shit, he watched the stream.
Oh my
And
God.
if he watched the stream, then that means he is very prepared.
Yeah, that means he fucking knows
Yeah.
what advice was given, and he knows what context was given. So it's just like, yep, this is, good luck, XQC. This is all you can have now.
You've created non-transformative reactions.
100%, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. We've agreed.
Yeah, what else needs to be said? Yeah, we've agreed.
Even said 100%, so...
So here you say you've 100% made non-transformative reactions. Did you change your mind?
No, absolutely not. I didn't change my mind. The whole point is that nevers are really bad because I think we all have stuff that is not transformative. If you do a full-on yes or no, I just kind of like play with the question, and that was kind of like
Play with the question.
Okay,
I just
dude.
play with the question.
I
like
legit-
my very good my very good friend that question.
I think there's a core idea in his head, and it's struggling to get out, which is, I was vague with my answers sometimes, or at least left room for interpretation, but ultimately, I have made non-transformative and transformative reactions. That's what he wants to get to, I think, but this is like, he's just all over the place already, because this is going to be a little bit stressful to be played a clip of yourself talking that contradicted what you just said.
So, but your work is not fully transformative. Some of it is not, by your own admission.
Look at that face.
Yeah,
He's
so-
like, admit it. Admit it.
You know you cocked it.
yeah, some of it is less reacted. Yeah, 100%.
Okay. So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP or copyright, or like the fact that it's illegal? Does that matter? That it might be illegal, does that matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter.
Well, if flat out doesn't, because
But that's fair. That's totally fair. And so because
To be fair, that was definitely like a Chad no situation. It's like, don't you care that this is bad? No. It's like, well, okay then.
All right, it makes our job easier-ish, I guess. Or whatever.
I think the problem Ethan was having there was just like, wait, now where do I go? Do I go trying to explain why it's something you should care about, or should I just be like, wow, there you go, you don't care, which means you don't care about stealing stuff. You know, it's just like, because I don't think he expected necessarily for him to just go like, nah, fuck it. Like, who cares about the law? Fuck it.
Like, oh,
it doesn't matter to you. I don't think there's any point to really even discuss.
Well, I can
fair
elaborate a little bit.
Go ahead, please.
And open the door a tiny bit, just to give you a general angle.
General
I
Angle, one of
truly
my
believe
favorite Star Wars
that
characters.
usually, the people that enforce it are the ones that have a problem with it, right? The problem with the nature of the content itself. Because
kind of.
in terms of legality, right? Technically, if I'm playing some Telltale game, well, I mean, they could take me down anytime they want, right?
Here comes the gaming argument.
Maybe they could. It's a little unclear. The gaming thing's strange, but no one really goes after it.
But I always hate that gaming gets brought up because it's a very different medium, and if I had my favorite game for its story and I wanted to know what everyone thought of it, I could watch all of you play it separately and then play it myself, or not play. You know what I mean? Like it's one doesn't.
Fundamentally, there is a difference between playing a video game and watching a video game, whereas watching a video and watching a reaction to the video that adds only like 5 minutes of commentary is more or less the same thing.
Mechanically, you would absolutely all do different things, but even that's why I brought up the story part. Even that, you could all react very differently. You could all create an experience that's very unique. It feels like there's a reason that companies haven't en masse clamped down on that. Though it probably should be admitted, like we are in a timeline that is a lot luckier than others where they did, and a hell of a lot less content is available for that. But that's the argument that a lot of people try to put in for why React stuff, where they don't transform anything, is okay. Because game's okay, this is okay. But I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but if someone was to do an xQc with, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a game like Dear Esther is probably a good example. I'd be like, you pretty much have just stolen the whole experience of Dear Esther and re-uploaded it.
Yeah. Well,
he
did say,
the exception.
I mean, xQc did specifically say a Telltale game, right? So that's a
but I don't think a Telltale game should count necessarily. There's choices everywhere, so it's different for every person.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Dear Esther is a game that I think that was the example Total Biscuit gave of like, wait a minute, is this a game? Because you just walk forward, I think, that's all you can do. Or read stuff. I can't remember if that's, but yeah.
That's their game, and I'm yoinking their stuff, right? So legality-wise, they could clap me for everything I've got, but for just playing their game.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that, because again, I don't think it's true. I don't think it's not true either. It's that weird sort of gray area of nobody does it, and it's probably going to stay that way. I wouldn't imagine you do not want to be known as the first, game developers or studio or publisher to really go after people for doing that. It's like the worst PR you could ever do. But I wouldn't just so blatantly outright say, "Oh yeah, I'm not allowed to do this."
Yeah.
It's not a good position for you to put yourself in.
Obviously, well, so fair use is decided on a case-by-case basis by a judge or jury. So it's hard to do big sweeping generalizations about what is and what isn't. But ultimately, if I understand your position, you don't really care about the legality of it. You're more like concerned with the philosophical thoughts of reacting to
He is
content.
a philosophical mind of our age.
The limitations of that is that I care enough about it to where it affects me, right? So I have to
I only care if it affects me.
What a line. I care as much about it as it affects me. Good stuff.
Oh my god.
Because it's the legality of it, right? Like if somebody wants to strike down, wants to send out a claim, whatever, well, I have to act on that, right? So whether I care or not, that will happen.
Right.
And it happens all the time. Except I like to create an environment where I engage with people and content that are not going to do that because they believe in the mutually beneficial nature of the interaction, such as video games. Even though the video games could strike me and that they want for just playing their game on my stream.
Right. And so, okay. So I think my point is that we can kind of skip this whole conversation and move on to the, because I think we both agree, if we did a fair use analysis, and you admit that when you says it's not transformative, that a lot of the stuff you do would fail the fair use test. So we're on the same page. Yeah.
And also a lot of your stuff too, so we're in the same boat pretty much.
No.
So this
I don't watch.
best-
I don't
the
watch
best
H3, but they have so many things where they just talk to each other and then have like clips from something in
Well,
there.
this was always
definitely not comparable at all.
This is the strategy I mentioned. This is always going to be xQc's plan, was to try and level the playing field, be like, we're not so different, you and I. So
We're the same.
You can't come at me with your moral high ground because you're the same. As long as xQc can sort of muddle everything up
Litigate
enough
that
and get
argument.
enough of an argument, enough of an example, then it's like you're in hell with me.
Probably not as much.
Yeah,
No.
but even then, it's like that's not the best strategy. It's like you have to drag down the other person to your level, which is like I guess in a way that helps, but really it doesn't change anything about what you've done. And all Ethan would have to say is, yeah, I've done it in the past, but that was a mistake that I did it, and I think that it's bad. So that instantly creates the distinction between the two of them, which is not what xQc wants to have. So it's very easy to get out of, and it doesn't even really help you.
So I did a little of the stats. Maybe you don't want to hear it, because you want to kind of la la la. But
wow,
wait, what was that? What was that?
I can translate.
That was
he wanted
the good
to say
faith
like,
rolling out.
I have statistics that will prove you wrong, but perhaps you're going to put your fingers in your ears and say la 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 la. That's what he was just saying. But
I love that
you do
song.
that?
La 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 la.
that was
That's a
such
good
a
one.
strange instant shift into a much more confrontational.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, have you
We
noticed that
went
like
there, apparently.
it's all? I think xQc believes already that Ethan's super hostile, and to be
mean,
fair,
He played
he
the clip.
kind
I
of
mean.
is. Yeah, like
Yeah.
you shouldn't
Sure.
take too long to discover Ethan's ulterior plans here.
I mean,
not to
the
be
fact
his
that he's
friend.
got clips on hand and he's studied,
Yeah.
That's
that already
true,
shows. Yeah.
But I mean, I'm just saying, this comes across as a particularly sort of a big escalation in the confrontation.
Right. You don't want to be the first
Yeah.
person to throw out
Because
like the insult.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to
Well,
like
yeah,
do the
'cause
worm or
what's
anything.
happened there is he's very explicitly said, I have the information, but you might be a bit too emotional about it that you want to ignore it. That's
And like, it feels like this is how all conversations go. Like the subtext becoming text eventually. It always happens. It
yeah,
crops
it
over.
usually doesn't happen in like 3 minutes.
No.
Yeah. All of a sudden, yeah.
By density of content, with how much you upload as a person, as a channel, I upload this much, right? Overall, because I have a lot of runtime, you upload about this much. If you were to break down the percentage of non-transformative content, your ratio is almost higher as mine.
I have no idea what you're trying to say right now.
Just hang on to that clip, I guess.
It's not fair because Ethan could just say that at any point in the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I
Like,
literally don't know what you're saying.
It's gonna have to unpack
What the fuck are you talking about?
that more. I don't understand this much, that much. You gotta explain that a little more.
So the content you upload on your YouTube.
Do you see him smile after saying that? I feel like he knows. Like he can pull the I don't understand what he's saying whenever he wants.
Well, I mean, did xQc have like a data analysis person like go over the entire channel of H3H3 and run like how can he make this claim?
He's just saying words.
We're going to see an
His maids
example
did it,
of
Sitch.
what xQc's editor has done for xQc in prep for this debate.
Channels, right? The things that are on YouTube because you don't want to do Twitch.
Talking
right?
about my podcast?
Doesn't matter. Your content, the stuff that you upload, right? The stuff that you control and upload.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
So overall, if you add all the content you put out there, right? I have about that much because it's a lot of runtime. It's a lot.
I have
of
no fucking idea what you're talking about. Do you have proof of that? Like you're just saying that much, this much. That seems a little silly.
I have one of the highest runtime across the internet in terms of like putting out content.
Oh, but fair use
Literally.
doesn't have to do with how long your stream is. It has to do with your commentary on the video. If your stream is 12 hours long and you're reacting to an 8-minute video, it doesn't matter. It matters what you said about the 8-minute video. It doesn't matter how long you stream for. So I don't understand your.
He's right, but the thing is, all xQc's trying and failing miserably to say is that you are probably more
A higher percentage of your content.
Yeah, like
That's
you've
what
probably
it's trying to say.
transgressed more than I have. That's what xQc's
Right.
trying to say.
Sure, but
He's
again,
wrong, but you know.
come back to what is your evidence of this?
Well, but this is the thing. Ethan knows as well as we do. The audience have no fucking clue what xQc is saying for the most part. And so if he just says like, actually, you talking about length is irrelevant and shows your lack of knowledge on fair use, xQc will be like, I'm talking about, and you just be like, oh.
Point.
So if you let me elaborate on my point instead of breaking the semantics, right?
Bringing in semantics.
What?
You're bringing in semantics by saying you don't understand what the hell I'm saying.
By not hearing my words, you are doing semantics.
I think a lot of people they associate the word semantics with like maybe they think that semantics means useless filler of a conversation, instead of like an important element of words and what they mean in their context, right?
think
Like semantics
you are
are
correct.
important.
I think that I find it often annoying whenever someone says you're just doing semantics, especially in a conversation where you disagree on the meaning of a word.
Yeah, like
this is foundational to our. We have to resolve this.
Are using the same words to mean the same thing. Otherwise, we're just going to be talking past each other the whole
And if
time.
they say that's just semantics, you're like, sure.
It's not. It is semantics. It's not just semantics.
It is semantics. That's right.
Hey, it's Sitch's law.
Is that Sitch's law?
What's Sitch's law? Sitch, what's your law? Dev gave us his law. Is yours better?
The majority of arguments.
Is yours
really
better?
Arguments. Mine is much better. The majority of arguments are really arguments about definitions. You just don't realize it.
Interesting. Yeah.
Sure.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Now, what do you say? What do you mean when you say definition?
Well, listen. Semantics is the condensation of words.
Whoa. That's so
it's
bright.
mysterious and wet.
Sitch is a man
Where
of
does
jam.
it come from? Words generate meanings in the same way that the air generates water.
Jam a man of molding.
Imagine if the reveal was that Libertalia was just full of jam. That like Avery and all of his pirate buddies had just hoarded jam, and they killed each other fighting over the jam. And then Nathan starts shoving the jam into his shirt to try and collect it all to get it out of there. He's running out with jam seeping out of his shirt, like all over him as he's running.
Well, and the shirt was dry when he started, and then by the time he's got out there, it's all wet from the jam, and he's like, how did this happen?
And then they have a
Why can't I hold all this jam?
You're just slipping on it as you're running.
You can
Not semantics. That's how fair use works.
Okay. We're not even talking about the nature of the content yet. Fuck the content. It could be a blank.
Hold on, just to be clear, you said you don't do fair use, but I don't also. So
okay, real quick, it sounds like what's happening right now is xQc is panicking. He knows he's kind of caught in a corner like this early on, which is crazy for a debate, but he's caught, and that's what it sounds like the way he's trying to.
I'm gonna be honest, that might be how it sounds, but seriously, he's just trying to say, Ethan, you do it as well and worse. That's all he's trying to say, but he's really bad at speaking.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if like if you're blind, right, and you're like an inch away from a wall that you're about to hit, you don't actually know it's there, even though you're about to run right into it. I feel that's kind of like how xQc is here. He doesn't plan ahead. When he starts a sentence, no one knows where it's going to go or what thoughts it, let him hear.
Well,
he's discovering it all as he goes.
To be slightly fair to xQc, which I hate to do.
Yes, Dev.
No, he's just Ethan just keeps interrupting him. He should just say, "Oh, like let me state my full argument before you interrupt me, and then we can talk about whether the argument's valid or not."
Yeah,
that's why he's getting.
I think everything that was just said is true.
Fair.
I actually think all of those things are happening all at the same time.
Yeah.
Because showing him a clip of himself definitely would have stressed him a little bit. That's some deer in headlights a little bit.
Oh yeah, I mean he's definitely stressed out.
Yeah,
well, I think that's just
I think that's part of the reactions. Yeah,
the other guy's more prepared than you are.
We're talking about fair use, just to be clear, right?
Okay. Let's reel back a little bit and stop being stupid for a minute and just kind of like listen.
Jeez, your boldness far
outstands
your competence.
Slipping in the insults instead of just being like,
it's
"You're stupid."
It's super just to look at it like an actual if there were health bars, because it feels like a defensive punch that misses. It's like, what are you doing?
It's like if you're thinking of a Pokemon battle, it's like, it's just a miss. Like
he cast counter, but there was no attack, so just nothing happened.
And then you're imagining like defense, like as soon as the clip got played, it was like growl, defense is down.
No, I think the obvious one here is it hurt itself in its confusion.
There you go.
We're not there yet.
I don't know if I wouldn't. There's something specific he does that I would totally save that for, but
this is the part when you're whittling down all of their status.
This just feels like a miss to me. Like, look at Ethan's face. He's like, "What was that? You just called me stupid for no reason at all."
Well, see, this is why I think it's a deer in the headlights reaction, right? To having to being on the back foot immediately, but being hit with your own clip, And I, from what I saw of this, it just feels like he stays in the back foot the entire debate because he doesn't ever recover from having his own words played in him.
Well, it's certainly obviously if you had a PR guy, you'd be like, don't do it before Ethan does it. Ethan's audience are now going to be 100% against you.
I think the most important thing here is that Fringy is a fake Pokemon fan because
Whoa.
Growl reduces
Growl-
attack, not defense.
Attack. That's right.
Oh my god.
Well,
It's
Sitch.
Tail Whip.
Yeah,
Tail Whip
is
and
defense.
Leer.
It's
Come
Leer.
on.
Yeah, I was about to say
Leer is making it to fall sharply.
Yes, that's right.
And Tail Whip is the
Yeah,
normal,
very
Yeah.
true. And of course, Sand Attack lowers accuracy.
Yeah.
Fucking Pidgeot's throwing their sand.
Which is the one lowest speed?
Wait a second. Sitch, what did you just call it? Wait, Sitch,
Pidgeotty?
what did you just
Pidgey?
Yes, Silk Shot.
Pidgeotty.
Pidgeotty?
Yeah,
Who's the
Pidgey.
big fan now? It's Pidgey.
Oh
Big
my
fan
God.
detected.
Oh,
It's
you got me.
Pidgey,
You
Pidgeotto, and Pidgeot.
Wait, it's
yeah,
Pidgey? It's not Pidgey?
Everybody
I don't even know what I said.
Everyone
first.
laugh.
Pidgey. Oh, you got me.
Pidgey.
You got me.
Yeah.
I Pidgey the fool.
I wish it were called Pidgey.
Pidgey, Pidgeotto, Pidgeot.
What a pity.
Oh,
What a Pidgey.
Some
I'm
kind of
American.
come on, we gotta see
Spelled
how
that
he,
way. I'm gonna say it that way.
we gotta see how he gets out of this. Our hero. He's on the hero's
How
journey
do we
right
get
now.
Out of this bind. Yep.
Okay.
I'm listening.
You said that
See, I feel like Ethan's like, I'm winning. This is working. Grilling him.
I haven't even tried yet. I'm already winning.
upload.
I feel like I over-prepared.
Yes, you said that.
You said that too, but yes.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%, yeah. And I said that you do chew, right? And I'm not saying
you do chew.
So you would say, oh,
You the
but
Jew.
if you do
You
it's
the
like
Jew.
a
No, hey,
you-
Sitch, you the Jew.
Oh my
You the
God.
Jew. I said
Nah,
Ethan, you the Jew.
It was like a fun game show. Super wholesome. You're the
Who did
You
you?
the Jew? Who's the Jew?
Who did-
You the Jew.
I'm Gene Rayburn. Welcome back to Who Did You? With our special guest, Richard Dawson.
Two double fault fallacy, right? But in the instance where you try to take the high road and say, well, I don't do this, guys. Well, you do. And my next point is that in amount of content that you upload, you're non-reactive. There's actually quite a lot.
I don't know what that
What was
means.
that
You have-
weird giggle?
So, I don't know if you've caught it, but seriously, like my main issue for him right now is he just can't fucking say what he's trying to say, which is just, you do it worse than I do. That's all he's trying to say.
How hard is it to say that?
And he keeps like moving around, and Ethan's able to just poke at him, being like, "What are you talking about? Why do you keep talking about length and this and that? That's not how fair use works."
Just stop saying that. It doesn't mean anything. You're just saying stuff.
I'm just saying words.
Well, I'm saying that
You're just doing this. You do a lot of this and this. There's no stats. There's no data. I don't even know what you're referring.
And that, by the way, this is where I was like, wait a minute. If you remember my conversation with xQc and other times he's spoken on this, he does say specifically the phrase like stats and data. He says that all the time. I think Ethan's heard him say that, and he was waiting to throw this out first to be like, you have no stats and data. Look at you, no stats and data. I need stats and data if you want to be proven right. You're just saying this is long.
I mean, which if he did do that, like if he had prepared and actually like taken a sample or something and compared it, he could have gotten him. But if he's just appealing to this vague,
Even if you found a couple examples.
even then, you could always
You could be
deflect
like,
and
and
be
think
like,
of the
yeah,
ones we
those are the
didn't
ones we picked
find.
out, compared to however many videos I can get of you. But I mean,
Doesn't
he probably
I think
hasn't
he does
done
that
that.
in this conversation, doesn't he? He bring up something or tries to bring
Oh,
up an
I
example.
don't know. Does he? Okay.
Well,
kind of vaguely. I saw like the first 30 minutes.
We're gonna get all kinds of developments, but like all I'm getting at here is that Ethan's just trying to beat him up right now, verbally.
Ethan is using debate tactics here because he does understand the concept that xQc is trying to say, but he keeps saying, "What you're saying doesn't make any sense." It does so he's trying to like perform for his audience to just disregard
let's say
the concept.
If Ethan picked up 45% of a point from what xQc said, every time he'd be like, unless we hit a 60, I'm gonna appeal to him being nonsensical. Because
Right.
I can, and it'll work. And it'll make
He
him...
knows. He understands what he's trying to say.
I think anyone can if they really try to listen to xQc and take it slowly. Which is again why I feel like xQc's got every right to start getting angry, but you've got to hold back on random insults because it makes you look like a fool.
Of course.
Stop saying that. It doesn't mean anything. You're just saying stuff.
Well, I'm saying that
you're just doing this. You do a lot of this and this. There's no stats. There's no data. I don't even know what you're referring to. I mean, if you want to talk about stats and data,
see, he's introducing himself to his own angle.
Yes.
He's railroading, which is it's a way to do it. It's a strat, but you got to worry for xQc now because it's like, wait, what? No, I was doing a thing. Where are you going?
There's one specific video that I just analyzed. Just picked one out of the lot. A rapper who got a $20 Anne Frank tattoo. This is a let me just read off some stats, and you can tell me if my matches up or is worse.
Out of respect
so this
for
is
your
a video
homies?
uploaded to your channel 10 days ago. A rapper who got a 10-minute Anne Frank Sorry, a $20
Ooh,
Anne
on the
Frank
face, jeez.
face tattoo. Okay, so the original video's
Not bad for
runtime
$20.
is
Yeah,
9
that's
minutes
saving
and
money,
13
appropriate.
seconds. Oh, sorry, no. The original video is 8 minutes 33 seconds. Okay, the video here.
He added 40. That's neat. Good for you.
He added 40 seconds.
Compared to the amount that he would have added to the JFK Lemino video, that might actually be more.
That,
Like,
yeah,
as
I'm
a
not actually
percentage
sure
of
if the ratio works out as less or more there.
Here that you uploaded is 9 minutes 13 seconds. That means you added 40 seconds to an 8.5 minute video, adding 7.8% runtime. Actually, I even did you a favor. I condensed all of your commentary on this specific video into just a short video because it's only 40.
Like, is it
Did him a
not
favor.
easy to see? It's like you've just been railroaded hard. He got you to admit you don't transform, and then he's gotten you on like, look how awful this is. It's like, oof.
30 seconds.
I'm kind of impressed. This
Yeah,
is,
he's not doing too bad.
It's quite
He just put the noose around his neck. He's like, let me do you a favor. Let me tighten this noose around your neck.
I'll show this. Well, this is important because what you say, the commentary does.
Like, no, don't speak until I'm done.
Matter because
before you finish, let me go. So you're about to prove me right. I said I do non-transformative dog shit, and you're.
I do non-transformative dog shit. I do like him in some ways.
About to show me.
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't disagree on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dog shit. Then.
Okay, fair. So I don't have to show it to you.
I mean, go clap me because I mean I just said I did that.
Okay.
That's like saying I'm white and I'm on camera.
You said.
What's happening?
What are we're talking about? What?
His point is that
obvious.
like you're stating facts that everyone knows is true. We've all agreed. That's what he's trying to say. But just saying like that's like saying I'm white and I'm on camera. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, Hitler would not be proud.
It's such a bizarre fucking approach to this, and like it just feels to me like he's flailing a little bit here. He's using splash.
That yours is more transformative than mine, so I don't understand the consistency or the point you're trying to make.
Now that you've brought that up, I mean, sure, let's like
Well, hold on. Before you do that, let's just watch.
They both want to play their shit. Like let me. It's like, oh wait, I am gonna do my fist.
I do think it's interesting because the commentary does matter.
Okay, do that.
What?
Where?
Began to notice
Music?
So this is so funny to me because like obviously I did it for him with the JFK video. It looks like Ethan's editor / producer, whatever, has gone out and found one of the worst examples and he's put together all of the reactions from the video to show you all of the transformative elements, right? That's how this works.
Arnold didn't have the best. Recognized as one of the.
What the fuck am I watching?
And it's so annoying to know that he actually just does this all the time. He just keeps going, what the fuck? What? No.
Yeah, bought him a big old house.
I mean, if that hey,
tattoo was finished.
Wait, that
instant response.
That did pretty good actually. What the fuck? That guy's really good who did that.
I know this video is narrated.
Oh, that's proud though. Is that Tana? What the fuck?
It's so funny as well because like you could already see that he didn't even talk about the obvious thing to talk about with a video like that. Should that be something you'd be allowed to do? What would you say about a friend who maybe chose to do it? He doesn't talk about any of it. He just goes, what the fuck? What the fuck? What?
Adam 22.
Imagine having a friend. What
the
fuck?
The dumbest or Reddit comments. I guess. I thought they had like one song. Fair enough. Hey, that's legit. Shit. Yeah, one song. Well, anyway, it's like
So in the playback, the giraffe is still there. So that's been there for a while then.
I guess so.
Yeah.
He's just living that
Unless
giraffe
that was
life.
really recent. Like really like yesterday night or I don't know.
It could have been.
Could have been.
Talks normally and shit.
Ethan's just like scouring,
Yeah.
watching every stream.
Well, that's the thing,
It's
though.
literally the day
You can't-
before.
You can't tell the difference between someone like sniping a really great example deliberately to make him look bad, or this could just be a random, normal, newest one. You don't know.
Right.
Because like I could believe either.
Good about themselves.
Chat said News
So
92,
so
and that
that's
was
the
in
that's the
video?
entirety of the commentary you added to his 8, and I think it's even fair. And I know you don't defend yourself on this, so I guess it's kind of a
I was
moot
going to bring
point.
that in.
But the quality of the commentary, like
You've admitted guilt. Like Your Honor, he has said he's guilty, just to be clear. But
Just
moving
to be
on.
clear.
And you could
Just
tell they probably
moving on.
talked about this off stream. It's like you've now laid him out. The audience aren't going to be sympathetic to him at all at this point.
you have to be commenting analyzing, being critical of the content you're watching for it to be fair use. But that doesn't matter, right? Because you don't even believe it is.
Ethan, I think you're right. I think you got me. So I think instead, I think we should get an example, one of your examples then.
Sure.
It is now turned into, yeah, well, fuck you. You do it too, bitch. It's like,
You're just as bad as me, which can only not really do much. It's a lateral move at best.
Let us begin the hundreds of millionaires fighting each other by throwing shit at each other. It's like, this is what life is all about, I guess.
I'd love to.
Let's get one of your examples that show me the guidelines, what I should do to react.
He doesn't have anything.
Can I post this right?
No, he does. He does. We're about to see it.
Click on that.
Okay.
So instead of having my example of it, I think we should use yours instead, so I could learn how to be a better creator. How about you click on that?
Good idea.
Good idea.
Yeah, good idea.
I'd love to check it out. Oh, I have to open it. Okay, I'll open it.
Yeah, it's in the chat.
1 second here.
Don't tell me it's the clip that he was complaining about when he was watching them on their original podcast, right? Like when they sat there just watching to see how long it would be before he spoke.
It's probably worth mentioning now. The way this has worked is xQc has been supplied clips/edited videos from his editor, and I don't even think he's seen them. This is his editor's work, and his editor's told him, I found examples of Ethan doing the thing that he's gonna, rip into you for. So just play these on the stream.
So yeah, you uploaded to your xQc clips channel. You uploaded 5.
You'll see.
Dude, you uploaded 5. Well, I just want to explain it. You uploaded 5 clips. Or wait, shit. You upload on this channel so fucking much.
Just play it. So when it was my turn, you played my clip. When it's your turn, you don't play the clip and you just comment before seeing it.
No, I'm setting it up for you. I'm gonna play it. I'm opening it. Here, sorry. So here it is.
Chill.
Here's one of them from your channel.
1.2 million views and 6.
Now, is it okay if we watch this one? Ethan shows xQc how transformative reactions are done. Number 4. This is the one you uploaded. Yeah.
Number 4 works. Oh, number 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all good. So here it is.
Okay.
So you can.
Hours. Okay, King. Jesus.
Finally over. Logan Paul apologized.
Do you notice a problem already, Felix? There's a cut here.
Okay, King. Jesus.
Why is there a cut there? Huh? Yeah, there's a cut.
So I may as well get all the context out early so you can understand how this conversation goes. What Ethan is going to try and argue here is that he's taken what was it, like an 8.5 minute video, and then he took xQc's reaction, which came to 9 minutes and 10 seconds, something like that. And what he did was have the editor chop out every last thing xQc says, and then look at the length of that, and then look at the content of it. That's what I did when looking at xQc stuff as well, because that gives you a strong impression of everything that xQc added. And when you see that it's like, what the fuck, and what the blah, 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 that's something. xQc's editor, the fucking galaxy brain that he is, was like, oh, so you take an issue with anyone who just sits there watching the thing, right? And it's like, sure. And it's like, okay, so if I cut out all of your commentary, look, you like sit there just watching it for like 3 whole minutes.
Oh.
And it's like,
you did the reverse.
Wow.
The editor,
oh no, you fool!
The editor to prove that Ethan is just as a victim, like basically take an EFAP stream and then play all of the times we play the video and cut everything else out. And you're like, see, you don't transform it. You'd be like, you idiot. You fucking moron.
You're a fool. Sorry, it's actually taking me a while to sort of comprehend just how foolish that is.
I'm here to translate all of it. This is
wait, how long is
Mahler earning those vinyl
sales? So that's the first part. Ethan lays out pretty clearly. This is the length of the original. This is the length of yours. Here's your reaction. That makes it really easy to follow. If you just show me 3 minutes of Ethan not saying anything, that means nothing to me if I don't know how long the video is.
Yeah, and as Ethan's already pointed out, the first few seconds has a cut in it. It's like, wait, what was in the cut?
The cut was something that I said. The cut was the transformative content. So yes, if you cut out all the transformation, yeah, I guess I don't say anything.
And the thing is, Ethan was there when this was created, so he's going to know that he probably transformed it, because this is the thing, you're dealing with Ethan Klein, someone who is very, very familiar with how this works, and legally speaking knows he needs to transform it.
Well, yeah, more so than a lot of people, he'd be aware.
There's also the fact that xQc decided to come with this evidence and not even check out what it was before.
He didn't watch them beforehand, which is a huge mistake.
Oh God,
that's fucking
it's that terrible mix of he's an idiot and also a fool. He just doing this debate in the first place was probably never going to work out good. But he doesn't have an understanding of his own, let's call it intellectual limitations.
And he had
probably
debate prep. That was worth
he had,
a lot.
yeah. Like, you have
Watch the
all of
clip.
these resources to work with. You can just pay people to do all this work.
I did watch the Destiny debate prep. Didn't xQc just do nothing that Destiny said he should do?
Pretty much.
Just ignored all of it.
You didn't take my
Yeah.
advice either. Focus on how you want to help people. Focus on, you don't come across as an asshole. It's a really, really good bit of advice, but never mind.
Yeah, at least be nice, you know? At the very least, come across as likable. That helps.
Like you can maybe win this debate if you focus on, you know, the raw numbers of how much of a YouTube creator gets a bump from a Twitch streamer watching their stuff. You can make a decent argument there, just from like the consequentialist point of view. Like, hey, look, your channel blew up after I reacted to your stuff. You can make that argument. He just didn't do it.
Yeah, there's loads of avenues he could have taken. He could have argued this in a way that would work out well, but he's really not doing well so far.
I don't know if Ethan points this out, but the video that xQc brought up, Logan Paul apologized to me by CoffeeZilla. It's 13 minutes and 15 seconds long. The editor cut out Ethan saying nothing for only 2 minutes of a 13-minute video.
If
I
anything,
mean, that
this
literally
helps
makes Ethan's point.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alex, there's a cut here.
Okay, King.
Jesus.
Why is there a cut there?
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Huh? What?
This is why it's good to explain all this beforehand.
Yeah, there's a cut here.
So whenever you play my video, did I say, "Wait, Ethan? I think I've seen something on the screen right there. Is that a dead pixel? Is that just play the fucking video, bro? Jesus Christ."
And xQc has no idea what Ethan's getting at already.
Okay, but it undermines your argument if you're showing an edited clip. If you're cutting out my commentary and then trying to say you do fair use, this seems a little silly. But I'll play it. I'll play it.
Play the video.
Jesus.
Finally over. Logan Paul apologized.
CoffeeZilla, your slang is.
Probably about
Logan
the right time to comment on how
apologized.
insane this is, by the way. We're watching an editor took a reaction to a video about a whole other thing and chopped it up to show on a show about reaction content, being whether or not it's fair use. And
I like
Ethan
how
and
the
xQc
cameras
are
are all
reacting
in
to it, and we're reacting to that.
Yes.
It's
and
looping,
all the
isn't it,
cameras are in
Metal?
different
Yeah.
positions as well. It's like
Yeah. I can't
like,
wait
who's the
till,
real
like,
one? I can tell.
some other streamer reacts to this, and their camera's going to be in like the fourth corner.
Yeah.
Well, fortunately, it looks like Ethan changes his background, so instead of the little bunny in the forest, it's like a winter wonderland.
Yeah.
I like the bunny on the beach. I like the beach
I
bunny.
like the bunny on the beach. He looks
I
like
like
he's
the
having a
beach
great
bunny.
day.
Yeah, he's just, you know,
He's chilling
doing
out,
the
having a
bunnies
great
too.
day.
Yeah.
Who said they like beach bunnies?
I love beach bunnies. Yeah, you got a problem with that?
No.
No. Why'd you say like
Wrong
that?
video. That was the
He does that all the time. He said it about Santa, too.
Wow.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
first response. He
There's
actually
10 seconds of
apologized
him sitting
in
there like a
another
moron.
response.
Look at this idiot.
Yeah, I mean, it's not how I ever.
And the editor, by the way, has now edited in clips of Ethan saying, "Look at
Oh, well, that
xQc
just-
sitting there like a moron, like trying to say, like,
Okay,
haha,
so
you do it too."
Big blunder, because that just makes it hard to follow.
It does.
And if
It
there's
actually
one thing
confuses
you
it.
need- if there's one thing that you need for this, it's clarity.
Mm-hmm.
No. It's this is like
specialized
that. I mean, hold on. Here,
Hold on,
let me
wait a
get a
second. That's not it
taste of
either.
this.
I will say, as someone watching this as a stream, there's two Ethans. Ethan's voice that's not coming from either of them. Like, wait, what?
Do you think that xQc's editor said that he needed to condense the video and xQc was confused by that word?
Yes.
You're probably right.
He didn't talk about it. He's literally just sitting there quiet.
And now we've intercut a piece from leftovers. It's like, why are you doing that? It's just confusing everything.
Oh no.
Especially when
There's
all
three
we've seen is him-
xQcs.
And
There's
can
three
you,
of them.
there are.
and can you
Oh
see
my
xQc
God.
is
Oh, no.
you see him at the top
He's
right
smiling.
xQc, he's smiling. He thinks he's winning something here.
Meanwhile, look at Ethan's face. It's
Yeah.
just like sort of
Wait,
this.
which Ethan?
The
Bottom
Ethan on
left
the left.
Ethan.
Look at that face.
That's
Look at
a
that
vibe.
face.
Yeah.
That's like a face of what is going on.
First
Like,
30
what's-
seconds. You should sue him. Fuck you, xQc, you thief bitch.
Turns out it's actually on his secondary channel.
So if she chooses
I'll play the whole thing. Just let me know when to stop.
Single
If you want me to.
comment.
It's entitled "Thank
introductory
You,
statement.
CoffeeZilla." It's the third
They
response.
could sue you, and they would be right to sue you. I think they would be in the right.
I think so.
Thank you
Paul, and it's a pretty big change in Logan's attitude so far. So let's see what he has to say to us.
CoffeeZilla is not a criminal.
Oh,
I wonder what Ethan has to say, to be
was
honest.
going to hire me.
What? Do you want to keep watching?
I'm just wondering, because the guy says, I wonder what he has to say. I wonder what you have to say about this. I'm watching you.
He thinks this is a slam dunk. He thinks he's got him.
I know.
You haven't said shit yet, so I mean.
Well, I'm just. Well, you told me to let the clip play. Do you want me to let the clip play, or do you want me to interrupt it? You got to choose a lane.
I was trying to be creative with it and kind of.
Trying to be creative.
What? I was trying to be
Creative with what?
creative. It's like I believe you. You were trying.
Do commentary at the same time, and I was trying to. I was asking the old Ethan, the guy that's morally above everybody, high roading, to react to it, but he's not saying shit. So there's like a problem with it.
Do you want me to keep playing it, or have we seen
keep
enough?
going, keep going.
Okay, cool.
But in all seriousness, this video.
That's a good
Well,
one right
you cut
there,
out.
boy.
Looks like
fundamentally, we have no fucking clue what he's cut out. It's like it's useless, absolutely useless information.
Yeah, I have no clue.
Have some major admissions in it I want to go through. For one, Logan apologizes to me.
I called him. I apologized.
My criticism of him right now is that he uploaded this to YouTube. Because I understand the nature of. I mean, listen, it goes on. But I'm going to tell you, I find it really interesting that you think this is compelling. This is actually. First of all, there's.
What can you say? Like when it's like you fail to understand the point so hard.
So many cuts in it. It's not persuasive at all. But one thing I do want to ask you about is why you cut out the beginning of the segment when I talked about it. Here's when I set up the video. Here it is. And again, the framing, what you say in the before and after.
And see, what would have happened while they were playing that is someone, as a part of his team, would have just gotten the link, told him, play the beginning, and you could just counter him in real time. He has a team.
See, when you have a lot of money and you have a team of people that you pay to help you with your job, you can utilize these resources in order to help you not look like a fucking moron on the internet.
Yeah, to be fair, it's not the money isn't the problem with xQc. He's rich. It's the laziness.
Oh yeah, he is a gajillion.
Well, I think what we're actually saying is when you have money and then you use it to assist your shit instead of buying a giraffe. Which, by the way, you know, that's okay. I'd do that maybe.
I'm totally for buying the giraffe, but I think he had a little bit left over to maybe spring for some help.
Improve his.
So
his
you
content,
could like.
Maybe
you
it's
could build a
expensive
studio.
giraffe, like an albino giraffe or something.
You could build a studio and expand your business and have employees and do a real thing, or you could buy a giraffe.
Ooh.
He tried to pay his maids.
I don't want this false dichotomy.
His editor did make this montage.
That is
so
true, and he's paid, so something went very wrong.
Because I think what you
well, here, listen. If it were a live giraffe, is it better math on that?
Yes.
You could ride him around town.
Well, sure, but
should probably edit better videos.
Pulling that giraffe from his natural habitat.
Yeah.
Out in the savannah, eating grass, eating leaves off of tall trees and everything.
What if it's a closet giraffe, though?
Well, I feel like that's very antithetical to where giraffes ought to be.
Yeah, and that's why it was so expensive, and he couldn't afford anyone to do his shit for him. There you go, we solved it.
Not joking, by the way. I would wonder whose team xQc's editor's on.
Sabotaging him.
A traitor to the throne.
So here's how that clip starts, Felix, which you cut out for some reason. Yeah, so Logan made a video after he got absolutely bodied for his response, where he was like, "I'm gonna sue you. This is bullshit. You're defaming me. Oh, you played a video.
So is that a pre-act?
Without
Is that like
oh yeah, it's part of the same clip. You just went in and.
Yeah, because
now
is
when you react before.
It's like now we're going somewhere else. It's like, why does that count? It's like, well, introing a clip should probably count. Yeah.
I mean, it should count.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because you're adding content, and also it's not mandatory. You could just not do it, which is bad.
I mean, that's like that's how it works with some reactions on Twitch, right? They'll just throw on the video and then just get up and leave without any preamble. The preamble and your perspective on it is transforming it. But it's just the point that Ethan's making. It's like, why'd you cut it? Because you can't cut it if you didn't have the clip beforehand. Like,
it's the first thing that happens. Is the first part of the clip. You can't miss it.
Well, to be fair, the crazy part, there is an answer to that question that is genuine, and that is, I was just showing how much time you don't react to and that you are sitting there.
Right.
And then the conversation moves into, yeah, but I'm allowed to do that as long as I'm transforming the majority of it. That's the confusion. But now xQc is like, pre-act?
Well, yeah,
React.
he can't.
Well,
He can't
okay.
stay on. This is a losing argument anyway, but he can't even like stay on it.
Yeah.
To his credit, the word
Oh.
Preact is
Okay.
pretty clever.
Okay,
It's pretty
I'll
clever.
allow
React.
that.
I like it.
That is funny.
Def, stop.
React is an all right portmanteau. I wonder where he heard it from.
Yeah.
Took out like 30-second slices from it.
So basically, what you're saying is that if, you're going to the bar, right? And this part is like where you get in and where you get like a beer or something like that, right? And the rest of it, you just fucking
What the
take.
fuck is that?
Wait, what?
It's like pre-drinking, guys.
He's trying to
like
talk
pre-gaming,
about why did you make it so much more complicated, XQC? Like
Oh
it's
my
gonna
God.
confuse the shit out of everyone.
Why don't you just
look at Ethan's
this is like-
face?
Why not just say what it is instead of trying to come up with some magical parable to try and get the idea across? Just define it. Just say what it is.
Why did
Don't
you
come up with a
say
story
that?
about bars?
No one has any fucking clue what you're going on about.
Fucking just basically, it's like the intro. So if you put an intro, you're good. Say, guys, I have a video today, guys.
So
and
you
it's
don't
me.
understand how fair use works, and that's fine. But I don't know why you want to debate fair use when you don't care about it. Yes, what you say in the beginning matters, bro. You're analyzing. I'm contextualizing. I'm criticizing. I'm analyzing it. That's what fair use is.
Oh
I'm
my
transforming
God,
it.
Ethan.
I'm not just sitting
Yeah,
there
he's
and the audience
molding.
isn't just
Otherwise known as
Ethan.
pre-acting.
XQC.
watching
Yeah,
the video
pre-acting.
while
That's right.
you know I mean you do get up and go to the bathroom a lot. So I know that you want to,
So-
but that's fine because you don't care about it. But for you to think
Exactly.
that this is
so
proof,
you use me as an example for your indemnity. Is what you're saying? You just,
Felix,
Your
I don't.
identity?
Indemnity?
Holy-
He doesn't. He wouldn't have used that word.
Indemnity.
No way. No way. he used that
Identity.
word.
It must have been identity. Yeah.
Indignity, maybe?
Indignity could be. Because you mentioned going to the bathroom,
In
which is an
Animosity.
indignity.
indemnity is security or protection against a loss or other financial burden.
So there's a chance he could have meant indemnity then.
There's a
don't
chance
think
that
so.
might if we hire a team of 7 lawyers to investigate this sentence, there is a non-zero chance that this might make some level of sense in a certain context, depending on your interpretation.
Chat like this, no fucking way.
Do you think this clip is compelling? Do you see what I'm saying? That this example is really dishonest?
okay. So in that clip, my editor edited your own words saying it.
Oh, can
Look
I
at
ask you
him.
something? Your editor did this. Have you watched it?
Oh.
So this is a part that I
Oh,
particularly
no.
love. Listen specifically to the answer XQC gives now.
The
Okay.
answer should just be
well, yeah.
yes.
Yeah, wait for it.
Yeah, I watched it like you just
Sorry,
did.
Oh, you
yeah.
did. Oh, you just
So-
watched it for the first time.
So the cuts are.
Have you watched the unedited version on my podcast?
So I'm gonna go back because I feel like it may have been missed.
It's really
Yeah, sorry.
dishonest.
Okay. So in that clip, my editor edited your own words saying it.
Oh, can
Look
I
at
ask you
him.
something? Your editor did this. Have you watched it?
Well, yeah, I watched it like you just did.
Oh, you
yeah.
did.
I watched
Oh,
it like I
shit.
just did.
It just
He says like
did.
you just did. Like you just
Yeah,
did.
Ethan, we were there. You
Oh
were with
my
me a moment
God.
ago.
That is-
We've watched it before.
It's
That's
like a little boy
insane.
with his hand in the cookie jar. It's like, wait, did you just
Yes.
take the cookie and you go, I
Yep.
didn't, I had, what do you know?
No, it's like mom comes in and she sees you with your hand cookie jar. She's like, "What are you doing here?" And the kid's like, "What are you doing in here?"
What are you doing?
I'm
here?
protecting the cookies. What are you doing? But yeah, just knowing in that moment, like, fuck, I obviously should have watched them. What have I got? Is there anything I
my
can say? And it's like,
God.
just say you have watched it just now, because you just did. That's true.
That's so bad.
There's also like a drop of throwing his editor under the bus in there too, because
Yeah.
it's he doesn't really say it, but the way that he like the tone of his voice is like, well, my editor does this. Is like, oh, okay.
Mm.
It feels like he's trying to pivot to throwing his editor under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
That clip, my editor edited your own words saying it.
Oh, can
Look
I
at
ask you
him.
something? Your editor did this. Have you watched it?
Well, yeah, I watched it like you just did.
Oh, you
yeah.
did. Oh, you just
So-
watched it for the first time.
So the cuts are.
Have you watched the unedited version on my podcast?
Yeah, it's
Okay. So
the
then why
cuts
was
are-
this removed?
If you don't let me talk, I mean, we're not.
Because yeah, XQC's actually correct here. You're not even letting it. He answers the questions, which is good, and then goes to say something else. And then Ethan cuts him off. It's like being a little rude. Being a little rude.
Mm-hmm.
I can have a conversation.
Well, I
You wanna
just
have a-
want to get to the point. You know what I mean? Because I don't want you to
Then-
deflect. I want to know why
then-
you cut this
then-
part.
Then when you ask a question, you have to wait for me to answer. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
And you said, okay, go ahead, please.
Because
I
you asked a
apologize.
question, you did 2 times. That's okay.
And he apologized. That's good. stuff.
Okay,
go ahead.
Okay, so there's 4 of them out of many of them, by the way. We only uploaded 4 because we didn't want you to go crazy with the DMCA stuff. Basically, it's pretty much a lot of it is spliced. And
that was a knock at him, by the way. That wasn't like a legit point. He's saying that we had 5 examples of you not transforming. We didn't want to do more than that because didn't want you to DMCA us because
But there are many.
Ethan on Leftovers made comments about how he hopes that xQc reacts to something he's made so we can DMCA him. So that's what that comment relates to, and that's why Ethan made a face. He's like, funny. Because of course he wouldn't DMCA him for using examples in favor of a debate about fair use.
It's back to back. So yeah, there is a cut, but it's like you're pausing a video, but it's the same thing. You go in stretch of the 2.5, 3 minutes.
You haven't proven that.
You like how he tried to make 2.5 sound long? 2.5. Like, yeah, that's a lot of minutes, man. that's a huge amount of minutes.
But here's what I will say.
Well, go to get another one. Go get the one from Meat Canyon. That one is you. Okay. Listen,
yeah, go ahead.
You combo mustache twiddling, hair, and neck skin, and you do like this.
What is he talking about?
What he's trying to say is that Ethan's commentary on Meat Canyon's video amounts to twiddling his mustache and touching his neck and stuff, but I feel like he just never communicates very well. So you just listen, you're like, what the fuck are you doing?
Signature villain maneuver, by the way, touching one's neck. It's you see them all do it. We all do it.
Yeah,
and you have all sorts of things, and that's major react, bro. I have to give it to you.
Right.
That's
no, you're right. You're right.
That's insane.
You understand this concept because you talk about it all the time. Meat Canyon is my friend who gave me permission to react.
Oh, so it's about permission then. So now we're going to go post.
Well, hold on. It is. Hold on. Before we move on, I just want to make it clear that when you're accusing me of not adding enough commentary, that you did upload a clip that's deceptively edited, and I mean, frankly,
which is true. He needs to get back onto that point because that is something you don't want to lose out on. The xQc's editor tried to fuck you over in a really, really dumb fucking way.
Don't let him forget.
He's dishonest. Why did you cut this beginning part?
Well, it wasn't deceptively edited. It was just a stupid concept that xQc never explained to the audience or to Ethan.
It's really up to you whether or not you want to go one direction or the other. I think it's absolutely an accident. The editor misunderstood, but that you can easily sell it as deceptive, and especially if you want to make xQc look worse.
Yes.
But I'm with you. I think it's incompetence. I think the editor was like, see, he sits there for a whole 2.5 minutes.
Right.
Part.
Okay. So Ethan.
Why did you cut this?
Unfortunately, the problem that I have right now is that you're saying that now, and you're saying all this whatever, right? But it's quite literally you in the video that's edited that says
if there's cuts in it, it's not the video. How is if there's cuts in it? How is that a representation of my analysis?
All right, then examine Exhibit B, the Meat Canyon one.
I already told you I had permission.
Okay.
So why do I need to look at that?
So now it's about permission.
That is one aspect, yeah.
In the video, you're trashing me. You say he's sitting there.
And I will say, I think xQc's managed to slither out of that now. Ethan's let him do it. He's like, fine, we'll go on to talking about permission.
40 seconds without talking. That's one of your major concerns or criticism. It's why it's highlighted so much in the video. That's a big hit you can do at me. And I'm going to show examples of you.
When he goes that fast, I got nothing. I don't know.
I can't deal with it. It fucking hurts my head. Like,
slow down just a little bit. The whole point of communication is that other people understand your words and your thoughts. So slow the fuck down. It doesn't matter if you're saying things quickly. If no one understands you, you're just wasting everyone's time.
Okay, maybe just rewind it and like set it to 0.5.
No fucking way.
No.
You understand? That'll make it go from to.
Multiple times where you go not only 40 seconds, you go 2 minutes.
So here's
without talking. So then, I don't have to argue against you. You have to argue against yourself because these are your own words.
Well,
you have to watch your own video.
So here's what I'll say about that. You're right. Because the 40-second thing is not a good analysis. That wasn't a good thing I said. Because when you're considering fair use, you consider it in the totality of it.
So what's happened here is that Ethan, I think on Leftovers said if there's a 40-second amount, if there's a time of 40 seconds you're not adding anything, then that's an automatic fail. But Ethan's probably realizing that's not a good metric. Because there probably are times where that's okay. I'm sure there's times on EFAP where we've let it go for 40 seconds. That's probably happened. it's a wider context. You got to consider more things. He was just annoyed to see a stretch of 40 seconds.
I gotta say, this part here is weird, where he's like, take it back then. It's like, didn't he just do that by saying it wasn't a great argument?
The thing about it is, there's nothing to take back because he's talking about xQc's approach in totality, not whether or not he did a 40-second gap and that's wrong in and of itself.
Right.
Like, this is complicated because it's like, well, yeah, I guess I was talking about your content when I said the 40-second thing, and that's not a valid critique, but you are like one of the worst reactors of all time. I'm still standing by that. So that's what's going to cause a huge fucking breakdown here in terms of communication.
Take it back.
No, you still are a content thief, in my opinion.
Take it back.
No, why would I take it back?
Because
Yeah,
if
like,
you're
why
gonna
would I
reel
take it
back,
No, I just said that wasn't a
wrong.
good analytical point. I still think you're a content thief.
Okay, but so take back what you said then.
Why? I believe it.
That's what I mean. This is like this ain't breaking through very easily. This one.
I know I am. I apologize for the 40-second thing. I don't think it was a good analysis.
Okay. You want to go with the other comments that you made or not?
Huh?
You want to go with the other the comments that you made or not?
Which comment?
We could go through all of them because you're wrong. You're wrong across the board. Every behavior you call me out on, you have done in those videos.
Okay, if you say so. But why? Do you want to? Okay, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Why does that matter?
Yeah, hypocrisy isn't a great argument because you can just say, well, okay, even if I did that, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done it. I know that it's wrong.
And that already defeats the tactic. It already falls apart.
I totally agree with you.
Two thieves next to each other, and one of them says, "What I did was wrong. I shouldn't have done it. That was a bad thing to do." And the other one's saying, "Yeah, fuck it. It should be mine. I'm glad I stole. I'm going to keep stealing." Like that already is a really bad parallel that you're setting up.
What's happening though is I don't think xQc is going to be able to make this argument. But what you would need to do if someone calls you out for you're just doing hypocrisy, you need to say, I'm trying to point out you don't believe this is wrong. You believe it's right, but you're trying to make exceptions and you're trying to stand on a high horse. That's all you're doing.
Right.
That's the
just to attack me
and
unfairly.
real strategy.
Yeah.
Why did you say high horse? You should have said stand on a giraffe.
Oh,
high giraffe.
I mean, a giraffe isn't a horse, though, right?
Well, like it's a
Aren't they,
quadruped
though?
servant animal, right? You know,
Well,
it's
sure,
just
but, like,
instead of
so
being
is
on a high
urban
horse, get
animal?
off your giraffe. You know.
maybe I should say stand on his bunny.
No, but then that would hurt him.
Well, it's not a real bunny. It's like a little video.
Giraffes are high and they're horse-like, so you stand on your giraffe. And there was a giraffe in the video that we talked about pretty prominently.
Or a horse's giraffe-like.
Yeah. I'm
I think
thinking
they're
so.
just horses. I don't agree with this.
I don't know if they're ungulates. They might be. I can check though.
Well, I'm pretty sure.
They're just all horses. Okay, this is just
horses.
conspiracy.
Yeah, like
all
horses. Like
horses.
deer, right?
Yeah,
Deer
the
are
giraffe
part
is
of
an
it.
African even-toed ungulate. So
You made that up.
All horse.
no, it's true. They're member of the diverse clade Ungulata, which just means true ungulates.
Is that like an orc?
It sounds like an orc.
I think orcs are elves. I don't know what elves are. What are elves?
Can you imagine if in like the Battle of Helm's Deep they were riding on giraffes and then they climbed up the giraffes' necks to get over the wall?
It was
Nice.
Ooh, yeah, they have
work.
like ladders built, like attached to the back of the giraffe's
Yeah,
neck,
and then
and they climb
them.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, there
but they'd
you
be
go.
like fucked up Mordor giraffes, like
They have
evil
armor
ones.
and
Evil
red eyes.
giraffes. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
love it.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm liking
okay,
it.
so-
Wings of Power season 2. You still got time.
War
CGI 'em
giraffes.
in.
Do something non-cringe.
They're in the castle, right? They're in the castle, and then the horn blows. Like, oh no, the orcs are at the gates, and then the knights run out of the second floor of the castle and then slide down the giraffes' necks. Like they're going down like fire
Right.
poles and then ride off.
Nice.
Why does that matter?
Okay, because earlier you said it. Do you care about this all the time? Not all the time? And I gave you an answer. You were like, got him. He said not all the time. When you seem to be the guy who doesn't do any stealing or thieving, and I have 4 examples right there. And
All that just happened there was Ethan said, if you're going to call me a hypocrite, how does that help you? And then xQc's response was, but I can call you a hypocrite.
Exactly. He didn't
Right.
address the reason why it's important to make this argument.
Not show an example.
Well, then get another one then.
Well, that's not my job. You're the one that's trying to prove it. Why the fuck should I go pursue and try to prove I don't do fair use?
Exactly.
Why should I prove that I'm doing wrong? Like, what?
Yeah. This is like when the judge turns to the witness. What do you have to say in your offense?
And you know what? Some witnesses would be dumb enough to do it.
I'm stupid.
Wait, that seems like That's exactly what you guys have been doing on Twitter and whatnot, right? That's your whole concern.
Yeah, I'm showing stuff about you and not telling you to go find a video of yourself not doing fair use. That's
just he said, I've been posting videos of you, not asking you to find videos of you doing not fair use. Like, what the fuck?
Moronic.
So you said thief, right?
Yeah.
Show me one.
I just did with the Anne Frank one.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, you
did
did.
44 seconds of commentary on an 8-minute, 30-second video where you offered no critical analysis.
And do you know if I had permission?
Did you have permission for that?
Yeah, maybe I didn't.
So this is a really interesting break because this is the thing. This is a tough one because xQc needs to hammer the point home that you condemn me whether or not you found out that I have permission.
Exactly.
Which
If
is a good
xQc
point.
was smarter, he would have been like,
but
you don't know. You don't know.
But
you don't know,
Ethan,
but you can have me.
if Ethan's fast enough, which he absolutely is, he can be like, "Did you? Did you admit it? Do you not want to admit it? Do you know, like, because to the audience, it's like, yeah, did you?" And xQc obviously didn't. His point is that you don't know, but he's losing
Which is
ground
a
on it
fair
immediately.
point.
Yeah, it is.
It is a fair point, but he's not good at litigating his own positions.
So why don't you tell? Wait, why won't you tell me?
See, Ethan's gunning for the jugular
Yeah.
already.
Look, he's smiling.
Yep, because he knows the answer.
Did you or didn't you?
I'm just saying, are we moving the goalpost there now?
It's not a goalpost. It's just another facet of the
I heard that
conversation.
word
It's
in
not
a debate
goalpost.
once.
Yeah, that feels like one that people roll out. And they're just like, is that what it
Well,
means?
it's like,
I don't know.
format. It's like, oh yeah, move the goalpost. He's not moving the goalpost. He's
Goalposts, semantics, like gaslighting is.
All of these overused internet words that have ruined things that are actually useful for describing conversations. It's fucking annoying.
It quite literally is when you make it a goalpost.
Okay, I do want to talk about the permission thing. Okay,
There you
but
go.
I just want to.
One by
I
one.
do want to say one thing.
Seriously, xQc could have actually drilled a point in there, but he lost it.
But he let it go.
Maybe it's so tough to get past the whole. Why aren't you telling us if you had permission or not?
Yeah,
because if anything, you just showed us an example of you doing the thing. That's
all
bad.
Ethan has to do is just keeps asking that if he brings it up again.
In my career, in my 10 years of career, I'm sure that there's been times where I've done a less good job of reacting fairly to content. I'm sure of it, right? And
So
that's
you were a
some-
thief then. So
and
you were a
that's
thief and you're not anymore.
And that's something I acknowledge and something that I'm always working on and analyzing and thinking how I can do it better. It's something I really care about. And the reason why this conversation is interesting is because it's something that you don't care about. And I'd like to know, and I'd like to understand that. But are you saying, have I ever done a bad reaction in my whole career? Yeah, yes, probably,
Okay,
almost certainly.
So then, would you agree that old Ethan or not too old Ethan is a thief, sack of
Why
dog
does he
shit
keep saying old Ethan? It couldn't just be like at any point in time, throughout his entire career.
Yeah.
He's like trying to cast it as though there was a pattern of behavior of him being shit at it, when the point he's obviously making is sometimes I don't do as good a job as I could have.
Yeah, because
Which is a very normal human being thing to
it's
say.
normal, and it's hard for you to be like, oh, so you admit you're a piece of shit. It's like, what the fuck? Like, he's
Yeah,
admitting to
and-
sporadic
time,
error,
though-
not a pattern of behavior.
What has already been established too is Ethan is showing guilt/remorse when
Yeah,
xQc's whole point is that he doesn't give a shit.
Exactly.
It's a
'Cause
huge
it's like-
difference.
yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. At the same time, is that when he phrases it as old Ethan, he's just giving Ethan an out. He's like, yeah, that was the old me.
That's
I've
true.
changed.
That
Yeah.
is true.
Well, because remember, all xQc's goal is to equalize the field. He's like, we're not so different. He's saying old Ethan at least, right? If it's not new, at least old Ethan is all the things you called me. So hey.
Which doesn't
Yeah.
even mean anything.
No, it doesn't. And Ethan should be able to handle this pretty well.
Ethan could easily just, even if it was the case that he was bad at it before, he could be like, yeah, I was bad at it, and that was shit. And that's part of the
I
reason why I'm
stopped.
motivated to make sure that it's that other people don't make those mistakes.
Sure, yeah. In those, if that's what happened in that time, sure, I was a dog shit sack loot, whatever the fuck you said.
Have you made any effort
Dog shit sack, whatever the fuck you said.
to repair
Yes.
the damage or the things that you've stolen from the people that you thieved from?
Well, again, I don't have specific examples. There's nobody that's approached me, so it's you know.
And have you taken accountability the same way you want me to take accountability publicly for that?
I just did, didn't I?
Not really.
Why not? I just said, yeah, I've probably done that. What do you want
So
me to
you're
do?
You're gonna rob a bunch of people and say, guys, I might have robbed somebody. Lol. Moving on. I mean,
Well-
it seems like kind of a cop out, to be honest.
Well, it's not like going in a store and sticking somebody up. Fair use is interpreted by a judge or jury.
So is it is it thief or is it not thief? Because the way I see it,
the way you do it, I think is theft.
When you steal something from somebody, right? There's gonna be a process of like finding who's guilty, how much, and there's a whole process behind it, like the legal system is. Just like, I mean, don't you care about the legal system? You seem to care about DMC a lot, right? So being a thief, surely you're gonna care about that a lot. So did you
xQc
damage them?
thinks he's like making points.
Yeah, I assume everyone's following along, but he's
getting more triumphant. You know, it's like, yes, I'm.
Like, see, I got him on this thing, definitely.
He's trying to wedge in on Ethan, right? Because Ethan's whole thing is that you've taken shit from people that doesn't belong to you, and then he's like, yeah, but you've admitted now that you've at least done it at some time in your past, correct? And he's like, yes. And did you rectify it? Did you pay them? Did you contact them? And if Ethan's obviously going to say no. Is partly built into his whole thing is that he likely has done it. He doesn't know that he's done it because he always avoids doing it. Kind of the point.
Yeah, like he doesn't xQc doesn't understand that Ethan is saying, I have a standard. I've sometimes fallen short of that standard here and there, every now and then, rather than what xQc does, which was like a pattern of behavior.
Exactly, and there's no like. I was just trying to think, in the entirety of EFAP's history, I wonder if there's any time we would have considered ourselves non-transformative. And if someone said, like, so you think you've transformed every single one? I'd probably be like, I don't know that for sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think we have.
Well,
yeah.
If I had to put one or the other, I'd probably go for we have transformed all of them. But, I mean, there's a chance we haven't, by some standard, maybe beyond our own.
There's a difference between that chance versus the xQc chance, which is likely.
Basically, all of them. I don't know that I've seen a transformative reaction from him yet. So,
Them? Did you make an
I
apology?
don't know who the victims are or if there are any. All right, let's move on. We're talking in circles a little bit. We want to talk about the permission thing?
Sure. I mean, so what you're doing is running away pretty much. We're not running
Well, no,
you're running in a direction and you're going straight forward. That's what's going on right now.
That's clearly not the case, but I will just let it be for the sake of continuing the argument.
Gotcha. Keep going.
But yeah, you do it every single day. I mean, I've done it maybe a few times in my career. I've done, and again, I don't know who the victims are, and if they come or nobody's ever come to me. Has anyone ever complained that you stole their videos?
Why do you think he's asking this question?
Because the answer is yes.
Well, it's beyond the answer being yes.
He has the screen cap right of the
yeah, he's prepared.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of like, if it's like in Jerry Springer or something, it's like if your mom were here today, what would you say to her? And it's like, I'd probably say she's a bitch and I hate her. It's like, well, we have a surprise for you.
I'm guessing that Ethan has. It was Neo, right? He was the guy who, not Neo from the Matrix, but the guy who made the Cold Moon video.
That's an example, but no, Ethan's got someone else.
Okay. Oh well, in any case, yeah, I figure that's what he's got, like a tweet or something.
Anybody that has
anybody ever?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, 100%.
Okay, because nobody's ever complained to me about that.
Oh, so now you care about robbing somebody, right?
Well,
and if they didn't tell me, well, you know what? We're chilling.
You're saying that,
which is actually a fair response because this conversation needs to be developed fully, right? It's like, does it only matter if someone complains? Like, well, that's not a good ethical standard, of course.
The problem is that it's almost impossible to develop all of these aspects of the conversation.
Yeah.
Because
Well, and it's also just that
sporadic.
Ethan's already explained that as far as he's aware, he's transformed everything because that's his goal, but he's probably not done it well at least once, maybe more.
Actually, he's barely comprehending what he's saying.
No,
I find it unbelievable. It's insane. I can't believe that he can't understand what Ethan's saying.
Well, and I do want to give credit where it's due. That is a solid response to what Ethan just said. The fact he's like, oh, so it's only a problem if people come to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
The victim of the crime doesn't matter?
Which is
oh my god.
Wow.
And again, look at these face comparisons.
No.
Look at that.
Angry.
He's molding.
It should be mentioned, Ethan is more than happy to get him angry. That's like a goal.
Of course. Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that shitty grin.
Oh, so now you care about robbing somebody, right?
Well,
and if they didn't tell me, well, you know what? We're chilling.
You're saying the victim of the crime doesn't matter?
Which is exactly what you went after me with.
Does the victim of a crime not matter?
Well, he's asking after the fact that was the exact argument that you went at me for, and you're running away from it.
I don't know. Listen, the proof that you have victims is literally just concrete proof you did it. That's the only reason I'm saying it. I don't understand your point.
Which is an okay response. The idea of like, yeah, there may be crimes that aren't accounted for, but we know that there's someone here who feels you've stolen from them. And that's more than you've got of me, which is nobody.
So when we say victims, I said
Yeah,
people that.
some people you stole from. They're a victim.
Okay. So what about your victims?
I don't know who they are. How many times do I need to say that?
Okay, me reaching out and making an agreement with them and
Every time.
Yes, you're not okay. Listen, Ethan. If you
and that's Ethan's moved him in, so now he just needs a reference.
if you want to open up the chat and go with the logs, I have so many logs to make your head spin.
Let me ask you a question.
I have hundreds of emails.
You should bring those to this conversation.
More than any reactor, which is more than your.
But like, do you remember XQC near the beginning of the conversation said he never likes, he doesn't like to say always or nevers. He doesn't like those because he always wants to make sure that, and it's like Ethan just said, so you get permission. And he's like, yep, always, every time, yep. It's just like, so now you're screwed because all he needs to do is get one time where you haven't. But I think XQC's point was more so that he is invested in it and he'll do what he can in relation to it. Not that he gets it every time before he covers a video.
Yep.
Your friend
this is why it's good to always say things like generally. Which is what Adam, if you're listening, I know you are, generally.
He does way less asking than I do.
Why are you bringing up Hassan? What does that have to do with anything?
Because whenever he was on your podcast, we were sucking his balls out.
What? Who's sucking whose balls out?
So we watched Ethan and Hassan on Leftovers. That's what XQC is referencing. You know, everyone here in chat, would you call what Ethan did sucking Hassan's balls out?
No, Hassan was not comfortable in that conversation.
No, he got grilled.
He sucked his balls out of his body.
Hassan got more grilled on the topic of React content than in the rest of his entire life on that stream. Ethan fucked him. Ethan had to apologize after it.
Even he shouldn't have.
He shouldn't have, no. So this is bizarre. I don't know why he made this point.
Yeah.
Is this the thing that because there's Hassan? Didn't Hassan like start? Even though like a couple of days ago, you know, prior to this, he was saying that like XQC was a friend. Wasn't this like when he started chatting about how he was an asshole or something?
Don't worry, that's stuff that'll come later.
Oh, good.
More than any reactor, which is more than your friend Hassan. He does way less asking than I do.
Why are you bringing up Hassan? What does that have to do with anything?
Because whenever he was on your podcast, he was sucking his balls out.
Well,
that's when turning on each other.
Mr. Chair
Sucking his balls out is odd.
Also, XQC just referred to Hassan as Mr. Chair React, which is priceless. Fucking priceless.
Well, I mean, he's not wrong.
No, he's not wrong. It's the fucking the pot calling the kettle black. It's like, what are you doing? Like, Mr. Chair Reacts.
Dude, you're so dishonest. You don't even know what you're talking about. Last week, I chewed him out for an hour to the point where I had to apologize because people were mad at me.
That sounds like your problem.
You literally don't know.
That sounds like your problem.
That sounds like your problem.
That proves you wrong, you moron. What are you saying?
Yeah, that was a huge misfire. I don't. Even XQC knew that Hassan was chewed out by Ethan. I don't know why he phrased it that way.
It is my problem, but you have no consistency. What you're talking about? You just said I lick his balls, and now I proved you wrong.
Consistency?
No,
you making no sense.
Get it right, Ethan.
Get it right.
Like my whatever.
Semantics again.
Bro.
So I'm gonna my problem. Piece of shit for doing chair react when he does cookies
this
and
is
cream.
so mine.
When he does cookies and cream. What is happening?
Oh my goodness! What is this madness? What have you done?
Extremely dumb. Let's just move on to the permission part.
You know what? You want to fucking keep doing a sprint? Let's just keep running. Let's do a marathon, me and you. How about that?
What?
Wait, those are different. Does he understand those are opposite things?
In his mind, he's like, I know a word that's sort of related to the concept of sprinting.
Funny.
I'll say that.
Let's do a marathon. You want to do the opposite of the thing?
Some of this you just have to be like, okay, like whatever you say, man.
It's okay. Sometimes the analogies that you come up with on the fly flounder.
Yeah.
When it is all of them, it starts to get a bit problematic.
Straight line right now. I'm running after you, and you are going straight forward.
Okay, good. I mean, that's the point of the conversation, right?
You are going forward. It's like, well, good.
That's the point. Yeah.
Let's just keep going. Then.
What percentage of people would you say you get permission from?
The majority. Because the way it works for me, but for React, the main lines, most of the content that I like, I have it all lined up, right? So people that I really like, I like the best. We reach out to them and we create this little kind of partnership, right? And when there's a smaller creators, I try to be way more careful with the amount of growth that they're getting.
By the way, this is all really good as a reaction. Like, he should have just brought all this out right at the beginning. That I have partnerships with all these creators, that I care about them, and the smaller they are, the more careful I need to be.
Well, it's a huge winning point with Ethan, because Ethan, like, the permission part is a big part of it.
Obviously, the thing Ethan would need to do then is to prove he's lying, if he's lying.
Yeah, provide examples.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why this is so weird, because if he just, from the beginning of this, like, drama, if he had just said this, like, I usually do that and I've made some mistakes and I shouldn't do that anymore, this wouldn't have blown up. But instead he had this, like, fuck you, I don't give a shit attitude. And that's why everyone jumped down his throat.
The I don't give a shit attitude, while very clearly demonstrating that I do.
Like, well, supposedly. But it makes him seem dishonest here.
Look at the way he's reacting, and look at how, like I don't know. It's like, you do care about this.
Right.
Yeah, that's a funny face.
Lots of them.
They have, and I try to be better with it. And quite honestly, when it comes to small creators, I have never had any pushback. Right? So no victims in that case.
Okay.
Never.
That's perfect.
Never? All right.
Why is it perfect, Ethan?
Bold
Why
claim.
is it perfect?
Bold claim.
Have you heard of a guy named Vince Vintage? You reacted to 2 of his videos. This one was from a month ago. You remember this video? Disappearance of FBI.
It's so court of law right now. Do you remember this video?
Yeah.
Do you happen to recall reacting?
Yes or no? Do you remember watching this video?
Yeah, and then the fact that the witness is like,
I don't remember.
Okay, So I'm clearly there, but
Do you remember when you were in the store stealing that we have you on camera doing?
Which store?
I don't remember.
Is that me? That doesn't look like me.
I don't know.
I just can't recall.
Maybe.
I plead the fifth.
Guy's most wanted 16-year-old XQC reacts. This is from a month ago.
That was 2.5 months, 2.5 weeks ago.
Okay, perfect. So it was very recent. So would you consider this guy a small creator? He doesn't have a lot of subs. In fact, here's his original video. He only has 400,000. Well, that's not small. But anyway, you did this recently. Do you know who that guy is?
Yes.
I think Ethan may have accidentally undermined himself a little bit by describing him as like a small creator, because you can tell he wants to paint a picture, but then he instantly realized, like, I shouldn't call a 400k subscriber someone as small.
Yeah. Man, I wish I would be that small on YouTube.
I think a lot of people would say, like, that's small. But
isn't that viewed as like mid-sized now? Like a million or more is big, right?
I mean, it's but still, compared to the totality of like YouTube channels, it's probably still like
it's
in the
funny.
top 5%.
The reason Ethan said small is to help paint the picture of big old XQC is absorbing and vampiring this smaller person.
Exactly.
But really, it's like you don't even need that. As long the XQC is enormous. Like, of course, he would crush a 400k sub channel easily.
Yeah, relative to him, it's small.
Okay, why didn't you ask him for permission?
I don't know. Did he complain? Because at this point, I don't know if I have a victim, right? I don't know. So I didn't do.
Well, you do actually. And what's funny is I literally just reached out to one random person from your recent reacts, just one, who followed me because I knew.
Just one. It's just one. It was only one for sure.
Yeah. No, I swear to God.
So you went to ask? Are you a victim, by the way?
Let me hold on. This is important. This is important for you to understand. So I reached out to Vince Vintage,
if they were victimized,
and I said, "Hey, I'm just curious."
Well, I think what XQC is trying to get at is like you're creating victims by tempting them into becoming victims, right? Like, but in a way like a Saul Goodman type would be like, you have to. Can you make claims on things that have happened in your life? Like, I think
like, no, you hurt your back. You did hurt your back.
Yeah,
it's not okay. You're not going to get over it in a week. It's going to be a lifelong debilitating. Come on, buddy.
The implication that XQC is giving is that Ethan would have contacted them and said, like, are you annoyed that XQC did this? And they'd be like, no. And he's like, yeah, but you are. You are.
Right, like essentially work them up.
Yeah, and then it'd be like, you know what, you might be able to get on the, you can jump on my podcast if you are annoyed, because you can talk about it. Just, that sort of thing could happen.
Did XQC get permission?
He was better at making that argument.
Yeah, if he was clearer, and dude, if he had evidence, the big key that he really should have, like Ethan shouldn't have said, but technically speaking, he probably should give the information. Was he said the person followed him? It's like, well,
yeah, you're like, oh, biased.
Yeah, I mean, you could easily point to that.
I'm going to read you the message he sent me, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
He said, really appreciate you reaching out, Ethan. I've never been contacted by XQC at all for any of my Iraq videos. My personal take is this. I love big streamers watching, like XQC, Hassan Mizkif, Moist Critical, watching my videos on their stream.
I want to pause this moment because
This is
it's
a
so
preemptive
priceless.
celebration, obviously.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's what xQc is like.
There's a
It's like he's reading
big-
this out for his benefit, not yours. So
Yeah.
why are you
There
like
is-
you're?
Like he's celebrating unknowingly that there's a big butt about
Yes,
to come.
the butt is on its way.
It's a big ego boost. But when XQC
Yeah.
does it, it's different. When he watches my video, he always re-uploads.
That frown.
Wow.
That's a
It was
funny face.
Yep. Whoops.
the whole
The
thing
way
on
he
his
like
YouTube
slumped,
channel
it was like a cartoon.
with his insightful commentary as, wow, chat, isn't this crazy? Compared to when Hassan
Hey chat, isn't this crazy?
watched my stuff, he shouted me out and he says he loves my stuff and he sent a bunch of subscribers to my channel. A fair exchange. Here's a video. He showed me a video of Hassan doing that. And then he said, XQC, he really just steals my shit. Entertains his audience of hundreds of hours I put into my videos.
So what I will say is that if I were XQC, I wouldn't bother with the bias claim now because the guy himself has said he likes it when people react, but XQC does not transform.
Yeah,
That's right.
Which at that
Well,
point,
not
Very-
even doesn't
making a
shout
very
out
clear
and
distinction.
doesn't help him
Hold on a
in any
second.
way.
I mean, I'm not sure if I can take this guy at his word because he's making the claim that Hassan transforms.
yeah, but Hassan
maybe he
does.
did this
It,
time. Maybe he
you know,
did.
it should be
Sometimes
mentioned on
Hassan
record.
does.
Hassan is 50-50 sometimes, and he makes this. What he does is he feels he's doing the opposite of what we people like us would do. He's never seen what we've said, so he wouldn't know. But he would assume, say he has 10 reactions, 7 of them are excellent, 1 of them's okay, 2 of them are really bad. We would look at the 2 and then say, does that every time? And then he would say, nah, I do the 7 every time. And that's like the stupid fight that goes back and forth and why the communities clash and stuff. I'm willing to admit he does perfectly great reactions sometimes. But the fact is, when I was doing my sort of getting familiar with his work for back when we did the coverage of him, I took the newest streams and I found, I think it was like 3 or 4 examples of him playing videos while he got up from his seat. And I was just like, Christ. So the fact is, like, if it were 7 good for 3 bad, but the thing is he streams 12 hours a day every day, then you stack up a huge amount of bad reactions. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well,
Easy to get your ammo.
It
And
seemed like for
and
him
also-
it wasn't a transformation. It was the fact that Hassan wasn't uploading it on YouTube and that he was giving like a shout out and trying to actually help his channel grow. So he's like, even if you don't transform it, just helping me is fine, which XQC is not doing.
Right. Well, because I think that was the problem with the JXE thing, right? Is that rather than actually helping Jay out, Hassan just clicked away.
He clicked away as soon as Jay started promoting the channel.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
oh, no, can't have that. Bye-bye. And this was after having just fucked off for like 60, 70% of that video? Wasn't even in the room.
At least, yeah.
Man, that was a long time ago.
Rough
wasn't it?
for Reno.
Mm-hmm.
But
that was
hey,
like
it's
a year and a half
still
or
paying
something.
off.
I think it might have been 2 years.
Well, hey, it's part of what kind of got this all kicked off again. I mean, that's you know, the kind of stuff that still gets brought up. That video
Apparently
is
going to be a mainstay for us, I
worthwhile.
guess. Because this is the 3rd time it's come back, right?
Well, because it's probably going to
Oh,
keep
yeah.
coming back, yeah.
Well, I get just a link in the YouTube description. The problem isn't the reacting, it's the re-uploading of my video with his face on the thumbnail. And also, and I don't DMCA him because I don't want the Twitter drama.
That's a good one.
Which,
to
by the
bring
way,
up.
is
that is a good one to bring up.
something that's very real, but a lot of people do not take seriously at all. There are some people debating this
Yes, but it
topic
is-
that think that's not a real thing.
I just find that remarkable that anybody could think like, why wouldn't like a relatively smaller channel want to get into a big dramatic fight
Yeah.
with a massive platform?
beef with a massive streamer, on social media.
Yeah.
Like,
Weird.
guys, I think a lot of people either are like, in a way, we're sort of desensitized to it, but it's still like a thing we have to think about. And a lot of
People
people can't
generally
really
don't like
imagine what it's like to
confrontation.
get dogpiled by thousands of people on the internet. It
Yeah.
actually kind of fucking sucks a lot of the time,
Well,
and
just
people
the-
obviously want to avoid that.
People are conflict averse. People don't want to get into fights. Like people generally don't want to get into fights anyway.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a lot
I
of
think
stress
all of
and
us,
infamy.
all of us here have probably had like a minor canceling event happen to us at least once, right? So, but a big pile of people come after you, or like it's the first time it really sucks, but you kind of get used to it if it keeps happening. As callous as that seems, like you kind of get over it, you know.
Like I'm way, I'm way more used to it now and desensitized to it. The things I used to be afraid of, I'm like, it's a badge of honor now. But not a lot. A lot of people obviously aren't in the spaces we're in, and they just want to make their videos and have a good time, and totally fair. And they don't want to get. I mean, like, until it happens to you, it's really tough to know what it feels like. And I promise you, especially the first couple times, it really sucks.
Yeah, it does. It does. That's for sure. I do know that part of this conversation is that DMCA on YouTube has such a bad rap, right?
Yeah, of course.
So that even if you use it in a proper way, there's going to be an assumption that you're just being slimy, and so everyone's going to come after you.
Yeah, people view it as, oh, you removed content that this guy I liked made. Wow, I was gonna watch that,
Yeah. And then it's a bit hard to talk about because there's an assumption on either side that whatever your guy is doing is the right thing, right? Like the creator who takes down a video because he views it as theft, well, he views it as theft. But then the creator who has his video taken down, he views as his rights as being infringed, right? So then whoever you watch, that's who the fans usually side with. So.
People can be super tribalistic when it comes to defending, their content creators and streamers, and I don't expect the audience that xQc has developed to be the most high IQ,
intelligent,
cultured, all those things that you should be. I don't imagine that they're any of the things that you should strive to be. But yes. Sure, they're fine people.
Oh, he doesn't want the Twitter drama.
Wait, why are you? Well, hold on. This guy says you stole his shit. Why are you denigrating that? I think you should take this seriously.
That was such an easy fucking hot shot. Just being like, hey, take this seriously. Don't be a meanie.
Well, because one, he's a paid actor, right?
What? What the fuck? What? He's a what?
He's a paid actor.
Paid actor. He's an unpaid YouTuber, but a paid actor.
Oh, why did he say that? Why did he say that?
There's a conspiracy against me.
Look at Ethan's face.
This attempt on my reputation has left me scarred and deformed.
Ethan has some great facial reactions throughout this.
He does.
He doesn't want the Twitter drama.
Wait, why are you? Well, hold on. This guy says you stole his shit. Why are you denigrating that? I think you should take this seriously.
Well, because one, he's a paid actor, right? Which I think. Well, I mean, that's a paid actor, 100%.
Wait, what? What did you say?
Oh, it's a paid actor.
He's a paid actor.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Okay, well, just assume for the sake of the conversation that he's not a paid actor.
Why did you let that go, Ethan?
Okay, wait.
No, you can't just no.
Do you think that he just said the paid actor line and then realized it was really stupid, and now he's just like trying to kind of
he threw it out there,
not acknowledge it?
Well, hold on.
He's like paid actor, yeah.
So good faith. I think this was a language thing this time. Because you could have like someone who is paid to do this. Okay, paid actor. He doesn't know the term for it in English when it's not an actor but still being paid to do something underhanded like this.
I think you could even good faith draw it back to him saying that he was following him and that they could have a bias. But like this is terrible language to use if you want to get that point across. It immediately makes people think that Ethan actually found a man, paid him, and to pretend that this is all the truth when he's provably a person, provably has the channel. The react took place like. All of this stuff is absolutely stupid as fuck as the image it puts in everyone's head. But yeah, if xQc was to lay it out as just he's someone that you set up to say all of this, that would go over way better.
Yeah. It's all, the whole thing, the channel, all the subs, all the videos before this. It was all set up to catch xQc.
Well, the fact is, wouldn't it be really funny if xQc doesn't even remember his reactions, and so they actually did edit all of that, and it's not even real? And xQc's like, yeah, I guess I did that. I don't fucking remember, whatever.
Okay. So the first guy you react, right? The first guy you send a message to sends you a paragraph, looks like the Bible, right? And is stroking your ego out. Well, you know what? That's okay. I'll bite. I'll bite. No problem.
Maybe like 200,
So what's really cool about this, right, is that we can make that.
Again, Ethan just loving this.
I can't believe he's saying all this.
Yep.
It's incredible.
Type of interaction to have with this person and make it 10 times better for our ecosystem, right? Of what I watch, what I upload. If he had asked, he doesn't have to, he can use the DMCA system and maybe there will be Twitter drama or not. Usually we never make drama for DMCA stuff. But then
I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Why are you not responding to his accusation? He says you're stealing his shit.
Let me elaborate.
I don't know. Okay.
Let me elaborate then.
Okay.
He would be a data outlier of a person who doesn't like it, and we can either recurve that, make it better, and I will de-damage him for every dollar that he has lost to me, right? And he had analytics to back up how much the video on YouTube cannibalized his, or if any sort of damaging data or stats behind it. I would be more than happy to give him 10x whatever damage
Okay,
was
good.
caused.
He'll reach out. Have you ever paid anybody 10x before?
So if you could tell,
10x bet.
Ethan's because he watched the stream that I was on, so he already knew that this was something xQc was going to say, and he's already been like, "Yeah, that's great. It's good that you do that." Have you ever done it?
Yeah.
It's just he's trying to undercut it as soon as possible. Which again,
This is your fault.
Well, technically,
Undermined XQC. Okay.
I didn't think Ethan would actually watch that stream, but yeah, it goes to show.
But he
he's
did, or
taking
someone
the
on the
time.
staff did.
But I would say that this is a little bit mean, because it's a good thing that xQc's just said, and if anything, you want to encourage it, right? You don't want to be like,
Well,
I mean,
to be fair, XQC said if you could produce analytics, and that's kind of like that's the hard part. Is like, well, how would you produce that evidence? Right. I mean, we had a huge conversation about that. You have to show that there'd be like a massive dip, and if you don't show that, he's going to say, "Well, fuck you," you know.
Well, so part of this is what I was actually going to say was that unless, of course, he's lying, and so at that point, it is kind of your job to try and wheedle it out, and you could do that by being like getting him to admit that he's never going to pay anybody because they'll never be able to definitively prove they've lost anything, and that could be what his plan is.
Has that ever happened?
We have
How many
people
times?
before. Whenever it arises, if
How many times has it
Whenever it
happened?
arises is not
I will
really.
have to check with editor, but
Right, not a lot. I'd assume not a lot of people do that.
Oh, okay. So the amount really is what you're looking at then.
No, just what xQc should have said is, most people are very happy with my reactions, but those who aren't get compensated.
Yeah,
it just makes you sound pretty solid at that point instead of going,
Yep.
oh, so the is a bit
The amount of times that people actually take you up on that, because what you're saying is, I'm going to steal your stuff, and I don't care if you have a problem with it. You can come talk to me. Like that's not your right. Shouldn't you apologize to Vince?
Vince from ShamWow?
It's not his job to come ask you for reparations for you stealing from him. Don't you understand that?
That is a fair topic.
So what you're saying is that you went digging for victims.
Well, that is fair, but Ethan kind of made the exact same point like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
it's like,
but
well, no one's come to me, so.
That's the thing. xQc's got to catch those things, but he's not as good at that.
I literally messaged one dude.
Okay, so nobody in your production room believes
Why
that.
don't you just apologize to Vince Vintage?
Production room?
I absolutely will, and I feel I didn't get a Twitter
I think it
DM.
was production
I didn't get nothing. I feel really bad. You want to know why? Because all about the whole sphere of this, everything around it, is to make something good happen, right? And that matters
That's
to me a
such
lot.
bullshit, bro. Nice try. You literally do it to enrich yourself. You're a multimillionaire, and you steal content from small creators, and you don't give a fuck about their rights or what they want. And then your only justification is, oh yeah, you can come chase me down and complain and try to get my attention so I can pay you for the shit I stole. It's total bullshit, bro.
That's true. It's a good point.
That was a
Brutal.
really
Imagine
good just slam dunk in terms of
basically, yeah. Can you imagine like if a corporation did this for a company? We're just gonna steal, anything that you have, and if you manage to find out about it and then come after us, then we'll be like, oh, okay, well, we'll give you some, we'll shoot you some forgiveness money.
Whoops, you caught us.
So black pill is that actually happens quite a bit. If you're like a professional photographer, your stuff gets stolen all the time, and you better hope that you see it, because they'll give you money if you see it, but otherwise you're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, every once in a while there's a story about. I mean, this has been happening with like Call of Duty skins and stuff, where they just like steal people's shit.
I was going to mention that with this sort of slam dunking, it's because xQc was about to get into the whole like ultimately everybody benefits. He does the whole like rising tide benefits or lifts all boats or whatever. But is Ethan's cut him off with the fundamental logic, which is true. It's just like, how come your worldview happens to benefit you the most out of everyone? Seems a little bit convenient.
You're not creating anything big for anyone. You're just taking attention and views for yourself, and you don't give a fuck about the consequences of that. It's not your decision to make that for other people's property.
I would say that Ethan's clearly following whatever plan he's got on that laptop, and that we've come to like lay out what he does, how wrong it is, what his feelings on it are in total, the whole asking forgiveness instead of permission, and then once all the major points were laid out and the lack of permission and how much he doesn't care, he just did the speech, which I believe possibly was written down because he kept looking back at the screen. And,
it was, yeah.
It's
in
like
bold,
at this point,
underlined.
He's pretty much done everything he
Giant
needs to
font.
do now. Like this has destroyed most people's
Yep.
perception if it was ever positive anyway.
You sound like watch out! You kind of sound like Robin Hood or something. Are you like some sort of hero or something like that?
Well,
Oh, what a great retort!
I would have picked a
Fantastic.
different example. Well, I think I would have gone for him probably if I was XQC on the big impassioned speech. I would have asked if he had written it down. I wouldn't have called him Robin Hood. It feels like a weird, confused comparison.
You're absolutely
What
right.
are you, like Superman?
If you had called out that he wrote it down,
What are you, a hero?
It would work really well for like how set up this all is, and you can make appeals to the fact that he had like this has all been railroaded. But yeah, by saying like, "What are you, some kind of hero?" Ethan could just be like, "Well, thanks, I guess." I don't know, not really, but sure if you feel that way.
Because it
I
seems
mean,
like
the road that XQC had to go down was to say that, yeah, okay, I do take this stuff, but you know what? Here's some numbers, here's some figures showing that the people whose videos that I watch actually benefit from it in some material sense, because there are examples of that, of people actually blowing up after having their stuff reacted to.
Yeah.
That should have been his argument this whole time.
If he had said,
And if you are in XQC's position, you need to be like, all right, guys, we've got to find this list of people who blew up because of this, and I need to have this on me at all times and maybe memorize it.
Yeah,
'Cause
no,
that
and
might be your
statements from them
best
being
thing
like,
you can
XQC reacting to my channel is the only reason I have a career. It's the greatest thing that ever happened to me, and I hope he does it for more people in the future. If you had lines like that, you know, it would help. But they haven't fished for them. And, you know, we all know the reason why. XQC doesn't care if it blows up your channel or not. He hopes it does, I
Yep, he
guess.
doesn't give a shit.
It's better
He
than not, especially because it'll help his reputation overall. But he doesn't give a
Yeah.
shit, as long as it benefits him.
He's only happy because he can use it as a potential defense for his own behavior.
Yeah,
Only reason he cares.
If he edged toward being that level of honest with Ethan, if he said, yes, my worldview of trying to benefit everybody really does highly benefit me, but I don't think the drawbacks are enough to say that it's an overall negative. I still think it's an overall positive. And, you know, if you were that honest about it, you might be able to get somewhere.
You do a lot of that.
I guess if he wants to go down the philosophy route, which he's definitely capable of doing, he could say, I was like, well, I mean, in a way, like, we all sort of believe in, you know, ideologies and things that we can do that do benefit us. It just benefits other people as well. So that's not really
exactly right.
like a big deal.
Like,
his
just
just very specifically benefits him in a very great way at the expense of other people. So that's
I mean, I think what you're describing, Rag, is like something that everyone does all the time, right? So like if you, let's say you own a business, you own a little shop, you decide to hire someone. Well, are you doing it out of the good of your heart because they need a job? Well, no, because you need their labor to help you out. But you're still going to help them by giving them a job, right? So
yeah,
there's
and it's
this
easy
idea
to say
that
I do things for a variety of reasons, and if it wasn't beneficial to me or anybody else, I wouldn't do them. You know, and I have empathy, and I realize if it helps me, you know, then this thing might help other people as well.
Yeah,
But
I
that
think it's
requires
very
some level
easy
of forethought
to.
and eloquence. I don't think he has.
It's very easy to bite the self-interest bullet as long as you can say, yes, of course I'm self-interested. We're all
Yeah,
self-interested.
I'm running a business
but
here,
other
you know,
people
and
are
I'm
also
employing
helped.
people.
So yeah,
Yeah,
there's ways to do this. He's just not doing it.
Well, their ego is, what is it? Egoistic or egocentric altruism? What's the terminology? I think
sounds familiar, but I don't know.
objectivism.
I mean, is that what it's?
in a way, yeah.
That,
part of
that is an
objectivism
American
that,
term
yeah.
for what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm just saying,
they call it
go for
gooberism.
some kind of broader
Gooberism. George
And
Washington Carver. He
The
invented
goober.
the philosopher.
Yeah, I think the point being
it's
is that if he can
altruistic
present it-
egoism. Yeah.
If he can present it in any way that is more than just pure kind of dumb self-interest, that would help him.
Mm-hmm.
I
In
would on it.
defense.
You take the high road on that. One, that's my point. You have done that. You do that.
You haven't
and
proven that.
Well, it's all.
Okay, fine, I did it. You know what I mean? It's like so stupid. What is it?
Should it?
What does
because you can't use me as an example
Why?
for your own thing because
you keep saying that.
you're
but
doing
it's
it.
Not proven.
You're doing it. You
Oh
call
my
me
God,
you call
he's
me a
yelling.
thief piece of
He's
shit
bawling.
when you're doing it.
Gee, the maids
You
are going to
haven't
hear him.
proven that. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Let me send one DM. I will guys. I'm going to send one message, and he will
What was that
automatically give me a.
gesticulation? That was weird.
He's really he's really playing into the whole like this guy you got to say all this stuff is just happens to worked all out that way. It's like actually you got to come up with a better point. That one sucks.
Yeah.
A full response right now. Give me a minute for it. Okay.
You're making fun of this message I got from Vince Vintage, which is a genuine. He was expressing himself genuinely, and he was disturbed by the way he uses content. Can I ask you another question related to Vince?
I'll take it down right now. I will take it down. If Vince wants to take it down right now, I'll take it down right now.
It was like a machine gun that was
malfunctioning. This ecosystem
but that's
doesn't work for you.
Let me ask you a question. This is the video, and you do this all the time. You'll agree.
Yes. This is the slam dunk.
This is a tough one to escape from.
This does not bode well for the taste test.
Why?
No,
well, I mean,
no. I'm saying that he's going to ask him why. Now, for the context for the audience, if you don't understand what you're looking at here, the original video has a thumbnail and a title, and then what these reactors do, including Hassan, he did it all the time too, is they just take the same thumbnail, put their own face on it, and take the name because it helps feed themselves into the algorithm for the video itself.
The original video, yeah.
Now, you might be like, you don't know that that's why they're doing it. It's like, why the fuck else would they be doing it?
That absolutely is why they do it.
Like,
it's most of the same search terms in the title. Of course, it's going to muddy the waters.
Yep. That's not even a good reaction face.
No.
Yeah, you're right. It really isn't.
He's just sitting there. He's like,
Very interesting.
Like, oh, he stole 6 airplanes. He's like, no, bro, what a Chad. He stole 6 airplanes.
How does one steal 6 airplanes?
We'll have to watch the video.
We'll have to watch the video, but do you want to watch the reaction?
I could watch the xQc video, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe he was just winging it.
I'm sure it comes up second on the search result.
Hey, nice one, Rags.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good, Rags.
So someone in the chat says, at least it's not a soy Wojak. No, that's the preferable face to just disinterest.
What is this one? What is it?
This one is
concern.
I don't know. Like I said, I feel like the sound should be like that's the sound that's invoked by this picture.
I'm watching the little puppet dinosaur break out of its egg.
Yeah, you use the exact title and the exact thumbnail. The only reason for anybody to do that is to confuse search and discovery and cannibalize views from the original. That is the only reason to do that.
Do you have any stats to back that up? Because I had the stats of the opposite.
Are there any stats to back up why you would do it?
So this is the thing.
How could he have the opposite?
What SUC is saying is that you'd need statistics to prove that's what's happening. But Ethan's just talking about motive. What are you trying to do? Not what the result is.
The thumbnail and the title. Don't you see that users will be confused?
Let me tell you something, Ethan.
Don't you think so?
My YouTube channel does not grow. It quite really doesn't. But your thing.
Well, that's because you just post a ton of shit there. No, you don't put any effort into it.
Okay.
I mean,
wait. Why did he let him change the topic? He got to stay on the thumbnail.
I think they do stay on it though.
Okay.
Wait, what is?
Why do you think that is?
Because you don't give a fuck.
Okay.
Clearly.
So, gotcha. So these are cut downs for the people that we call the YouTube frogs that are just watching my shit.
Why are they called YouTube frogs?
Pepe's. The emotes.
Don't sully the good name of frogs.
The Pepe emotes are so thorough and used that he can, like, the viewers have now become frogs, right? Like, that's the idea.
Oh, I see.
Also, xQc's YouTube channel has 2.31 million subscribers.
Well, the thing is that when he says it's not growing, it still probably is. Like, it's probably still growing. It's just the number is lower than he thinks.
The growth you see is almost all exclusively people from his Twitch who also like YouTube, and then people who manage to enter into the algorithm thanks to the fact that they're like, who the fuck is this guy reacting to a video I wanted to see anyway? I guess I'll watch him react to it. Those people exist. I don't know how many there are. That's where the stats come in.
They have to exist.
That's the whole reason they do the thumbnail title thing.
You don't get that right.
Okay, well, same goes applies to you then.
No, you haven't proven that. You keep saying that, but it doesn't mean anything.
Okay, then show me proof you asked for permission and you got it.
Why? Now you're asking me to show you proof?
This is from...
Dude, you're absurd.
This thumbnail I just put in Discord is like from 1 day ago. And
here we go.
I've seen the same thumbnail from the actual video, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, he's still going. Obviously the Hassan does the same thing. They're all still going.
Yeah, I know. I just saw it while I was looking at the
He changed
subscriber
nothing
number.
on the debate.
Nothing has been changed.
It's just nothing has changed.
Absurd. Why is it? You think it's crazy, dude? The fact that you're using the same title and the same thumbnail is so parasitic. It's so shady. You are only doing that to siphon off views and confuse people.
There you go, Sitch. He stayed on it.
There's no other reason for that. Why would you use the same exact title and the same exact thumbnail?
Give us a reason.
Explain that to me.
So are you more upset about the title or about the content of the video itself?
Well, it's the intention, dude. It's all together. You're intentionally
It's all
confusing
on the
people to click your video instead of his.
Since you're all about legality, you would understand that intention is one of the hardest things to prove out there, right?
I don't think he's ever mentioned legality really at all.
But not to mention, that's a fucking awful thing. When Ethan is like, I can tell it's a bad intention,
illegal.
your response needs to be, no, it's this good intention, and now let me convince you that it's the good intention. Your response shouldn't be, yeah, you can't prove it.
It's not illegal.
Like, why would you say that? Did you push the old lady? She's dead now. And it's like, you don't know.
You can't prove it.
Why would you say that?
It's about what you know. It's about what you can prove.
You didn't say no.
About philosophy, we already moved past legality. You don't care about fair use.
Yeah, no, we're gonna like do.
Just answer the question, Felix. Why did you do that? Why did you give it the same exact title and thumbnail? Just answer that.
Oh, because I wanted to.
Why did you want to? Is the obvious, yeah. Because I wanted to.
Fail.
Why did you want to?
Exactly, yes.
Why did you want to?
Oh, wow.
Because the thumbnail is good and it gives the viewer what they want.
Right.
And,
which is the original.
Because
he failed so bad on that.
That might be his biggest blunder so far.
Yeah,
the Ethan was like, why did you do? You're doing this because it's effective. Why did you do it? Because it's effective.
Yeah. Why? Because it's siphons.
And he only got that out because he said, I want to, which is a shit answer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, basically saying, oh yeah, I'm doing this so I get the most amount of people to see it and watch my content because that's beneficial to me.
But yeah, like
Weird.
it's
How
pretty
about
much over. He's got him now because
It
I
is
feel like
over.
that's the definitive evidence that xQc does not care about anybody but himself.
Video. They want the original video.
Okay, so I'll tell you, since you don't like questions, I'm just gonna give you a fact then, right? People that don't watch React content do not get served React content. If somebody wants to watch us react it,
The way that
Wait, what? That's a good question. Who cares?
Ethan said, "Who gives a fuck?" And look at him. Look at that face again. It's like, oh, I've won this. Look at me.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it being cannibalistic was the problem with you. Well, is it not?
You're going to try to say that the Google algorithm is somehow running D for you? That's crazy. It's stupid.
The Google algorithm is running defense.
Running D. Yeah.
So you said that it's cannibalistic. I give you a hint on why it's not.
Well, it's the
It's
intention.
irrelevant.
It's the
Okay, so
intention.
now it's it. So if you want to just keep going back and forth and say not there, not there, not there.
Okay, so you see no
you're gonna
problem
have
with
to find,
this.
And that's the thing. I don't know if xQc understands it and is trying to avoid it, but like actually pointing out your intention to siphon off views is the worst. Like that's the biggest hit Ethan could get on you. Now it doesn't matter what your results are. You only want to benefit.
No.
Okay. And if you added 20...
Because this is the thing. xQc could have said, so we match the title and thumbnail oftentimes in order to let people easily find the original video. It really helps with discovery. You could have made that argument.
I mean, you could say that.
Far better thing to say.
Yeah.
It's not
I mean,
good, but
you
it's
can
way
play
better
ignorant.
than what he said.
You can be like, I'm almost certain that's what leads statistically to benefits. We haven't been proven otherwise.
Well, okay, here's the question. Does Felix have some level of moral integrity to not directly lie? Or is he just too lazy to create a lie in the first place?
What I just said, I'm pretty sure he believes. He believes that they benefit, and if ever they didn't, he said, like, he thinks that the fucking person that Ethan's got as an example is lying, that he's doing this for the clout. Like,
No,
he
but I mean, like,
genuinely
with
believes
the-
that they do benefit, but he doesn't care if they benefit.
No, but I mean, like, if he gave the rationale you gave for why it's the same thumbnail and title, like, no one would believe that, except for maybe, his fans.
Yeah, but
like, that'd be obvious.
surely you agree it's better than saying, I did it because I did it because I did it because I did it.
No,
'cause I
right.
did
So
it."
that's what my question is. Is he too lazy to construct a lie or a rationale? Or does he have some like moral fiber where he's like, well, I'm going to do shitty stuff, but I won't lie about it?
I have a feeling it's that he knows that he does it to siphon the views to get into the additional algorithms. I feel like he does know that, and that's why that's happening.
Right.
So yeah, he couldn't come up with a lie, and he was just like, "Fuck it, yeah, I do it because I want to."
Like whatever.
20 seconds of commentary to his video, and you use the same title and the same thumbnail. You don't see any problem with that.
No.
Okay, there it is.
So it seems like
That's all you really
me
need to
doing
say.
So
it seems that you don't care about. It seems you don't not just care about the law. It seems like you don't care about people's artistic, creative property at all. It seems that you don't have any respect for property at all. IP at least.
It seems like nobody, to my knowledge, has a problem with any of my videos being up right now.
But you're like a prolific thief. You could say, "Oh, I found one example of you doing this back in whatever year." You're prolific thief, dude. You do this every day, multiple times a day on your YouTube channel.
So does Hassan, by the way.
Mhm.
Just saying. Yeah.
Gotcha. So I will go to somebody's house and say, take something, and he doesn't care, right? He generally doesn't, and never reached out. And you go out there and you go and seek the victims out, right? And you failed to establish a pattern of them being cannibalized the way that
Well, there's just one.
This is getting tough to follow.
It is hard. And I think Ethan's done his job at this point. He feels, and so now we're looking for an exit from his POV.
Mm-hmm.
Enough, isn't it?
Okay. In that case, it puts the burden of proof on you as well. Then, so you have permission. Yes, because I think
I don't need permission to transform content, dude.
True.
Okay. So, there's 4 ones. You guys see all of them. If you have proof, you ask permission to any of those, you win by a landslide.
Why?
I don't know.
It's a little tough to follow this. I think xQc I guess xQc doesn't understand that fair use literally says you don't need to have permission from the copyright holder. It literally says that in section, I think it's 106 of the United States copyright law.
I think his problem is that he is just latching onto anything that comes to mind, so there's no clear pattern to his arguments, whereas there is a much clearer pattern to Ethan's arguments.
Yes, yeah. So when I said like an hour ago or something that he was just deer in the headlights and on the back foot the whole time, I think this is when it really comes out that he's just been jumping from whatever comes into his head to whatever comes into his head with no actual long-term plan for this conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ethan had point set up, proven, knock him down, set up, prove, point him down.
Mhm.
Like, and he's
nailing it.
Well, as you said, Ethan came into this with a structured plan of attack that he's been following. Ethan's had complete control of this entire conversation. He's been directing the flow of it at every point, and every time xQc tries to drag somewhere else, Ethan will just ignore it and go back to whatever he's trying to say. And xQc keeps falling into the question
He keeps
again
falling
and again.
into
And
his
again.
traps.
He does.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, Ethan lays out these traps and he falls into them. Because, I mean, it's pretty obvious that Ethan's goal was not to change xQc's mind. It was to win.
No, of course not.
It was to win.
Yeah.
No,
and the thing is that xQc wanted to win too, but his strategy was, I'm going to make him mold.
I think it's like hope
Ethan's-
for the
Ethan's
best.
was
It was
to
just being
systematic.
optimistic.
Yeah, exactly. He was really confident that he would win, even though he didn't have any like victory parameter.
Well, and we
whereas
got
Ethan had
insight into
victory
what
parameters.
Ethan thinks of him in that sort of little speech he gave, right? Which was that you're a piece of shit that's just trying to benefit off of everyone else's work. That's all you are.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he did have a victim parameter. It was to get a big own, right?
Yeah, but
Right.
what does that even mean? You know, like what?
Yeah,
What does
I
that
think
even look like?
I think maybe xQc was a bit too internet brained for this. You know, it kind of reminds me of some of the Vosh debates that I've seen. I'm sure you guys have watched some, or either on the show or not on the show. But like the Vosh debates where he just thinks he can be carried through the conversation by charisma, and
Where he's done absolutely no prep on the
that's his like
subject.
meme, right? He doesn't research ever.
Yeah.
Do you know
It's like
what
there was
another
one
name
debate
for
where,
water
like-
is?
Aqua.
Yeah.
Aqua, yeah,
What
that's
was
right.
That was classic.
Yeah, so he talked to
Classic.
the professor of philosophy. That was the Aqua conversation, and then he talked to what if alt hist about history with no prep,
yeah.
and he's like a history guy, and he just got like completely shellacked. It was wild, but yeah, I think xQc is kind of doing the same thing where he thinks that like he is just he's hard to understand, yes, but he's very charismatic. He's popular for a reason. he definitely like he's entertaining. So he thinks that he can just kind of skate by on style, which is not going to work.
Maybe it's a massive overvaluing of your traits and attributes.
I've never
Why
seen
would I need
his
proof to
content.
tra-
I've
why
only
would
seen
I
him do
need-
these debates, and he's so bad in them.
XQC or Ethan?
XQC.
Well, I mean, you saw his content. You saw him watching Lemino.
Well, you're right. I thought he was. Yes, you're right. You know what? I think
Yeah,
that was
good
great.
shit.
That's
Good
true. I mean,
shit.
like when he first started off, he was a professional Overwatch player, right? And there was
Yes.
obviously value in seeing someone
but it was
play a
Winston.
game
He
at a high
still-
level of skill.
Yeah, he still plays
Sure.
it, and apparently he's very good at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think probably that plus his unique personality is what got him to where he is now.
What is his unique
But that-
personality?
Well, hold on.
Hey,
no one this time.
Wait a minute, hold on.
I'm trying to be nice here, Sitch, okay? But yeah, like that skill plus his personality probably got him where he is. But that doesn't give you anything in the debate arena.
Yeah, but so just stick to that. Just stick to doing video games and like don't move out of that if that's all you can do. I mean, that's fine if you get a lot of success that way.
To be fair, I really think that XQC thought he had this. Like he was like, "This." He, I think, at some
He's
point
that dumb.
referred to Ethan
Yeah.
as being like a complete idiot loser. Like this will be fine. But I
Yeah,
was
he
surprised
debated other
when
people
Ethan brought out the
before
clips.
you.
I was like, "Holy fuck, he's doomed! Like that's it.
know.
He's done prep."
Before he kind of
Well,
talked to you about this, has he debated other people on this subject
Only Destiny, I think.
or any subject?
I
Like,
don't
does
think
he have
so.
some?
I
Does
don't
he have
know.
a reason to think that he would like do well in this conversation?
Unfortunately, Sitch, I feel like it's like most people feel like they'll do fine if they think they're right on the subject. They'll just be like, "Yeah, I
Yeah.
got this." And this thing,
Okay.
Ethan Klein's reputation, it's like everyone thinks he's a complete loser, idiot, nonsense, who can't do anything right. So this will be simple, and he's gonna get a big own.
Because I'm wondering, like, because you were pretty nice to him in the conversation, and I'm wondering if that set him up to think he did well in the conversation, even though you like
Oh, 'cause he
annihilated
didn't
him.
understand that Mahler
Right.
just was kind of not like
Just being
soft
polite
spoken, but
about
just
it,
like
yeah.
clear and concise and polite, but
Right.
direct.
And maybe because like Destiny and ABBA kind of ran interference, and it like gave him a false sense.
Well,
of
when they said they'd
confidence
be
or
fine with me
something, I don't
uploading
know.
their whole channels and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
But what?
ABBA with
Like
the,
the chat
yeah, the
simply
bad takes,
existing
man.
on the screen would make it transformative.
Right.
Oof. ABBA with the bad takes. I can't believe we had to rely on Karantos
Yep.
to be the voice of reason.
Oh god, he is funny. He is really funny. He's
That,
ridiculous.
that whole
he
part
really
was
isn't.
insane.
No,
I didn't know what was gonna fucking happen.
I love how insane he is. I love that.
Karantos is
chaotic
shockingly unfunny, stupid, simple-minded. I have no fucking clue how he has gotten in with Destiny the way he has.
shit. He is stupid and simple-minded, but I will say he's funny.
I
Yeah, so
just
it's
don't
kind of
see it.
like
I don't know
it's
what's
kind of like the
funny about it.
meme, like XQC is too like Mahler is like Thor, and he's like, I can't defeat you, but he can. And there's like Karantos coming in, just like screaming.
One of the videos that I have, but I did, there's 4 of them, so you guys see all of them. If you have proof, you ask permission to any of those, you win by a landslide.
Why would I need proof to transform a video? I mean, the only one is Meat Cannon because he's my buddy. There's obviously ones where like it's obvious when you're buddies. I actually did ask Meat Canyon.
Oh, it's obvious. So I
well,
was
you
looking at
understand that on Twitch too. There's people that everyone's friends with, and like, but this guy, I mean, Vince.
So,
yeah.
okay, then. So you're making assumptions about me, but we're not making assumptions about
Not
you.
an assumption. I have a literal fucking message from the guy you stole from. It's not an assumption.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you stole from, yeah.
It's literally a
Yep.
fact.
Okay, so the whole reason why this debate was in the first place is that people were finding victims that didn't exist. They're saying, "Oh, this is a problem for people."
People find
Yeah.
victims don't exist.
Oh
I did.
my god.
Okay. Okay, so you found a person who doesn't like it,
Yes.
and there's multiple ways out. For it to
Actually,
be
he
good for
even
everybody.
specifically named you as the problem. He said the other people actually clouded me
That's
up. Where
right.
XQC completely stole my shit, added no valuable commentary, and then stole my views. That's specifically what he said, actually.
Okay, so the guy's a problem, and instead of reaching out,
Is there a
and any reason for-
skeleton hanging off of a ceiling?
There
It
is.
just
You know what, Frankie? That's a
He
good
just noticed
observation.
that, yeah.
It's okay. I don't think Frankie was here when we talked about it though.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think it was
okay, you're off
getting
the hook,
cooked by
Frankie. Good
Faye.
job. But yes, that is a skeleton
Yeah.
hanging from the top.
A
of the
beautiful
door.
skeleton that took his own life because he couldn't handle it anymore.
No. It's
I gotta live in
it's a
whose
sport-
room? Oh God.
Oh,
It's
God.
his former maid that you couldn't hide in time for the stream.
She hanged herself. I would rather kill myself than clean up this pig's mess.
I think she climbed on the
Oh,
giraffe
Dios
to
mío.
set the rope.
just
It's just happening in the
harder to the
background of
next
his stream. He's reacting to some fucking like goofy clown video, and then it's just someone hanging themselves in the background.
Perform. He waited for you, the savior of the earth, to come in and just Robin Hood.
Savior of
Guys,
the
I got
earth.
you, bro. Why?
Why be Robin Hood?
Why be Robin Hood when you
do
can
you
be
really
Prince
not
John?
understand the
He's
concept
richer.
that small creators wouldn't want to?
The easy, I think Ethan should have gone the direction of like, do you not care about people? Like, is that not?
Yeah,
This
that's,
is- you're
'cause he
criticizing me
might
for
actually
caring about
say
other
something.
people.
Because like xQc might be the kind of person who would actually say like, no, I don't. Like he would think
You
that
might
it's
try and
something
Chad
like,
yes it sort of thing.
Chad yes, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't sound. It sounds bad when xQc's like making lines. You'd expect a Captain Planet villain to be like, "Oh, here comes
I
the
hate
savior of the earth."
caring.
I would,
Come to get me.
You care about the animals?
I'm so glad you
Sure.
said that, Sitch, because I was thinking of Captain Planet as well for
Yes.
some reason.
You know what's
Gonna
the worst
take
thing in the world?
pollution down
Kindness.
to zero.
Hypocrisy.
Kindness is horrible. We have to stop it.
Fair. I'll tell you what's fair.
I
Start
am
shit
evil.
With xQc, one of the biggest, with the craziest fan base in the world. Like, is that really a foreign idea to you that they wouldn't want to deal with this power dynamic? Like, you would crush them if you said
see, there
anything.
he's bringing
Your
it
fans
up.
would harass them
Yeah.
into oblivion. That's too foreign for you to understand?
So this guy, 400K subscribers, big views, YouTube videos, small creators that's about to fucking die from something. Ethan
my
is
God.
here to save the day. This person will now be able to afford some food.
If
and
they're
some
big, they
lifestyle.
don't deserve to be
Well, I'm just
looked
saying, because
after
if you
is
make-
an interesting term.
Try to make a portrait. If you draw a picture on who this person is, and you say
Poor
small
picture.
creator, like struggling and whatnot, you should be I'm saving him, and you're just
Right.
you are misrepresenting.
So he doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, he does matter, but not in
Okay.
the capacity that you're trying to paint.
Which is what? I don't understand what you're saying.
A small struggling creator, somebody please help this person
mean,
before
yes.
he goes out of business.
Well, no, I didn't say any of it.
All Ethan said, out of all of that, Ethan said small.
Yeah.
Which is probably not
Yeah,
the
said
best
small.
word, but you could
Which I think he
argue it
instantly
compared to
took back.
He
xQc.
corrected
Well,
himself
relative
on
to
as well.
xQc, I
But
mean,
you
that
could
guy's
argue
probably
it.
not going to get $100 million deal from Kick anytime soon. You know?
Well, yeah, and
Like,
xQc's live
comparatively.
audience of 50,000 people would absolutely swamp any live audience of 400K channels going to be able to dig up. That's
And
yeah.
just because you have a lot of subs, that doesn't mean you're rolling in dough.
Exactly.
Give that.
Well, you did. You did. You just
I
did.
actually quite literally did not say that.
You said small creator. That's enough.
No, it's not. It's saying small does not mean he said that he's like fucking living paycheck to paycheck. He's about to die. That's like one of the things that xQc was adding on. I think that's unfair.
Well,
it's
okay,
like
I was-
this weird Robin Hood thing. What are you
Yeah,
doing?
it's all bizarre. It's like, why are we on
He's
this?
upfront about his sub count. I looked at it. But anyway, let's see.
My bad. I was just wrong. I was just mega wrong. Let's move on. Let's
You
keep
have
running.
been this entire time. It's fine.
Right.
So yeah, I'm sure you're familiar with this thread because he actually gave you permission to perform this analysis. Internet archivist. He said, I let
Well, anarchist. It's all right.
he said, I let xQc repost a reaction to see the impact it had. Okay. And the analysis is basically the video witnessed an 87% decrease in impressions on the day of the re-upload. Okay.
Uh-oh.
And the video also witnessed a 52% decrease in.
Obviously, the problem with this being we need
that it would.
we need a
would
control
more
and a
than-
comparison.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
because in this case, you could easily make the argument of but the reason why the views are lower is because it's just how it works typically for YouTube videos.
Well, you
know,
could also
second day,
argue
it's
you
not
would have
lower.
lost more if not
Yes.
for my
Yeah,
video.
Possibly you could. That's why more would be.
You need
good,
more
like
data. This
actual-
isn't enough.
Yeah.
And
No.
another thing that
Well,
bothers me about this
it's
example
actually-
is the Internet Anarchist had a bunch of stipulations that don't apply to the normal. Like, you can't use the
That's
same thumbnail
correct,
and
yeah.
title, which is like, well, but that isn't the point that. Okay.
Viewers on the day
that's
of
the
the.
thing is xQc equipped to like make these arguments because he could.
Re-upload.
We'll see.
Actually,
Maybe in
wait,
an alternate
doesn't
universe.
doesn't that graph help him? Because if you look
well,
at it, it's like sloping down, and then it
It's a
kind
slower
of
decrease, right?
it
But
slightly goes up a little
Sitch,
bit, and then it
the
slopes
truth is,
down.
it's useless. It could tell you. It could be anything. It could be higher or lower or the same.
Right.
It could have
Kind
been
of
any
the
of them.
nature of statistics. The way that you interpret it can go kind of wild. It's just not enough information.
There's so many variables.
Yeah.
Let's so I mean, of the evidence that I've seen, then it actually shows that it has either a negligible or potentially even a negative effect on the original video.
Gotcha. So
and actually, he even made you change the title and the thumbnail. So why do you think he asked you to do that?
That's a great question, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Why do you think he made you do that?
xQc. He said, don't use the same thumbnail and title. Why do you think he asked you that?
Because as a creator of the IP, like you like to fucking say,
because you siphon views from people, dude. It's so fucking obvious why you do it.
You ask a question and you answer for me.
You're
If
not
you want,
being honest.
you can have a monologue if you want to. Just mute me and just go on a fucking rant. But if you want to ask me a question, you have to listen to the answer. Here's the answer. He controls the IP. He wants to be different, right? And he wants some changes. And he spoke to us, right? So instead of crying and being a little bitch, it seems like
Vince.
That's bad optics 101.
Yeah,
Jesus
very much misstep there.
This isn't an answer. He's saying, why did he ask you? And it's saying, well, he has the capacity to ask me to change it. That doesn't.
He wasn't a little bitch like the rest of them.
And then
as Ethan just said, like Vince, being a little bitch, crying, is that it?
That's right.
Which, by the way, supports the whole thing Vince was saying in the DM, saying like, I don't want the fucking pressure and the stress of coming out against xQc, because look what happens.
Yeah.
Called me a little bitch.
Again,
like,
you might have 400,000 subs, but that doesn't mean you have a big Twitter presence. That doesn't mean that you're used to this kind of attention. There are plenty of creators who get really big, but if you never have any sort of drama, if you never have any controversy, the first one's still the first one, and you might not have the personality that meshes well with being able to deal with that. It's a big deal. It's not something that should be overstated or understated.
This is crying and being a bitch. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I said. You're putting words in my mouth.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Is this Twitter or what?
I don't mean to. I'm just wondering who you're talking about. Go ahead.
Okay.
I mean, we all fucking know who he was talking about.
We all know.
It was pretty obvious. But yeah, you can pull the card. I never used a name, so
I didn't say a name.
I put a word.
But I mean, everybody except this person who asked me.
Yeah.
You can't prove it. Okay.
So then, like I said, I was saying, instead of being a little bitch ass, right? I think
Stop it!
You did it again.
If not a lot of positives, and some of them can actually.
See, and one of the stipulations has include a motivated call to action to subscribe to the original creator. Most do not do this. Like all the ones that get complained about, of course. That was like Jay's primary fucking issue that apparently pissed everyone off, was just credit and let the person promote their shit if you're gonna take the whole video, please.
Actually do better.
He didn't show any positive.
Oh, speaking of that, we should probably say right now, everyone should follow xQc and Ethan.
No.
No.
Call to action.
Okay, if it was only negative, he would have asked us to take it down and would have done that, right?
No, he left it up for the experiment, and he said, "Do not use any of my other videos without my permission." He literally told you that.
So it's a social experiment at this point. It's like an experiment.
Ethan, I think needs to just word it slightly, but just be like, don't you think that's fucking fascinating that the one that's working with you has told you one of the rules is you cannot react to any of my videos?
Yeah.
Don't you think that's interesting, xQc?
So now it's the guise of experiment, and he's only letting it because it's an experiment now.
Okay, well, I showed you
It's
proof it had
obviously
a
an experiment.
Yeah.
negative effect. Do you have proof it had a positive effect?
No, you didn't. No,
What?
you didn't. You absolutely did not. Absolutely not. So show the stats again.
Sure. So explain how this is good. He said, I'll let you describe. The video witnessed an 87% decrease in impressions on the day of the re-upload. So
Hey, Ethan,
explain that dub to me.
Go ahead. Do you, in your position, had a time machine?
What?
You guys know what point he's gonna make, right? You can't know.
You have to, yeah, if you don't access the alternate universe where I didn't, then you can't actually say with proof.
You can't make any claims, basically, at that point.
Which is like, gosh, I mean,
true.
Which is technically true.
Claim.
Answer the question. You do not. Gotcha. Since we're going to do the whole, I'll answer for you. You do not have a time machine, right? It is impossible to know.
Playing the fucking...
Wait, who added that?
That's because it's Ethan's live show. They have that effect ready to go.
Oh my god.
That's the fucking. That's great. It's brilliant.
How the video would have performed, and how it went down in its natural curve
Ethan should have said,
over
yes,
time.
I have a time
right?
machine.
Would I
Yes.
watch it
That's
or
an
not?
assumption. You have no proof.
Of course, the point he's trying to make is you have no proof, and he's cut him off ahead and said you have no proof. It's like, well,
Right.
You have proof.
Oh, so you use? So
I have
you use-
analytics.
So one data set, right?
You have no data set. I have a data set.
Oh my god!
And also, you're the dude stealing content, so the onus should be on you to prove the great benefit of it.
You okay? I get what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
I find it a little bit dishonorable
yeah.
and a little bit disappointing that in the middle of a
Sorry to
conversation
disappoint you, buddy.
about analytics, you're spewing words to your audience and mine about me
Spewing
stealing and
words to your
whatnot.
audience.
Spewing words.
You with your
The way he
spewing of
spews
words.
You, you're spewing and you're
Your words and your
you just
spewing.
can't be the word, man. If you just shut your mouth.
Oh, look
mean-
at me with my words.
If you were to use the descriptor spew of words, would that apply more to Ethan or Felix?
Oh, definitely more to
He's like he's like the water sprinklers for lawns when they're going back to their original set.
Yeah.
And then go yeah, that's what he's like. He's just
Oh my God,
always on that mode.
I bet you could perfectly edit like the tick, 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 like to the same cadence and rhythm of his speech.
Probably, yeah.
Throughout this video.
One of his little machine gun spurts, matches up perfectly with it.
Super Chat just came in and said it makes less sense that Ethan would reveal his time machine. Like, yeah, you know what? You wouldn't want to reveal the time machine. It's a tactical thing, okay?
When we're trying to prove that, it quite literally doesn't help anybody. You're muddying the waters for no reason. Could you
Unpack
stop?
that, please.
Could you stop, please? Seriously, I mean, it's gonna get really bad. I don't want to do like the whole insult ad hominem thing because you're doing that.
It's just a statement of fact,
So,
not an insult.
okay. I mean, okay. So as we go forward, you are fucking bald. You're
What? No, he isn't. He clearly.
Why
has
didn't he
hair.
say like fat or something?
He
that
clearly
actually
has hair.
Ethan's face.
At least
like-
fat would be like accurate.
Yes,
but
I know.
he's not bald.
Wait, what? The thing
clearly
is, everyone has been prepped on this. We've all seen it in the previous chapter of the React Wars. He calls everyone bald. It just means you're mad, I guess.
Why is that his go-to insult?
I
That's so
don't
weird.
know. It's so confusing.
A lot of bald people wouldn't even consider it an insult. They're
I've been
like,
told that it's
"Yeah,
apparently like a
I'm just
Twitch or streaming
Yeah, yeah. Well,
thing,
which
I'm not aware of.
We've gone over it
It's-
before. It started as mold, mad and bald, balding because
Yeah,
mad.
that's one I
That
still-
makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And now he's taken it a step further, and he just calls people bald.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I like how it's a regression, but also a progression. You
Yeah,
removed
it-
one of, you
Yes.
removed the
yes.
variable that made it funny, which was the angry
Right.
and bold. Like, that's funny.
Yeah.
Just bold. That's not a joke. That's just is.
That's
You
so
are bald.
weird, dude.
You're very
It's a
bald.
description that
You're
isn't
balding.
accurate.
Your hair's thinning and it's gray, which means that you're old as fuck.
For
Got
a
it.
man who's
Okay,
isn't
shall we
Ethan
continue?
in his late 30s,
Yeah.
Look at
not
his
doing
face.
too bad, all things
He's
considered.
just like, what the fuck am I dealing with here?
I guess we're done with the debate. We're just insulting
It's
us
like,
now,
what
I
is-
guess.
What is this creature saying?
I mean, it's funny as well because Ethan's hairline, that's incredibly
his 30s.
strong.
Pretty good.
Pretty prominent.
Pretty
Yeah,
good.
there's,
That's not bad.
Yeah,
How old
isn't
is-
Ethan like 39 or 40?
Exactly.
A lot of
For- for
people-
his
Ethan
age.
is 38, so it's not bad. I mean, it's really
38.
great.
Well,
but the
a lot of
hairline's not
people at this age would have a strong hairline that goes further back than this. Like,
Yeah.
or at least back on the sides or whatever.
And
It's
of
like,
course,
that's
compared
pretty...
to
Sure. Yeah, no, it's not
compared
bad.
to
at all.
like your Tim Pools of the world, right? Like,
Wow.
How dare you?
well,
How
well,
dare
it's
you.
just because Tim Pool is he's in his 30s, right? But he's
younger.
Younger.
Yeah,
He is
right.
younger.
Mhm.
Well, it's just some people get it like actually
Yeah, of
do
course,
stuff
it's
getting
just
balding in their
genetic.
20s. But like,
Well, yeah,
again,
and for the
a man in
record,
his
there's
late
nothing
30s
wrong with being bald.
No, there's nothing wrong with being
No.
bald.
You're
It's a
not
genetic
less of a
trait.
There's no moral
Yeah.
failing.
No,
to
it's not-
No,
it's
it
not
doesn't make you a
ultimate
lesser
passion.
person.
No,
You're
Yeah,
terrible.
Don't
You're
listen
bald.
to the mean the mean streamer.
Exactly.
He's a
It doesn't make
fool.
you a worse person, but it like I knew one kid who started going bald at 17, and that was a rough fucking high school.
Pretty
year.
rough.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course, yeah.
Oh,
of course,
God.
of
You
course.
just gotta
that'd be
take it
really
off,
tough.
man. Zoom, take it off. Own it.
Well, remember, I think George Carlin had the joke that you shouldn't shave your hair if you're balding, just own it.
Yeah, but that's bad advice.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that is bad
god!
advice.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
so
rags
you
versus
should say that
Carlin.
George Carlin is wrong.
Yeah, you should only take good advice, not the bad advice.
Actually, I think the worst that I've heard is I knew a guy in college, right? And he completely fine head of hair, shaved it off. He went around bald for like 6 years. He's like, I'm gonna grow it out again. He grows it out, no hair.
Oh,
full Costanza. And I was like, oh, dude, I'm sorry.
Well, it's kind of better though, because he kind of primed everyone that he just looks bald for 6 years. Right?
Yeah.
I've got bald relatives, and they're just bald.
But he was for a while. He was depressed. He was like, "I wasted all my hair years."
My hair years.
I wasted all my hair years.
That's a pretty good treatment that you can get, though, right? If you're, I get ads for like the companies that will talk about like, yeah, man, my confidence got smacked, but then. Well, I can't remember what it's called because there's a prominent one in Australia. You get ads for it a lot where they do like the treatment to make people's hair grow back. So it seems like there's fairly effective strategies, right?
Yeah,
if that's really
well,
important.
like, didn't Trump get something done at one point? Because his hair looks like
you can get transplants.
Well, he had like a
right?
massive comb over or something.
Yeah, that was actually pubic hair, and then Trump transplanted it all.
It's springy bald. I'm the opposite of bald. My hair grows fast, and it's a big, thick afro. Wow.
No, you think that's a hood on Fringy's head? No.
The best is Elon Musk. Like, looks really good for what he used to be.
That was a transplant, right?
I don't know.
Is it like in Simpsons when the hair comes alive and controls you in your brain and stuff? Gotta be careful.
Was it?
It explains a few things, eh? You like get somebody else's hair transplanted in, and then you adopt their personality.
Yeah.
Right. Classic.
Ooh. Good episode.
That sounds fun.
Is this fun?
The premise is faulty, my friend.
Is this fun
I have
for
a
you?
beautiful hairline.
Baldy?
So this is the thing. People point this
Here we
out.
go.
It's actually possibly the worst thing you could target Ethan Klein for, because there's a lot of like physical things people make fun of him for, and that he takes on the chin and makes fun of himself for. Look at his face. He is so happy you're gunning for his hair. It's like his favorite part of himself.
The one thing that isn't.
Yeah, he's like, thank you for.
He just
putting
clearly
focus on
has
my hairline."
hair.
Yeah,
he has hair.
He just
got hair.
has it. It's just there on his head. You can
just
see it
doesn't
with your
work.
eyes.
It's like if you said, Chris Hemsworth, you're fat, and he's just kind of looking at you. Like, it's just not true.
It'd be like figuratively, or
well, that's the thing.
surely not literally.
All isn't a literal matter of fact. It's a frame of mind.
Yeah, that XQC, if he was able to explain it, would be like, you think bald. You'd be like, what?
Your
You know
soul
how those
is
bald
bald.
people
Your
are.
soul is
Oh
bald.
god.
Is this fun for you or not?
I'm having trouble with the premise. It has a striking resemblance to you trying to argue other points. It literally has no premise at all. It has no basis in reality.
You're just throwing insults for the sake
Go
of
ahead.
doing
I'm going to
it.
be quiet. I'm going to sit. I'm going to pack. I'll sit away.
Wait, hold on a second.
Okay,
hold on a second. Yeah, didn't XQC just said you're just throwing insults, but he just threw the worst insult.
But that's why
all
he
this
threw it.
worst
He
insult,
felt
yeah.
he was being
Right.
insulted, so he was like, I'm coming for your boldness now.
Oh shit.
That's when
I'm
you
gonna hit
know
you
Even
the
if you're not
gloves are off.
physically bald, even if you're not physically bald, you're morally bald, and that's what matters.
Yes.
Yeah,
Morally
that's it.
bald.
Nailed it.
You're spiritually bald.
Yes,
You're bald at
Love it.
heart.
bald at heart.
Okay.
The
So,
bold and the
I
beautiful.
don't know if you've done any statistical
Baldur's
analysis
Gate.
in the past. I don't know if you've maybe had a stat class. Do you have any experience with statistics or not?
Go ahead.
Stats. Do you have any experience? It's a question. Do you have any experience with statistics or not?
Go ahead. Just make your point.
Wait. Did you do that or did they do that?
They did that. It's hairline cap.
That's
what I
what
mean.
really good at it.
Yeah,
Oh
the
my
producers
God.
are on the point, right? Like on point in terms of the jokes. Like that's a very that's
That's the
why he
great thing
pays
when you
them
have like a. That's the great thing when you have like a producing crew. They can like do shit like this
on the
That's,
fly. They can make up some good
on the
jokes.
fly.
Oh man.
It's
and
just
on how it
like, what can
performs.
you say? He's just not bald.
Yeah, XQC, try it something else, dude. Try to go somewhere else. This is a bad one.
That looks like a natural curve.
This is like
right?
the meme.
It's already going
This is the meme with the crow on the stand-up stage.
Yeah. No,
looking
someone
at
made
his-
that meme.
Yes.
Looking at his cards.
It's the one
Yeah.
joke. Yeah.
That's what this is. That's what's happening.
If you check EFAP memes, I think it's in there. That one. You can...
Oh, has someone done that?
Yeah,
Oh,
if you
let me
grab
look
it,
and
we can
grab
put it
it.
on screen. But
Yeah, let me scroll up and grab it.
But hey, apparently
Bravo to
XQC is
you.
about to say something that kind of makes sense. I'm curious how he fucks that one up.
I'll give him a point right now, but the problem is, of course, he sunk himself when he went after him for being bald.
Oh yeah, of course.
I'm just picturing now though, like it's a dark room and it's like 2 a.m. and Ethan's at home and like inconsolable. His wife goes to bed and like he slowly removes his wig and he actually just
I gotta scroll
How
through all
did he
these
know?
fucking golden YMS memes.
Oh my god.
Any statistical analysis in the past? I don't know if you've maybe had a stat class. Do you have any experience with statistics or not?
Go ahead.
Stats. Do you have any experience? Do you have any experience with statistics or not?
Go ahead. Just make your point. What does it matter?
Okay. Okay. The curve of a video and on how it's
so done.
performs,
He's like, I won.
that looks like a natural curve, right? You can see it's already going down before I watch it, and it keeps going down at a certain rate past it, right? Do you have any proof or any indicators that the video would have performed poorly or better after the reaction?
Wow.
There you go. You managed to actually get the point out.
Did it?
That was
That's
a
an
smart
argument,
point.
and it's not a bad one either. Even though, even though again, it's like, what is to be done when you can never directly compare one video to how it would have performed in an alternate timeline? The best that you can do is like for like.
Yeah. The probably the best move here, and while I wouldn't normally do this, I think this might be a time to appeal to intuition and be like, well, reasonably, we can probably assume that you're really hurting the channel.
I think it's a fair. I think like the intuition is fair. Somebody's watched the video more or less exactly as it existed before. What incentive do they have to go rewatch that video on that other person's channel? They've already gotten everything they could have out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, remember, he's already killed him. He got him on motive.
He did get him on motive. That's true.
Yeah.
But this
I mean,
kind of goes into that
counter-argument to that-
question. This kind of goes into the question I think you asked. I don't remember if it was when we were on or in your conversation with him, Mahler, about if an alien like steals your work and then takes it to a different galaxy and profits off it. I mean, does that make it wrong? It's like it still kind of sucks. Like even if you're not directly harmed by it, even if no one was going to watch his original video, it's still kind of shitty.
I think part of the reality I tried to imply was that if all the aliens on that planet loved his work and then found that out, which by the way, there's a Futurama episode where this fucking happens. Leela makes a cartoon fun puppet show, and then it turns out that all of her storylines are taken from her going to a planet where all of those creatures are actually real, and she just watches them for a day and writes down all the things that happen. Kind of funny how that's like exactly reflective when people find out she's a fraud. Obviously, it's like
right.
You're not a good writer. You just stole it.
Because intuitively it feels wrong. Even if they're not being harmed by it, intuitively it feels like you're stealing or doing something.
Yeah.
wrong.
Normally, that part of what some of us would call soul would be like, oh yeah, this isn't like, oh, this is something not right here. You know.
I mean, if your soul's bald, maybe you feel that way.
Oh.
It's a full head of hair. You don't
isn't
understand.
that something they say? Like my soul is laid bare.
A fully haired soul.
Right?
Soul
My
is laid
soul
bald.
is laid
My
bald.
soul is laid
laid
bald. I lay my soul
Oh
bald before you.
no. Oh, people. Yeah, so people will go after XQC like, you can't call Ethan bald when your hairline is much worse than his. It's like, oh shit.
Uh-oh.
And-
You've
and you
lost.
know what?
You had one thing.
And
It was
especially when
shitty
he's in
in
his
one
20s as well.
Rejection.
He's a lot younger.
Yeah, I think he's 28 or something. XQC. Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, like that's why he has the long hair. That's like kind of framing his face,
covers
right, to
up.
hide the baldness.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Which is not a bad idea. It's just don't make fun of people for being balding when it seems like you're
Oh,
on
yeah.
a faster track to getting. Don't make fun of people for being bald in general. Like it's
Yeah,
not
I would
something
never
that-
tell a murderer to use a shallow grave. Use a deep grave. You know.
So Fringy's law is there's only certain circumstances you can make fun of someone who's bald. You can't do it here or here, but
No, I'd say that generally you shouldn't do it. But if you're gonna,
No, I'm
make
joking, I'm
sure
joking,
You're
I'm
not
joking,
bald.
Right.
Like,
If you're gonna do it,
bald.
ensure you are not bald.
Yeah, it's the basic law. If
The
you
book of
are insulting
insults.
someone for them being bald, do not
Don't
be
be
bald.
bald.
You
The
might have
number one
heard the old
fucking
expression.
important
Those the classic age-old expression. Those in grass huts should not throw spears.
he who is not bald can cast the first bald.
Yeah.
That was literally a joke in Community. I forgot about that. Where he's like, what's the actor's name who played? Chevy Chase. He calls him bald, and he just says, "Well, you're bald." And then Chevy Chase like rages out.
Take that back.
So obviously,
Listen, guys. We got to stop all this harassment going on the
Oh
stream.
my
Oh,
god. Oh my god.
Now that you've done that, Rags is gonna be like, I'm gonna find a better one.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've seen that. You,
Yeah.
yeah, there's no need to comb to the dark side here.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice. Oh, you got you already. You got fucked up.
Jeez.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
not you're not poor in hair jokes, are you?
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
any data that we do have, which is of course just one, definitely proves that if it did have an effect, it's negative or negligible. And as the guy who is I mean, right? I mean, you certainly can't say that this helped the video. Are you actually arguing that a 87% decrease helped the video, xQc? That's really what you're arguing to me right now. That's awesome, dude.
So we're gonna go ahead and have the conclusion that you did.
Hey, wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Let's go back just a little bit. Can we go back like 5 seconds or something?
No.
Is 5 all you
I'd
want?
rather not, but fair enough.
Yeah, no, I just want to get a look at this.
Yeah,
this
we're not
graph.
paying for them. You could go back more if you want.
Yeah.
So
You can go
it
back to the
seems-
beginning if you want, but I'm gonna leave. if that-
all the way, do it all again. So it seems like look at it, like if you want to actually look at numbers here, like it seems like the rate of decline slowed after the reaction, right?
Yeah.
So you could make the argument that xQc might have given him a little bit of a boost.
It gave him a tiny help. Yes.
Yeah.
Arguably,
Which
but
is-
also
which
the
is
problem
even
is
like-
that it might have happened anyway. And then when he says a 87.87 decrease in impressions, like it's complicated because it's the comparison of what it would have been if not for that. Like that number, all this shit is so irrelevant until we have a comparison.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I mean this
I
guy's
mean-
analysis is wrong and stupid, but Ethan can point to it and say, "Look at the graph."
Yeah, and Ethan and Felix can just go, yeah, look at the graph. I win. Like, no, I win. It's like, no, I win.
Right.
Look at this graph.
So like there's definitely graphs out there of like a
There are
video that
graphs.
gets reacted to, say.
There are
There are
giraffe
graphs
graphs
out there. Yeah.
There are giraffes. There. Listen, guys, let's not
Giraffes.
split hairs here, okay? Let's not split hairs.
Oh.
Oh my goodness gracious.
So there are many graphs out there where a video got reacted to like a month after it came out, and then there was like a viewership spike and a sub spike, and then it settles back down to like the normal background views of before. I don't think you can make a claim that hurt them, you know, because after a few weeks, videos just kind of, unless they're like certain types of content that are just always booming, most videos on YouTube just kind of have the same amount of just background views constantly.
Right.
Well,
So
and
I think like,
I think they shouldn't have
like a
gone
spike,
this direction anyway. They should have focused on the fact that he does the same titles and thumbnails to get into the algorithm to siphon views. It's simple. It's over at that point. That's what your goal is, and he's trying to critique him morally. That's it.
Right.
Right.
We don't need to
Yeah,
bring up all
because-
of this because this is just confusing. And if
Yeah.
anything, I'm willing to concede that it could very well have benefited this person. We really don't know.
The number. This is why last time I was on Mongler, I said the numbers conversation actually isn't that interesting because it's just math, right? You can just, if you have perfect information, you can math out. Oh, did you actually gain or lose from it? Oh, you gained. Okay, it was good for you. You lost. It was bad for you. But that's not a moral conversation because the moral conversation is, you know, how do you feel about what happened to them taking it? You know, did you get consent? You know, these are conversations you can't mathematically kind of suss out.
Well, and it's worth mentioning as well, like I said, this one even feels more irrelevant because of the stipulations, which were like, make sure to promote the channel and the video, make sure to not have the same title and thumbnail, it's just like, well, then that just doesn't help us at all.
What Ethan should be emphasizing is that, like, if he wants to make the argument with these stats, is that these stats are the optimal. This is the optimal situation.
Best case
where,
scenario,
like,
essentially.
Exactly. You're most likely to get something from it compared to the typical kind of reaction. With the
What's the
exact
average,
thumbnail.
reaction?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think on average it helps? Instead of saying, well, it can logically help, you know?
Arguing that a 87% decrease helped the video, xQc? That's really what you're arguing to me right now. That's awesome, dude.
So we're gonna go ahead and have the conclusion that you did not have a statistics class at all.
I understand your.
Unfortunately, when you fumble the pronunciation, it kind of ruins the dunk.
I feel like half of his communication problems would be solved if he just slowed down.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, you can get a speech therapist if you need one, which, you know.
I mean, I'm assuming he has some actual like disorder that would right. Like this is we're making fun of someone that has a disorder.
He's Canadian. It's called being French. Sitch.
Okay, I mean that is true.
If he does, I think that speech therapy can often help with these kinds of problems.
No, I mean you're right. It could help.
I mean, what was the King's Speech all about? If not, perseverance and dedication to speaking, and then you become good at speaking.
Everyone's telling me in chat, but slowing down is bold. Fair enough.
Also true.
Point, but
I think that it's really odd that xQc is calling Ethan bald when he's the one who needs to pay.
You worked on that probably for a little while, right?
I don't even get that.
No,
Wait,
actually,
what?
it just came to me as if in a
I
fucking
don't believe
vision from
you.
God.
Don't
I believe
you.
that no, I've received special revelation from God in the form of that.
Wait, are you
I'm
musing
incredible.
about the
I didn't
fact
get
that
that one.
you obviously had
What's
to
the
have worked
joke?
on it? Because no, you could work on it for a while or a short amount of time.
No, I worked on it for a very short amount of time that's virtually indistinguishable from, like, just came to me in a flash.
It was okay.
Doesn't remind me of the Flash.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't get it. I don't even.
God
get
fucking
it.
damn it.
I see a lot of boos in
Toupee.
chat. A lot of people.
Toupee.
Oh, toupee.
Oh,
Okay.
toupee.
Toupee. Yeah.
I would have given you a sensible chuckle if I got
That was worth at least a sensible chuckle on the open market.
Us Aussies are the fastest speaking Anglos. I don't know about that. I feel like we're the slowest.
I have no. I'd be interested in a list though. What is
Yeah,
it?
now that you've
Yeah,
now
what's
that
the
you've
data?
asked
Can you back that up?
it's just a thought in my head because
Who is the fastest speaking
genuinely,
Anglos?
I would have put Australians lower on the
Oh.
list of the fastest speaking English speakers.
As far as I'm aware, Welsh speak real fast. At the fastest. It's to the point where you can't understand them.
The Brad Pitt character in Snatch is like the fastest talking.
Yeah.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if anything, you would describe Australians as very drawn out and relaxed and loose, not fast.
You don't have a very thick Australian accent.
I don't have a very thick Australian accent, all things considered. Yeah.
Efren, what the fuck?
What's up
What do
with
you
that?
mean?
Are you really?
I
Are you
can
fake?
How dare
only
you?
assume that
Were
it's
you
the
raised by
product-
kangaroos? What's going on here?
If I was raised by kangaroos, I probably wouldn't speak English, would I?
Not with that attitude.
Yeah, I guess so. But
You
I-
still
I'm
speak
not
better than
working.
XQC.
My best guess would be. Oh wow. What is the implication, Rags? Oh, if I was raised by kangaroos, which I wasn't. Like,
If you were raised by kangaroos, you would still speak better than XQC.
Well, someone
It
said
doesn't
that
say
about
anything
Paul.
about you. I'm not lifting you up. I'm dragging him down. Just
Kangaroos
be
have
clear.
excellent elocution. Okay.
Well, someone in
this is
chat
a
pointed out I
stereotype.
don't sound German enough, so I guess I'm in the same boat, Ringy. So whatever.
That's right.
You sound kind of German.
Mola doesn't sound that well.
You take that back.
None of you know what Welsh people sound like.
Yeah, dude.
And I don't sound that American.
Very jammy.
No,
I mean,
you sound.
No, I
quite
do.
American.
I kind of do. I sound pretty American.
You sound
Yeah.
very
Wait, where do you-
American, Rags?
Yeah, I sound pretty
When you think that American sound when Rag sounds American, where do you think, like, is it a specific region of America?
The impression that I get is that what people think of as like an American accent, it's
Mhm.
kind of silly because there's a bunch of different American accents, but I do feel
Right.
like basically California is what people are thinking of with like an American accent.
I mean, Rags does not sound Californian at all to
No,
me.
it doesn't. No, it's not like that
No.
Cali Valley thing. It's more like
Right.
a general sort of West Coast American kind of. That's what I imagine because it feels like you go to a lot of other places, you get more distinctive kind of
Yeah, I think it's called like
South or New
like
England or New York, various parts
like
of New York.
because I would say I think it's called like
Midwestern.
metropolitan accent, which is kind of like the lack of a
Okay.
specific.
I've always
dialect.
felt Rag sounds like he's from Arkansas. That's kind of the impression I've gotten.
What?
Yeah. Wow. Very specific.
I get the
Wow.
I get the impression with Rags is that it's
Pinpoint.
Rags is more like it's kind of you can get that southern kind of you can kind of hear it in there, but it's not quite so
Occasionally.
strong.
Yeah,
a little bit.
peeks out a little bit.
Not super
It's
strong.
not strong because my dad's from Missouri, and my mom never really had a strong Southern accent, so I never really picked one up from my parents
Is she
that much.
from the South?
But yes, as far as I know, she was born in Arkansas,
That's
or
kind of unusual.
either there or Oklahoma. But that was before she could speak at that point. But
I see a lot
um,
of people saying a Midwestern accent, which I was also kind of thinking, but
Which is fair.
But there is kind of a sort of there are some sort of quirks to a Midwestern accent, right?
There,
Yeah,
when I worked in a restaurant, people would often ask where I was from because of my accent. Because I guess just where I was and
Dude,
who
I've had people
how my
ask me if
parents
I'm
sounded.
fucking American. I can't.
You have an
believe
odd
that.
accent.
I've
I had
had
no
the
idea
same
that
thing.
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't
I
get
had that
that
happen
one.
as well.
I do not understand that one. It's like, oh yeah.
Well, no, yeah, you don't. To an American, you don't sound American, but maybe to.
No,
Australian.
nah, no way. I
Yeah.
do not. I do not sound like an American.
That's what I'm saying. To an American,
Rags was from an educated West Virginia.
There you go. To an American, you don't sound American,
enough.
but maybe to someone who's not American, they would. be
Well, I'm an
confused.
Australian, and I don't think I sound like an American. So
Well, I mean, I agree, but
Yeah, but
No
you're
one
you,
thinks you sound
Frankie.
American.
You're biased.
I'm biased.
Bald.
In what way?
You're bald.
Biased and bald. Done.
What do you think is the most? Do you think the Oxford accent is like what people think of when they think of a British accent, or do you think it's more like Cockney or like
I
Yorkshire?
have to imagine people have a couple in their head for British. I don't think there's going to be a
Yeah.
dominant necessarily. Maybe
Whatever-
English at that
whatever
point.
Whatever you are.
Well, but I mean English. Like what?
That's what I'm saying, though. Exactly. Like the
Yeah.
British is already there's like a bazillion accents in Britain, but
Which is so
if there
fascinating
was
'cause-
one people thought of, it's probably going to be English before any of the others, and then which of English is probably going to be like I don't know. I don't think it would be the posh one. Yeah, it would probably be a combination of somewhere between posh and Cockney.
I mean, it's all English to me, so I don't know. the difference.
Racism.
I mean, you
All
know,
a bunch of proto-Americans running around.
Old racism.
That actually makes sense. Bald racism. That there's actually a thread of logic there.
I think
it's so
of
apparent.
when I think about British accent, it comes down to either like I don't know the names of them. It's either like a Lee Mack or a David Mitchell kind of thing.
Do you think
it's
there's
very-
anybody who thinks of Michael Caine's accent as like typical British?
That would be bad.
That's just Michael
sure.
Caine's accent.
That's what I'm
to
saying.
me,
Like
you
I
know?
feel like
That's Michael Caine.
Mm.
Yeah.
He's the best because he's the easiest person to impersonate. Because the meme is you just say my cocaine and you start to sound like him.
There you go.
That's
Say his name.
right. That's
Michael
right.
Caine.
That's great.
You
That's
see,
wonderful.
it's easy. Look at that.
We do not condone the use of cocaine on every frame of pause.
I do.
Unless you're
Whatever it is
Michael
that
Caine.
XQC took
If you
before
want to have
this
tangerines,
debate.
we're okay
don't
with
do
eating
it.
tangerines. They're,
Oh,
you know,
tangerines are great.
Remember, 2 serves of fruit, every day. It's 2 serves, right? 2 serves of fruit, 5 serves of vegetables.
I don't know how many servings of fruit you get a day. Yeah.
I was taught 2, and then 5 servings of vegetables, which I feel like.
How many servings
stuff's
of fruit
bullshit
a day?
anyway.
The
think
American
servings
Heart
are palm of your
Association,
hand.
also known as AHA, recommends 4 to 5 servings each of fruits and vegetables daily.
Oh,
So, Fringy, I've got some bad news. You're
Okay.
horrifically malnourished, and you may die at any moment.
oh no, I eat a
Oh,
lot
boy,
of
me
fruit.
too,
and I
then.
eat vegetables. I like fruit. I like apples,
I don't know which one I
bananas,
eat.
and
Yes, most
pears,
people are.
strawberries. Yeah, I mean, fruit is wonderful. Whereas
Fruit is
like
really good.
vegetables, I feel like it's it feels like
Ew.
they need more work. Like fruit is often good on its own.
Yeah, because you can
It's
just
Like
you can
God
just
didn't
eat
put enough
a
work into it.
yeah, basically yeah. He skipped vegetable day, but you can just eat a strawberry or a plum or something like that, and it'll be really yummy. But you're not just gonna yank out a cauliflower or a broccoli and just bite in,
Right.
Yeah, you're not
I
the
didn't eat
Flash.
garfish lately. I don't eat
Yeah.
garfish. I only had it that one time, pretty much.
How did you like? Did you like it?
Uh,
Garfish.
I liked it. I prefer salmon. That's
So
that's
you'll
usually
eat
my
Garfish,
my
but you won't eat
Salmon is
Garfield.
good stuff.
I wouldn't.
That's not
No,
a
I would not
fish.
eat Garfield the cat. No, I wouldn't.
I didn't say anything about a cat.
You said Garfield.
That's where you
That's what-
plant the garfish.
That's what Mowgli's
before
cow
you-
was called.
I got salmon in my fridge. I gotta make it.
what
I'll
my
make
cow
it
is
after the
called.
stream. I got a half a fillet, I think, or half a fillet left. A decent amount.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. Yum. Love me.
We
some
do have to
salmon.
return to listening to xQc at some point. We can't avoid it
Oh,
forever.
I mean,
Do
well,
we
here's the thing,
really?
Mahler. We literally don't have to. This is our show.
We don't have
we,
to.
We actually could
we
just
literally
leave.
do make the decisions. We could just leave and say goodbye,
Well,
everyone. Buy our
here's the
vinyls. We
Well,
just-
I was about to say before we segue back into, might it be worthwhile to remind anybody who's popped in
Yes,
about the good news?
absolutely. Mahler,
Um,
flash it on screen.
No, not
I was
that one.
gonna
The
do
other
it
one.
between the xQc Ethan section and the Ethan Hassan
Oh
section.
yeah, okay, that's okay.
All
We can
right.
wait.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
it doesn't
fair.
matter. We could just tell people. Yeah, vinyls.
That's true. We'll just keep telling people.
We're gonna
got
give
it.
them a big show of it as soon as we reach
Yes,
the
Yum.
right.
midpoint. But yeah, anyone who's like actually in the new and like, what did you just say? Vinyl music? They did music? Check the description, and maybe you'll get your answers
Wow.
as to what he's referring to.
But it's not making any sense.
I love that we return on that.
How is it that a 52% decrease in viewers is a dub for you?
Because it could have been a 65%. It could have been a 65% decrease.
It's a fair point.
Right?
It could have been
It is
worse.
a fair point.
Yeah, it could have been worse. But
okay. Do you have any proof that it
honestly, you could have just let him sit there. That didn't look great for Ethan, right? Because he was like,
didn't.
"Oh, it could have been worse." And it's like, "Yep."
The power of silence.
Would have been or wouldn't have been? Do you have any data behind that or not?
That's, I mean, dude, that's such a silly way to try to deflect from this really compelling data.
Because in my data sets, I have a.
Gonna be honest with you, I think Ethan's coping a little bit.
Well, here's the thing, though. I don't like when xQc is saying in my data sets, it's like, okay, you got to show them.
Yeah,
Stop
show 'em.
appealing to data sets that we never get to see.
Yeah. What data do you have that would lead us to even begin to believe this?
Oh, I
is
have
a
the data.
positive
I have the
thing?
data. I have the data and the statistics.
Let's
Because
see
I
that
would just
shit, yeah.
statistics less, but it's like, can you just show them? Like, do you mind showing them once?
Yeah, evidence you don't present is not evidence.
Exactly. Well, it's like, yeah, it's
I
like,
have
oh, do you have
loads
any
of
evidence? Yeah, it's in my car. It's like I left it at home.
It's like having a
gentlemen,
really great argument that would
Exhibit
destroy
A,
your
and it's
point.
just nothing.
Exhibit A.
Yeah.
Just imagine it. Like it's really good.
really
It's a really
good.
great exhibit. It's very
Exhibit
good.
A, Exhibit B.
I know the answer, but I'm not going to tell you it.
That's a bunch of them, and all the
It
video
seems
curves
to
have the
me that you're
same.
looking for any excuse, any out to justify you stealing content from people, even in the
Now it's time to get back to hammering the overall point because this is a dead end.
face of data that suggests that it's
And
not okay.
here it comes. When the man fails to compile data properly, like somebody who knows what he's doing, you make a conclusion based on one piece of data that you don't even understand. Is this a way to proceed with for you or not? Is this a way that you?
Oh, if only he was more eloquent. He's actually doing okay. What he just said is
Yeah,
solid.
yeah.
but-
He's getting a second win, but he's stumbling. You know.
To argue and have that conversation, or what's going on here? I don't get it.
Well, me neither, dude. You're trying
Exactly. Yeah. Seize the opportunity to get away from that point.
to tell me that a significant decrease in views is a dub.
Ethan, I'm gonna be honest with you. I just lost 16 viewers since you've talked. Clearly, you're robbing me.
How
and
do you know that you're not boring?
what?
Maybe you're the fucking boring one.
Oh, you're saying it's impossible to know because we only have one.
No, I know.
timeline,
You're
right?
you're definitely more boring and not as fun to watch.
Oh,
That's
okay,
a
well,
fact.
Well, that.
Bit awkward, probably not a good response. I think Ethan realizes that pretty soon now, and he actually pulls it back.
Really,
That's a joke, of course. I think you're very entertaining. You're very talented.
Oh wow.
Because it came across super petty, and
Yeah.
like the thing is, xQc's this is like his big chance. 'Cause he's kind of right here.
So I'll say this. Ultimately, I'm pretty perplexed by this conclusion that I guess negative data, even just one data set.
Okay, I got you. You know what, dude? You want to go? I really didn't think you would bite on the data thing because you were gonna get fucking clapped, right?
Just bring out the data. If you've got it,
Do it.
bring it
This
out.
is the
Just
time.
bring it
This
out.
is like this is why you have the data, so that if you're in a big debate on the internet, you can use that shit. What are you holding on to? What are you holding on to it for? In case you need it later?
Yeah,
you don't expend it.
Take a shit or get off the pot situation. Get the data or move on from this point.
Yeah.
But since you want the data, okay. I mean, even though you're the one that has to prove something that's negative, I'll prove
Before
to
you
the
do that,
positive.
can you do me a favor? Read number 3 of his stipulation.
I'm going back to this
Hold
because
on,
it's
don't-
really,
don't-
really solid. You know.
Yeah.
Dan will pull it up for you. This is one of his stipulations.
Use a different thumbnail for excuse reaction video. Any direct competition in my video and minimize.
I'm sorry, I'll read it because
I was about to say.
Probably. I'll read it. I'll read it because I can English.
It sounds so mean, but it's so true.
with peace and love. I don't think many people understood that. Use a different
With peace and
just
With peace and love.
being fair. Use a different thumbnail for xQc's reaction video to prevent any direct competition with my video and to minimize viewer confusion. Direct competition, viewer confusion.
He just
Even
fucking
thinks
threw
so.
his bottle
That's
away.
why you
Why
use
did
the
you say
same
that?
title and
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
The maid will
from
get
the
it.
maid. Yeah.
Let's see.
video to
I
prevent
wanna
any
see it.
direct
Look at him.
competition with my
Finishes
video
it.
and to minimize viewer confusion. Direct
Guy goes like,
competition,
"Yeet."
viewer
Holy shit.
Dude, at least he screwed the top on so it
At
wouldn't
least
fucking
he's screwed
drool all over the
top on,
carpet.
Sure, but like,
God.
holy crap, you just tossed it
Yeah.
over his
Fucking wonder.
shoulder.
I know.
confusion. Even he thinks so. That's why
What a
you use the
fucking
same title
animal.
and thumbnail, bro. Why are you denying reality?
Bro, that Valorant accent, I just lost fucking 16 viewers again. Holy fuck, it's kind of crazy.
It better be funny or
Um,
something, bro.
Like it sucks because as much as I obviously on Ethan's side of this argument, like xQc had something. Ethan dragged him back to the thumbnail because it's been like his strongest point, and xQc's just let him.
Yep.
Well, I'm just telling you.
React harder, xQc.
The way it says you, bro. Hey, listen, you're the guy who sits like this in fucking 20 degrees and does this.
So the transformative nature is about how straight you sit. Got it.
Oh, Ethan, you want to talk about amount of transformation? Then if we want to move on to that topic, let's just get some of your I think your wife's old merch, right? Which is a direct
yes, I love this topic.
So for anyone who doesn't know, this gets brought up a lot that Teddy Fresh had a big old controversy because Klein, that's her business, I believe, Teddy Fresh. They sell clothing, and one of their designers basically straight up stole a design, and they got in serious trouble for it. But it's been sorted.
Was it only one design?
As far as I'm aware, I don't know if it was more than one. I can't claim otherwise, but this conversation, they'll cover most of it anyway.
I saw that. I've seen it. And
some
of the arguments you had against it.
But obviously, this is just optically speaking, like, xQc, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
This is where he's just reaching for whatever he can grab. He knows that this is a thing, a drama that happened, so he's using it. Meanwhile,
see, you're evil too.
If you look at like Ethan's smile, he knows exactly what xQc is walking into.
Yeah, and they would have prepped for this.
I think I changed the angle by 16 degrees, and I changed a little bit of the gamma color on this one. That's very transformative. Okay, Ethan, I'm going to watch your entire thing, not react in any way, shape, or form. I'm going to change the color of the gamma and opacity, and I'm going to rotate it sideways. That's going to be transformative, right? Ethan, come on.
So let me ask you, before I address that, and I'm happy to, I'm going to address everything you said about Teddy Fresh.
Go ahead.
What does it matter if I'm a hypocrite? How does that affect this conversation we're having? Genuinely.
You did try this before. It didn't work.
Yeah, we had that before.
Doesn't answer this question.
xQc isn't intelligent enough to understand what's being said to him.
Because we're talking about the philosophical nature of taking people's videos, right? And I'm having this conversation with you, but instead of answering the question, you're constantly deflecting to prove that, no, I'm a bad guy. And I don't see why you would do that other than the fact that you don't have a good argument to argue the substance. Like, why do you keep deflecting? What does it matter if I'm a hypocrite?
Ethan, you know, sometimes you send it like a tweet, and people still people comment in the bottom and they say there's still time to delete this. Listen, Ethan, there's still time to fucking end the call and you go about your day, okay? Before you say some really fucking dumb shit, okay? When you're out here.
Well, okay.
Again, it's like xQc wasn't even fucking listening. Did you not hear anything Ethan said?
No,
he's just angry. It was. And there's ways out of this. You just be like, I'm just trying to prove that you don't believe in what you're claiming to believe. That's all. That's all you have to say.
Yeah.
Saying, what does it matter that I'm a hypocrite? I'm just saying, when you say, well, dude, what does it matter that I'm a hypocrite? Well,
no, I'm genuinely curious, but I'll answer the Teddy Fresh before you do your monologue.
It discredits all your points and makes you look like
it doesn't. No, I'm genuinely curious. No. xQc, no, I really want you to answer it.
And you fell on your face flat. No, it's time to let on the facts.
No, it's an interesting philosophical question.
Prove me wrong.
Okay, first of all, the Teddy Fresh thing. So Teddy Fresh is a company with 30 employees. And by the way, I love whenever someone's losing a debate to me, they bring this up. It's literally the lowest hanging fruit. And if you knew anything about me, you know I've talked about this 1,000 times, but I'll address it because you brought it up.
Go ahead.
We have like a whole team of designers, and sometimes our designers are taking stuff way too close to the source, and I agree, and it's not okay.
Give a fuck. So does my editors, which makes us about equal on that topic. So you can.
No, it's what you do as a result.
Oh, it's so fucking
If you find out that because if you find out that one of your employees nicked someone else's design, and you fire them and you compensate the person who was wrong, then you're good to go.
That's what xQc rags. xQc doesn't see the difference between the people who find out the problem happened and try to rectify it and prevent it in future, and the person who just lets it happen. He's like the same. Both damage was done both times, so fuck you.
Yeah, it happened though.
It's really great position, really strong position to have.
Still, sometimes when somebody gets confused at the company, when one of the sweatshop guys gets it wrong,
hold on.
Oh, my bad. But when my editor gets it wrong, oh no, we are thieving.
Hold on. Let me finish my point.
Yeah, bring out Hila. Hey, bring him in.
Oh my god.
Bring her in. Like, it's okay, dude. Don't. It's like comes across as he's freaking out because now there's two of them.
God.
Yeah.
Hold on. Your husband is bald.
Oh, there are two of them.
Oh no! Oh my god! Really?
My husband looks awesome.
Dude, my hairline is. You really? Okay, dude. The fact that you're coming for my hairline just proves how fucking delusional. Your whole. That's a metaphor for all of your arguments. Okay, Teddy Fresh. We have designers, right? And it's a big. We have a fairly large company. This is a common problem in all streetwear. We've had designers who have pretty much close to stole designs. We fired people over it, and every time it comes up, we have company meetings and say, guys, this is unacceptable. If you're caught...
Do you see how, like, xQc's bored because now he's going to have to listen to the whole explanation?
It's
He's like,
like,
why
you
did you
brought it
bring it
up.
up? Yeah, like...
Yeah, you brought it up. Of course he's going to talk about
waste
it.
of time. He's going to know it way better than you. All you've got is
Especially
someone
if this
told
is
you.
Stuff that he's already, which I imagine, I'm not very familiar with this. I imagine he's already talked about this at length.
Probably.
With how obsessive he is about the legality of everything, obviously they have squared all of this away. Like, no way they haven't. So now you've just invited them to explain how innocent they are.
Doing this, you will be fired.
And we've made a strict guideline, and it doesn't happen anymore.
What have
it
you
hasn't
done?
happened.
What have you done to prevent it?
Okay. So
Okay.
this is really good.
Okay. Says okay.
Okay.
You done?
Okay. That's what you sounded like.
Is he done?
It's so petty.
No, he's done. You can talk. He's done.
I'm just being silly. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I don't know how you put up with this shit. I would fucking leave his ass. Anyway.
Oh my god!
Jesus.
Jeez.
You know what I mean? It's like, oh, xQc, you're flailing, buddy. Stop. Get back on top.
pretty
This is looking bad. Yeah.
Having a third child with him.
No, you're
my
getting
God.
divorced. Wait, xQc didn't even say we're getting divorced yet. Go ahead.
xQc is getting.
You know, our 4-year-old would love you.
Oh,
shit!
Wait, what was that? I didn't catch that.
I'll throw it back because that was a very snide and quick comment from one of the people on Ethan's team. But xQc is currently going through a divorce, as far as I'm aware, and he so Ethan making reference like he didn't even make fun of my divorce, and then the guy in the background said he's going through a divorce.
Oh,
It's like,
But again, the problem is xQc was the first one to start talking.
He brought up the
their
relationship.
for me, it's just shit slinging. That's all it becomes.
Those in grass huts, damn it.
Is he done or?
No, he's done. You can talk. He's done.
This is
I'm
like
just
a
being
child.
silly. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I don't know how you put up with this shit. I would fucking leave his ass. Anyway,
Bro,
I'm having a third child with him.
No, you're
my
getting
God.
divorced. Wait, xQc didn't even say we're getting divorced yet. Go ahead.
xQc is getting.
You know, our 4-year-old would love
It
your
just
giraffe.
sneaks in that comment.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, isn't there like a rumor going around though that Ethan is getting divorced, and
There is a rumor.
There
but
was,
apparently
but it's not true.
It's not anything. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's-
not true.
That was a while ago, though.
I don't know who you got it for, but our 4-year-old would love your giraffe in the back.
Don't buy it. It's way too pricey for no reason. But I like it a lot.
Okay.
It's
Like a
really cute.
watch?
Okay, so let me just.
Sorry,
So-
Hila came to defend Teddy Fresh because you're talking about her
I
business.
actually wasn't planning to come in, but you
Yes.
brought up Teddy Fresh. Listen, then talk to me, because I'm the person
listen,
running Teddy Fresh, not
yes,
him.
Yes.
If you want to
I
talk about
understand.
it, talk to me.
I understand, Hila.
Okay.
And the reason why I brought up that point, okay, is that sometimes some things happen where it's somebody else's fault, it's a mistake, it's a whatever, right? And some things just gonna happen, right?
Is he implying it's the editor's fault?
Yeah, like some things are gonna happen. I'm not gonna change anything about it because as I already said, I don't give a shit. But you did
That
something,
sounds
so
good.
actually I have nothing to stand on. So I don't know why I brought it up.
Mistakes were made. Okay.
It's just like human nature and just
Totally.
it's a course of time.
That's
and
such bullshit.
And the question is, what do you do about
Yeah,
it?
what are you doing about it on a daily basis?
I took action about it,
Yeah.
and it hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Since
So
things came up
basi- so-
online, people pointed out to us. We had meetings at the office. We made guidelines when we work with new graphic
What are you
designers.
doing about it? That's the question.
What are you doing?
Okay. So if you guys stop bombarding and you actually listen to the
This
answer.
isn't bombarding. I'm
Stop
talking.
with the fucking posturing.
I'm
You
defending
don't
my
need to- you don't-
company.
just answer the question. You don't need to do these. These like, if you'll stop interrupt, just answer the fucking question, bro. Nobody cares.
All right. Okay. I'll answer the question.
Okay.
So what you are agreeing with me is that sometimes, right? There's gonna be a mistake. There's gonna be something that somebody doesn't want.
Daily
and you'll
basis with you.
Go on.
And-
Go on.
And you will rectify it after the fact, in hindsight, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
What we did is not okay. You continue to do it on a daily basis several times.
That is the point in full. Just
Yeah.
basic point, but for some reason xQc keeps trying to appeal to the fact that it's like, we've both done it in the past, therefore we are the same, therefore that's it, done and done.
It would be different if I came here and I said, I don't care. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm distributing to those guys who made the original graphic. I'm making their life better while I'm sitting in a Gucci shirt, you know?
Okay. Yeah, that was like $1,000 is what it is.
I know.
Exactly.
Okay,
which
good for you,
I don't know
I
why.
guess.
Yeah, that felt
Wait,
weird.
the shirt he's wearing is
apparently
$1,000.
$1,000, yeah.
That's the ugliest $1,000 shirt I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, he's one of those wealthy people that buys all this expensive dumbass shit.
Yeah, he definitely buys stuff because it's expensive. It's crazy that there's a market to just make things that are expensive just so people can buy them because they're expensive. Like,
It's
it's
just to
not
show
anything
off,
else, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Like, it's not even for like a practical use or a beauty use, like any kind of anything. It's just, it's worth a lot of money and that's it.
I don't know how a
There's
shirt
no
would
value at
has
all.
to look. I don't know how a shirt would have to look like that I would be like, yeah, I'm gonna pay $1,000 for that.
That's a fair point.
Maybe if it had Mr. Freeze from Batman and Robin on it, then I'd be like,
And if that shirt costs $1,000, you got fucking scammed.
No, it's worth $1,000 at that point. Okay.
It has Mr. Freeze on it. Okay.
If it had
Well, now
on the
it's
back,
2,000.
like, you know, be cool or something, it'd be like, okay, that's 2,000. I think.
Yeah.
Why you would bring that up? To be honest, that's kind of. You want to talk about
Wait,
low-hanging
what?
fruit?
I thought it was a
That's
good point because you're taking.
Because you're saying
Hold
that
on, hold
you
on. Let's
care.
not muddy. Let's not answer the question. You do nothing to rectify it while we do. So go ahead. What are you doing about it on a daily basis?
Every single person that has brought up a negative point about the videos.
But you don't
about
change
everything,
what you do.
We have. Well, absolutely, we have.
You literally said, "I don't care,"
Oh yeah, but I still do the right thing though.
which is what?
Right. Which is work to make better thumbnails, better description, and to better work with the creators that are
Make better thumbnails.
I found the bodies. Make
That's
better
a fucking
thumbnails.
lie.
He's still doing it today.
behind the video so that we don't fuck them over and they actually gain something from it. Now, I'd like to talk with Hila for a minute. So what you're saying is that you're repairing from hindsight, which is something that even tried to get at me at, right? And then you brought up the fact that we have
do it if it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, he keeps trying to pin them on the fact that we're both doing the same thing. We both repair the problems when they come across.
employees help us out. Okay, fair enough. Then I, xQc, or whatever the corporate company, a parent company is, right? Well, we only have like 2 employees, 2 editors, right? And help us out, guys. Like, this is so sad.
or whatever.
We have 2 guys. We're playing the victim card here, right? Well, they sometimes make mistakes too, right?
It hasn't happened to us in a long time since we took action. This just happened to you on a daily basis. Just
I think the difference, if I can say, is that I've been listening, and when Ethan is asking you about this, for example, you don't say that this is wrong. The thumbnail, the matching thumbnail and title, you say, I did it because I like it.
No, he says they're working on better thumbnails. Hila.
So the answer has changed now. If this is your answer, that sounds a lot better.
Better thumbnail.
You know?
We have the technology.
There is an irony if he did have like a really good thumbnail and title, it might get into its own sort of algorithmic feedback that's better than trying to siphon the original video. Who knows?
Is that I'm trying to make a bold point for him to latch off the fact that he's on the fucking high road. He shows a high road of the whole process. Okay,
that's your problem.
Well, yeah.
He does have the high road.
Ethan is pointing out every time. All he's trying to do is point out he's a hypocrite. He keeps trying to do that, which is just like it's not even that great of a point, even if you were completely correct.
Then I'm right.
When you are on the high road, it is a thin fucking road when on the high road, okay? Because
all right.
This is like 7 metaphors, like having a contest to see which one could manifest in reality.
That road is thin and icy, and you can slip and crack and fall in the bold.
You have to be really tight with what you do, the things that you say, and how you act, right?
The high road is a bold road.
Fine. He's live every day for hours.
That's
Please, I'm talking to Ethan,
Aesop's
or you
fables.
don't interrupt me. Okay.
Woman,
so now you're taking the high road. Okay.
Silence, woman.
You have to be really tight in how you operate.
Silence,
right? We say things like, "Oh well, he does this, and I never do this," right? Well, you are wrong, and I just told you.
You haven't proven that.
What? Okay, so the designs you stole. That's called being a thief. A thief, piece of shit, garbage.
Yes, that was not right when that happened.
Okay,
it hasn't happened in a long time, and we actually made efforts to prevent it. You have not. You said your efforts to prevent it is better thumbnails and titles, bro. This is your example of better thumbnails and titles. This was 2 weeks ago.
This is 2 weeks ago.
What's funny about it is, the editors saw it was like, if I put xQc's face on it, it'll cover the airplanes and maybe the 6. I gotta move it. All right, what do I do? I'll put this there and that. Yeah, I've done it. There we go.
Same
I'm a
name,
good
same
person.
fucking thumbnail. The guy you did the experiment says, change my thumbnail, change the name, so that my audience doesn't get confused and so that you don't steal my views. Why are you denying that? It's so obvious.
Okay, so like I said, we
answer the question.
What's the question?
The question is, how is it that you can deny that you're stealing views and intentionally misleading audience to clicking your fucking video?
Intentionally, that is not intentional.
How is? Oh my god!
They accidentally look the same.
That's the thing. It's so clear to the audience as well at this point. It's like, what do you mean
Yeah.
you're not intending to do that? It's obvious.
Is it possible? Is it possible?
Go ahead.
Let's say someone comes from your stream. They've watched you all day. They love you. They're a big fan. They watched you react to, let's say, Mr. Beast's new video. Okay?
Yeah.
And then they come to the homepage. And guess what they see there? Mr. Beast's new video. Do you think are they less likely or more likely to click his video after they saw it on your channel?
That is an excellent question. Nice and clean.
One worthy of consideration. Very clean.
The reason why this is a good question is because it doesn't actually change a lot of xQc's argument about the benefits, but it sounds fantastic to hear him say they wouldn't click
sets
it.
Up a,
yeah,
sets up a pretty decently
good mental image.
Concise question. Yeah.
I'm gonna
answer the question, dude.
Well,
more or less likely.
Okay.
No. Just answer one or the other. Two choices.
Less. Got him.
Yeah.
What?
And that's the thing.
Got him. It's like
xQc knows, Ethan knows, Hila knows, the whole audience knows. It's like, well, there it is. That's been said now, and so it feels blatant. And if he knows that, and he's doing the thumbnail and title thing, it's just like you're not being sold as a great participant in this whole industry. You know, it really feels like you are just trying to steal
economy,
shit from
as you say.
Yeah.
Damn. So then Mr. Beast is,
that proves that you're stealing people's views intentionally. Thank you, bro.
So the views and the click rate in that particular instance, do you think that will end up being a raw loss of the creator or not?
And this is the correct place to go next. The overall, the net gain or loss, is it higher or lower? Is the channel going to benefit though overall, even if the views on that particular video don't go up as opposed to, the alternate timeline? That's where the conversation should go next. But Ethan just needs to cut him off now.
All he has to say is, you're the one doing the thievery. The burden of proof is on you to show that it does. And also, just because you steal from someone and incidentally some good comes of it, do you think that's something we want to be promoting?
Sorry?
Are we done talking about Teddy Fresh?
Yeah, if we're done talking about Teddy Fresh, it'd be better because I don't want to feel like we're ganging up.
Get out, thief, before I fucking Robin Hood this shit. Before I start splitting the wealth of your
What
company to other.
Is the only figure that he knows from literature Robin Hood? Is that like the only character that he's ever heard of?
Robin Hood isn't even quite useful for this.
Robin Hood isn't analogous because Robin Hood was a thief. He was a noble thief. He was like a thief who
stole from the rich,
and gave to the poor.
corrupt system.
Right. What XQC wants to paint the image of is someone who hunts for victims.
He needs to pick someone who's like an enforcer. He needs to pick like an enforcer.
Well,
type
a white
character.
knight. A white knight would be what you're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. Like, call him Prince Charming. Or I guess you probably wouldn't want to say that.
I have it on good authority that xQc is white.
He did mention it.
Other people. Holy shit, I'm about to come at you guys for things and designs. Jesus Christ, bro.
You're being pretty silly, but ours is defensible. Yours is not. Or at least we've made... It's not defensible, but anyway, you know what? I mean, I don't see this conversation...
That sucks. He completely misspoke because two kinds of defensible. Defensible in the sense that you did what was right once the event took place. That is defensible.
Right.
The act itself was obviously not defensible.
Yeah.
Conversation going much.
Guys, it is defensible thievery, guys.
He pulled it back before you made fun of him, so it's too late.
He did.
It's stealing in the right way.
No, I retracted that as soon as I said it, right? What you heard.
Yep.
I said we've corrected the error, an understandable error, in my opinion, one that you refuse to remedy after time and time again. You provide me zero direct answers.
Oh my god!
And
this
frankly,
would be the time to do the speech to wheel out that line.
It does feel like Ethan is trying to end it. He's done all the damage.
He's ramping up.
Yeah.
He's ramping up to his big climactic.
I think you know
speech.
you're wrong, and I think you don't care that you're wrong because it benefits you greatly. You make a lot of money. You don't want to change what you do. And here's another thing. You're not going to be able to make 12 hours of content for Kick, who paid you $100 million, if you can't steal other people's content. Because if you
nailed it, true.
Don't. What the fuck are you going to do all day? Sit there and gamble? Nobody's gonna watch that shit.
Oh, this is
Nobody's
the thing. It's like Ethan has presented a very compelling story about this entire situation, and it's so important to present a story that people understand and essentially believe to be true. And there's like a lot of facts that he can point to. It's just such a thorough like breakdown compared to the sporadic like scattershot insults that xQc's been throwing around the whole time.
You fucking prepare for shit like this.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is the thing.
Well, here's the thing. Even if it's not necessarily 100% true, because I guarantee you, if xQc decided to play games, he'd get a lot of viewers anyway.
Oh yeah.
Right. So when Ethan says no one's gonna watch that shit, no, xQc could do other things.
Well,
is it just watching YouTube videos?
The problem is that xQc is not good at refuting the narrative that Ethan is presenting.
Yeah, as you said, it's a really good story, especially after everything that's been said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So even though that little bit was wrong, and maybe some other little tiny bit was wrong, the fact that the whole story makes sense and is pretty powerful, it's done.
Well, I have to say, again, not a fan of Ethan Klein, but like this is a pretty strong performance. Like,
absolutely.
It's pretty good.
You'd have to be delusional to think that xQc came out of this looking better in any way.
Well,
how did xQc's audience react to this?
Oh, I'm sure they thought he won.
Oh, they don't know how to react.
They don't know what reactions are.
Well, judging by xQc's reactions, I guess that's true.
Speaking of that, look at his face right now when he said, "You just sit there and gamble." Like that. Like, like, what do you say to that? It's like, oh fuck.
You can watch this shit already. They don't care about you even having arguments. Clearly, you're not very good at that. You lost 12 viewers, man.
Oh.
My views are very good.
Nice throwback.
So I don't need like a therapist to give us a hint on when the tantrum ends. When does it end, Ethan? It seems like when you go on these tangents, you go on a rampage and you just ramble and ramble without making any concise point or a question. Is it you're done with that shit?
To say that.
You can't say that.
I think he realized that as he was saying it. Like, man, I do that all the time.
Can we talk like adults now or not?
Oh shit. Oh.
I think this
That is
conversation
also funny as well.
kind
Can
of
we talk like
been
adults
exhausted.
after saying that he was balding the whole time? Like,
and
several instances.
And if you call it, Ethan's cutting it off. He's like, "This is exhausted." Because he's done everything he needs to do now. There's no
time
benefit.
time to withdraw.
People would rather watch me full screen cam do the fucking worm than watch your prime.
Bro,
watch your
do
prime
it for
content.
a week. Do a week of
here
no
it comes.
reaction
Oh,
content
no,
and
it's
see how many
this
fucking views you get. Oh, he's crying in the corner.
What is this?
Oh, okay, sure. I mean,
that's not even the worm.
What the
Yeah, that's true. That's not even the worm.
What the fuck is going on? He just got on the ground and started crawling around.
Sure did.
Listen, this is when you're not balding. This is what I.
This is lucidity in its highest form.
Just take a screenshot of this with his ass in there saying,
This is Zen.
This is Zen. Oh shit!
Oh god.
Ethan couldn't have you couldn't have given him more than what he wanted. This could have it's gone so his way.
Well, then at the end of the debate, you're so mad that you get on the ground and start crawling around like a worm.
It's crazy.
It is. This obviously. I'm surprised you hadn't seen this through just osmosis. Like this clip got shared everywhere. Obviously.
Yeah, I've seen that as well.
Yeah. I've not seen this. This is
I
new.
think this conversation has kind of been exhausted.
People would rather watch me full screen cam do the fucking worm than watch your prime.
Bro,
watch your
do
prime
it for
content.
a week. Do a week of no reaction content and see how many fucking views you get. Oh, he's crying in the corner. Oh, okay, sure.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's content,
sure.
man. It's original content, at least. Yes, do that, bro. Dude, do
The only
it.
reason I can do this is the mates cleaned up before that.
Oh, holy shit.
Yeah. So not the greatest performance for xQc. Yeah.
Bro,
This
is
Showing.
Great, fucking 4 years, bitch.
It's awesome. Do a week of no react content.
Oh man. Oh,
Even
man,
a
oh,
day.
man.
Even a day.
Okay.
Do one day without react content. I'm
Doesn't
serious.
that seem like it'd be a fun challenge to see what you could do for a day?
His response is just be like, "Fuck off!
any-
You don't understand the stats. You don't understand." Shut
Oh,
up."
that seems like a fun challenge. I mean, we've done experimental EFAP episodes that are just like full discussions.
Yep.
Wow, and then of course movie breakdowns and things like that. It would be interesting to see like what does it look like if you try to stream for 12 hours with nothing but what's going on in your head as a source of inspiration. But yeah, I don't think he'd be very receptive to that idea.
Well, how did those work out?
Oh, we've had a
Ours
lot of
positively.
the ones where we talked about a lot of the important aspects of storytelling for like each individual person on the panel, favorite story and why. Like that was a really good episode. I really liked that one.
I think it's a lower viewed but fan favorite probably. Would be my guess anyway. It's some of those because like like recently the Secret Invasion one, like apparently everyone's fucking watching that one, but how many people will consider it their greatest and favorite years from now? I don't know. The Draxon was pretty funny.
Dude, that Draxon was hilarious. I can't like
sometimes entertainment writes itself.
Some poor VFX guy was like looking at the still frame and thinking, "Fucking hell! Like, why did they make me do this?"
Yeah, at least they paid me a little bit.
Well, isn't the recent development that like Marvel VFX artists
thinking about unionizing? Yeah, that's right. They are. That's what I've heard.
There's a lot of shaking up going on in Hollywood. A lot of changes.
Your wife's merch sales on the first wave when knives and designs were stolen.
90%.
90% of the designs.
90%.
Yeah.
Wow. Dang.
Well,
that's a claim.
That's just a theory.
Let's do the figures.
Wait, hold on. You're just being silly, bro.
A bold theory.
Am I being silly? Prove me wrong. Because clearly, the burden of proof is on you now, right? Because if you make an argument, then you have to prove it. Go ahead, prove it.
You haven't even shown. I mean, what?
Does he not understand? He made the claim.
Do you like that Ethan was like, you haven't even shown what?
What?
You're being silly, bro. You're being ridiculous.
Well, it seems like I have to prove everything, and you have to prove nothing.
Well, if you say the 90% thing, then yeah, the burden of proof is on the person making the claim.
This is not
so
my
yes,
edit, by
it
the
is
way.
up to you to prove that.
I figured this was one of the
still
things
their show.
Oh, really?
Oh my god.
Not at all what's been
His
happening.
inner Jason Statham's coming out.
All right, thank you, buddy. It was a good chat. I think that we've done a good job at getting to the heart of what you care about and how you feel about taking people's videos. I think it was illuminating. I think we had a really good conversation.
Oh my God, it's Jover.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you have anything else interesting to say, so I think we can wrap it up.
Really? Oh, I think your audience thinks I have something interesting to say. It's just the problem is that you're running.
How long do you want me to sit here and listen to you? Watch you crawl around on the ground like a worm? I have a show to do, dude. Unlike you, I actually fucking organize and put work into my show. I understand for you, you're just burning time. You could sit here for 12 hours. That'd make your life easier. You wouldn't have to go steal videos. But me, I planned this. I have a show. I have a schedule. This has stopped being interesting because you're just sitting there saying silly shit and doing the worm. So with that being said, thank you for calling. I feel like it was very illuminating, and I wish you the best, and I hope you have a great stream. Oh, one more question. I wanted to ask him, who is Mr. Chair?
Hold on, real quick. That was a subtle dig at the end. Did you hear that when he said "thank you for calling," as if he was like a caller and a call-in? It wasn't like a scheduled debate.
Or he said
between two content creators, sort of thing.
No, he said "thank you for calling" specifically.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's cute that you wanted to try and explain this nonsense, but it's time to go.
Yeah.
It's time for you to go.
Right.
Mr. Chair is here. Actually, I'll show this. Fuck. I wanted to ask him that.
There's some good fucking memes in the EFAP memes chat.
Oh yeah, the one point he forgot to do while he was here, because I actually think this would have been interesting to see xQc's response to saying this.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. That was not going anywhere. But here, for the people still watching, here's him talking about Mr. Chair.
I have a concept in my chat called Mr. Chair. If I'm gone and I watch a video and I leave, Mr. Chair watches the video for me. And chat fucking loves Mr. Chair more than they like me. Chat hates me.
I think that means that they like the original video.
Hey, did he steal Shelly from me?
Pretty much same concept, yes.
Oh.
But the thing is, like, if he had played this as part of all of it, watched him squirm after it, this is great for the audience too. He's saying that he literally says here, chat hates me. Like,
he's admitting that chat would rather him not be there so that they can watch the original content unobstructed.
Which is something we discovered, by the way. When he was pausing and when he was talking, people were telling him to hit play and to shut the fuck up.
Unfortunately, the culture surrounding React content is part of the reason why it's such a problem.
The views of which you're stealing. But he's saying, yeah, I just walk away and my chair does the work for me.
They love Mr. Chair. Okay, and for them that has value, and I think that can't be understated.
That the chair adds value.
That can't be understated.
It can't be understated.
Oh.
Chair.
And see, getting xQc to acknowledge that and defend it on the live show would have been funny.
That would
He
have
said
been
the
fun,
chair,
yeah.
the empty chair adds value. How can I have a conversation with this guy? The truth is that he wants to be radically honest about what he's doing. He wants to say, I don't care about this. I'm doing it. I don't care. He wants to make $1 million. He wants to make $1 million exceptions. Oh, if they come to me, I'll pay them.
What's he doing with his neck there?
The fucking
cracking or something?
Tourette's, basically. As far as I'm aware, anyway, they're all like ticks.
onus on the victim to come to him, the biggest content creator in the world, where there's a huge power dynamic. The one guy I did talk to, Vince, says he doesn't want the heat. And of course, why would he, right? I mean, he's clearly not very stable to begin with. I mean, he hasn't slept in a fucking
Clearly.
day. And so, you know, sending him a complaint could easily backfire on somebody. And he wants to be radically honest about it. But when it comes time to explain what he's doing is wrong, he won't own it. He's radically honest up to a point.
Yeah. I mean,
he wants to do the Chad yes while also not doing it.
Yeah.
Where you say, why are you naming it the same title and the same thumbnail as their video? Because I wanted to. He can't go there because he knows he's wrong.
That's just
pretty much.
Sorry, but it's true.
What an interesting debate that was.
It was interesting. He got fucking minced. Ethan took him to
Yeah,
town.
that was an annihilation. That was bad.
It's just crazy to me that his prep was made by his editor and he didn't even watch the edit. And also didn't watch the
Didn't even
original
review his own
video.
evidence.
And then when Ethan explains to him, it's like, why is this cut off? Like, there's part of the transformation, like right there of the content. It's like, no, this pre-acting. It's like, what is happening? What are we doing? This is all part of reacting. You talk about what is happening, then you lead into the topic or whatever, show the clip, talk more. That's how you do it.
Oh, and just so everyone
You
knows,
can't just term it something else and it's like, no, it doesn't count because that's pre-acting. It's like, fuck off.
there is another chapter left because this caused fallout for Hassan, and it's funny.
Ooh.
That's what's
Okay.
so
Ooh,
funny
another
about
chapter?
that.
We're into that.
But
This
before
is
that,
right? Yes.
we're going to talk a little bit about these vinyl figures, because the entire audience has cycled in now. It's a completely new audience than when we started the show, I'm sure of it.
Yes.
You guys don't know. We've got vinyl figures for the EFAP crew. Look at that. Look how amazing this is. Look at them.
Oh my goodness.
Shiny,
Wow.
cool.
I'm so erect.
Beautiful. Equipped with goo, popcorn, and film reels, because that pretty much summarizes the whole thing. Got to get them together
Popcorn and film.
so that you can get a discount. And
That's
they
right.
come
That's
in these
true.
beautiful little packages. Look at that. Look at them go. Gorgeous.
Wow. That one says Mahler.
Wow. This one
That
says
one says
Fringy.
Rex. This one says Fringy. Oh my goodness.
Look at him
'em
sitting
go.
there, standing there, holding goo, popcorn, and film reel. And just being
Gorgeous.
happy fellas. They really do look great. I really like the way that they've turned out.
Man.
Look at him spin. That's how you know they're top quality.
That's a
Beautiful.
good trick. I've heard.
We figured you guys might like something different this time, not the plushie.
That's right.
The vinyl. These things can be stood up on a shelf, maybe on your desk.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, if you want to keep them in the box or take them out of the box, as people like to do with their vinyl figures. That's why.
It's true. And
I'm
of
not that
course,
glued into the vinyl figure culture. I'll have to learn what it is. You know, that's the cool thing to do.
these are hyper limited edition. You will likely
That's
never
right.
have a chance to get these again in your life. That's how special
That
they
is
are.
true.
Cosmically.
These are particularly potentially unique. These will never be made again, and who knows how many more vinyl figures will be made. So, as exclusive as they were before, these are even more exclusiver.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna be looking back if months from now you don't buy these, all three of them together for the 15% discount. You will look back at your old self and you'll say, "What a fool I was. I could be sitting right here with my beautiful, gorgeous EFAP limited edition vinyl figurines, and yet here I am, sans figurines, wallowing in the misery of loneliness. This is what you'll be telling yourself months from now if you don't buy these.
But remember,
all together for 50% discount.
They're available for a limited time. You got time, but it is a limited
You do have time. You do have time.
Specifically a limited time of 28 days, 19 hours, 20 minutes, and 55 seconds.
5 minutes left.
Right, so you still got a lot of time, but not a lot of time.
Not the greatest amount of time, but some time.
It is some time, but time fleets away. It flitters away. With every second that passes is one more second that you did not spend buying these. It's one less second that you could use to buy them.
Time does eventually go bald, and that is
time.
Just inevitability.
Time does.
You look kind of bald here. Would you say that your
yeah.
vinyl's bald here?
My vinyl is very bald. Yeah.
You look very shiny on the.
You
I guess
also
we're all
look
kind of
shiny.
shiny.
You all look very shiny.
We're just shiny, happy people.
And happy.
That's what we are.
That's right.
Yeah, man, I'm ready
and
to
you can have
watch
these bundles
movies.
of happiness, you know, sitting on your shelf, your bookcase, on your desk, or, you know, next to your TV, anywhere.
Yeah.
And they'll last forever. They'll outlive you. You can these could become cherished heirlooms for your children that they can pass down to their children. That they can pass down to their children. And one day, your children.
And one day there'll
ask
probably
you,
be like a mythology about these strange creatures, the eldritch gas mask man and the green plague doctor bird maybe
and the
guy,
millennia
and
that will pass. That will go on. Your
the dog
descendants.
with the pixelated sunglasses.
Yeah, they will be asking yourselves after the apocalypse. They will say, "What do these figures mean? What are these symbols on the boxes? What are they?" Because English will have disappeared and civilization will have restarted after the Great Wars. But you'll still have these vinyl figurines. They'll become religious icons for around which to build the new civilization and the new world.
Hailed as God.
This is chariots of the gods kind of stuff right here.
I think everything that's been said is pretty normal.
This is everything that I'm telling you is
Don't
truthful.
forget, when bought together, there's a 50% discount, and it's
Make
part of
sure
the
you get
collection.
together. They
That's part of the
a
lore.
collection.
They are indeed. So anyway, you guys
All
want
three
to
of
watch
them
more
hanging out.
videos?
Yeah, sure.
Okie dokie.
Wow. I have this craving for popcorn right now.
They
oh
are
my
indeed.
goodness. I wish I had some yummy, delicious
I can't say
popcorn.
I have a craving to consume my goo right now, but
I don't want to eat film
but
reels.
you know.
I do have a question. I got a
okay.
question here, Mahler.
Go
Mahler,
ahead.
do you have set up in this next segment the aftermath of the debate on Destiny's channel?
I do not. But obviously
Okay.
the summary of that is Destiny tries to explain to xQc how he lost. But, it doesn't work out that great.
I'm sure it went well.
What was wild about that is xQc came in and was like, I won. I feel amazing about this. And I was like, what? No one felt amazing about this for you, xQc.
Well, I mean, I guess he's trying to convince himself, right?
Yes, he's his own hype man.
I mean, well,
You think he could afford one, but
What, he could
Do you
afford
think
like
he-
that joke in Family Guy, your own personal suck up. It just agrees with everything you say. Nice weather today. It's a little cloudy. It's like horrible. Nice tie. I hate that. I hate this tie. It's awful. It's gaudy. It's gotta go. And I hate myself. Well, I hate you too, you fat sack of crap. But I'm the president. The best one there is. But you just said you hated me. But not you, the president. You who hates light clouds. And then his head explodes. Oh, Family Guy had some good jokes.
So
Anyway, moving on.
Sorry. It's just, do you think he actually was just coping, or do you think he genuinely believed that he won that?
Yeah, I think the big thing that was pushing him is he thought that Ethan went to insults and like cheap tactics way faster, and so that he won the optics battle. But obviously he did not.
He was mistaken.
No. Damn a man of ball.
Oh, shoot. He said that.
So,
He said that.
First we got, this was
Damn a
some
man.
immediate aftermath. There was a couple of DMs, but this was the one that I wanted to look at. So, Rags, do you want to play xQc?
Yes, of course I would. Why would you even?
Wait,
why,
can you have
would
French
even ask
accent?
that? Huh?
Can you have
His
French
accent is stutter.
His accent is xQc. There's no one else.
What does XQC stand for?
I have no clue.
Not like thievery or anything. I mean, like, what do the letters mean?
No clue.
Okay. All right. Well, fair enough.
Well, I mean,
Mass
it's on
chat
you.
GPT.
He's the first.
All
He
right.
sent the message first.
I know, Ethan. I know it kills you inside. You inside. You lost so much time and money in that lawsuit.
Way too slow.
Which one?
I don't know. Whichever, really. You seem so bitter after it.
I'm fine.
Anyways, when the bills kick in and you're struggling, remind yourself you leaked DMs out of insecurity. Look at my watch.
Oh my
Yep, the watch.
And my nail. Look at my watch and my nail. And don't forget, I got your whole house on my wrist.
So, just for reference, we'll chuck in our Simpsons reference now. There was a joke in The Simpsons where, I can't remember which character, they have a watch that's gold, and it has jewels inside that are so big that the hand can't move. Just something to think about.
Wait,
with reference
surely
to
the
this
hand
one.
moves, right?
I figure that the hand moves in this one, but it's the spirit of the thing,
Yeah,
which is
the
wow.
joke.
The watch is so important that it looks expensive that it's no longer
Well, he's got
usable.
like a
what is
diamond
that?
nail wrapped around his wrist too.
Oh, so let me.
Oh,
so
there are the
this
hands on the
wallet-
bottom side. Okay, so I think it is 8. I want to say 820.
So
Yeah,
this
like
watch,
821 ish. Yeah.
this is a Royal Oak frosted gold double balance wheel, open worked from Audemars Piguet. If you go to their website, and for those of you who are interested here, I will, in case you want to get your own Royal Oak frosted gold double balance wheel, open worked watch from Audemars Piguet, you can go here to this link. You might notice if you go to this link that that it's price on request, and you could plan an appointment to discuss your potential future purchase of the Royal Oak frosted gold double balance wheel, open worked.
You know it's expensive when
Got a
you have to
long name.
ask them.
Like plan an appointment to find out the cost.
I've heard it's like a six digit kind of price.
Of course it is.
Well,
Yeah.
according to Dexerto.com, the watch in question, Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak frosted gold double balance wheel, open worked, can sell for up to $456,255 USD.
Things I could do with that kind of money, man.
Yeah, you could buy a watch.
So
Now,
ugly.
Yeah.
you see the reason
A hunk of
you can't buy pretty, Sitch. You can't buy pretty. Now,
can try,
why is this
That
watch
watch
so
is bald,
expensive?
okay.
It is very bald, but it's beautiful bald
Bald
because
watch.
you'll notice for the price, for instance, the shimmering 18-karat frosted gold case and bracelet are enhanced by a bezel set with 32 baguette cut rainbow-colored sapphires, 2.24 carats, all individually cut. How incredible! It's excellent. And the case is a hammered 18-karat white gold case, bezel set with rainbow-colored baguette-cut sapphires, glare-proof sapphire crystal, and case-back screw-locked crown. So, the dial, a rhodium-toned open-work dial, pink gold applied hour markers, and royal oak hands with luminescent coating. So yeah, there's a lot that's going on here. A lot that's going on here.
Too much.
So yeah,
There's too fucking much going
What
on
was
there.
the price again? What was the price?
They sell for up to $456,255 USD. This is something that he wears on his wrist.
And he wanted Ethan
and
to
first
know
off,
it's expensive.
And let's be very clear here. xQc cannot read this watch. Not because it's very confusing, but because he doesn't know how to read an analog clock. Almost certainly, I would
Is it a
place
safe
money on
bet
it.
that he doesn't know what an analog clock is, like in the words themselves? You know what I mean?
I'm
Analog.
probably I can believe it, but yes.
Wait. Well, okay. First of all, obviously, showing off your wealth, like rubbing your wealth to someone's face, obviously, like one of the most
and rubbing
low
your
class
wealth,
thing
like,
you can
most
do, right?
cringe
But then on
embarrassing
top of that,
thing.
like
has a mansion
H-
himself.
I was gonna say Ethan and Hila live in
They're
a
very
Beverly Hills
rich.
mansion, don't
They
they?
live
Like,
in a giant mansion. They're
Like, what-
very wealthy. The idea
It's like calling him bald. It doesn't even make sense. You're like, wait.
I don't know. It's just like it'd be like if Jeff Bezos called up Bill Gates and was flexing about like his watch or something. It's
Yeah,
like,
he's
what
like,
is the
wait.
point?
Like, hey, Bill, got myself a yacht outside.
And then of course there is
in
just
the
the
water.
fact
Sounds
that,
like a
holy
fucking
shit.
Family Guy joke or a Simpsons, like a cartoon show.
I don't know. It really is, because you said like you think that he probably thinks he won the debate, but is this winning behavior? Sending somebody on the debate? Look at my expensive watch.
Look at what my thievery bought me.
Was this how long after the debate was this?
I think it was like a
Well,
day.
see, you see the time. It's like 3:45 in the morning.
Oh yeah,
Was it the same day?
I actually think this was just after the debate. 'Cause I remember Ethan saying that he didn't even know why he was awake at this point.
Because he was molding.
There are plenty of content creators that I don't ask for permission beforehand as well. One, because they're my friends, or two, because like it's a compelling video that I know I'm going to make a transformative product out of, right? And if I make a transformative product out of that and you see it on my YouTube.
So this is Hassan coping, trying to explain that he only ever does it with permission or transformative. He doesn't steal. He wouldn't do that.
Page. That's
fucking lying again. It's like you watch. It's the cookie jar shit. It's like, what are you doing? We saw you. Everyone saw you.
You know that would be inappropriate.
Does he just have random letters on his jacket?
I'm sure.
I'm sure it spells
Looks like a
something.
CEND. Is that an HIL?
You can make something out of that.
Endel? Yeah, it's like a little picture, a little game you could play with yourself.
Appropriate for them to try and strike it down. Peter Santinello's videos are a great example of this. It's like 3 hours long usually.
You know, what a lot of the pros do, Hassan, is that when you're talking, you pause the video that's playing so that...
This is the weirdest thing. When I was covering this to grab the relevant clips, he like never pauses any like live show thing, I guess, because it's to stay like up to date, even though he's like ignoring everything they're saying. It's the most
Did you want to mute it or quiet it?
Does he have like a big cardboard cutout of Queen Elizabeth with crosses on her eyes?
Yes, he hates
Yes,
her.
he does.
Oh, that's a little tasteless, but you know.
Yeah.
It's
I remember they were all thrilled when she died.
Yeah, that
very
was
weird.
strange
And
behavior.
is that Obama standing next to her in a suit?
Yeah.
Sure is.
Okay.
You didn't mention what the Queen was wearing, but you mentioned what Obama
I
was
can't
wearing.
see. He's in the way.
Because he's a sexist. He doesn't
Well,
care.
you could tell she's got a crown on.
You've still got. You think Bernie would approve of that? He's sitting there looking at you.
Judgmentally.
Usually, and I don't ever do the full React
So
upload.
wait, do you think that he's doing this where he's not pausing the video because this way he can say he reacted to the video without actually addressing
It's
any
funny you
of the
say
points
that.
in
That
it?
is entirely my theory. I think that he wanted to get through this as quickly as possible because this was incredibly stressful and awkward for him to watch. He had to choose sides, and xQc oversteps at one point, and Hassan chooses a side.
JCS are another great example as well. That I mean, where I have communicated with JCS and he does appreciate it, but it doesn't even matter.
I'm sure you're
ultimately
thrilled.
Yeah,
You're
to
thrilled
steal
with
all
that
of JCS's
arrangement.
stuff, of course. Yeah, 100%.
Out there, right?
It's got permission. It's like, yeah, but you don't have to do fuck all because JCS is super entertaining.
And what's JCS up to these days? Is he still making videos, or?
I'm pretty sure a couple of months ago he put a new one out.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if he was still doing stuff. Or not.
There's a channel
many
that's
people keep up with.
kind of cropped up around the same time. Matt Orchard that also does like similar format. He uploads a bit more frequently.
Ultimately, there is still a lot of gray areas in this, but given the fact that
Yeah, fucking conveniently for you. You'll jump into those gray areas and swim around as much as you can.
Swim around. I think that's a good way of putting it.
given the fact that the overwhelming majority of YouTubers don't even care about it, and
Keep repeating that.
They don't
Just
care
keep
about
relying
it,
on
so I can steal it.
Do whatever
Fuck
you can
off.
to keep saying that.
that there are benefits to it as long as you're giving it your honest go ahead.
Well, no, you do have to actually transform it, regardless of your honest.
Exactly.
If you give it a jolly good college try and you're still not able to squeeze out some actual transformative reactions, then you can't just do it and say, "Well, I tried."
It's nice that you tried, but it needs to be sufficiently transformative.
Yeah.
As he walks away, like, I'm trying, guys. Here I go trying.
Trying is the first step on the pathway to actually succeeding. So
it's not that serious of a conversation.
was sucking his balls out.
Well,
right?
that's
when he
again.
does
This is
Mr. Chair
balls
react,
out.
and with all
dude,
due
you're
respect,
so dishonest. You don't even know what you're talking about. Last week I chewed him out for an hour to the point where I had to apologize because people were mad at me.
Wait, what? People are. Wait, did this turn to me now?
It is my problem, but you're not.
Did this fucking dumb Quebecer
Oh,
3
no.
IQ schnauzer?
Why
He always
do
does that. He always
do
always
that?
picks some wherever they're
Quebecer,
from.
why
He
did
always
you-
does that. He always just lunges for like where they're from. It's so weird.
He was like Clippery went after
Well,
people
it's
being
like
Hungarian.
it was like that,
Yeah.
that guy Adam something, right? Where he was calling
Yeah,
calling
from
him
Hungary?
Hungarian as an insult.
Yeah.
It's like
You know, as
what
a
is that?
Hungarian, I take a little bit of
Oh,
offense
it's
to
just
that.
why
you go.
are you doing that? Why are you just latching onto
it's
where
so-
they're from? Like, oh yeah, you Quebecer, which it's like, all right, calm down.
It seems to be the case when you're dealing with someone who's like very ideologically left, like Hassan. You can still be racist towards white people. That's just pretty much it.
Totally fine.
But
yeah.
in the previous episode, we discovered they were friends. xQc referred to him as Chair Reacts, and this was Hassan was like, "Oh, right, that's it, we're done. Bridge burn, fuck you."
People
No
are.
one ever
Wait,
calls
did this
him
turn to
Quebecer.
me
Like
now?
this, huh?
It is my problem, but you're not.
Did this fucking dumb Quebecer 3
Also,
IQ
I don't
schnauzer?
think I've ever heard somebody call it Quebecer.
It's Hassan.
I've only ever heard Quebec, which I
Quebec-
believe is
Quebec-
I think Quebec is
Quebeca?
the
Quebec.
pronunciation that's correct, and then Quebec, not
Quebec.
Quebec. Quebec.
Quebec, like a cue ball,
The province
like
of
a bald
Quebec.
person.
Cue-balled,
Little
yeah.
cue ball. Yeah.
What is a
Kiambo-
schnauzer?
Kiambo?
Schnauzer.
I think he's
Big
making fun of his
nose.
nose. Yeah.
Is he making fun of his
Yeah.
nose?
Snake rat say I'm chair
Oh my
react?
God,
You
snake
cocksucking
rat.
motherfucker. Fuck
what does it mean
you.
to be a snake
Chair
rat?
guy?
I feel like
You're
they're not-
the
Snake
chair
rat
guy.
is
The
not
chair.
fair to the animal
Oh
kingdom.
my
You gotta pick
God.
one.
A
Well, it's
snake rat. I
snakes
feel like
and
a snake
rats
rat's
are-
just
they're
a
enemies.
vicious.
Well, that's what
know?
makes
Yeah,
it
I
the
think
ultimate
so, yeah.
creature, I guess. The snake rat.
He is
The snake rat.
his very nature is contradictory.
Yes.
The snake ratting
Schnauzer.
itself.
Much like the pigeon
Here's a
rat.
question.
Schnauzer.
I
Snake
feel like
rat say I'm chair react?
Wait, go ahead.
this feels very performative.
Oh yeah, well, this
It
is
is
the thing.
very
Hassan.
performative.
So I'm
think
I'm
about what
wondering,
happened.
Did
He called him chair
did
reacts.
he
He's
watch
got to
this
defend his honor.
beforehand? Did
No,
he
no,
watch
this
this
is live.
beforehand and he came up with this insult and he was just waiting for this moment to attack?
I'll buy the second half. This is live, so he's not doing this as prepared. I don't think he's watching it as it's happening. But
Well, no,
I
if
think
he saw this before,
he was
oh
prepared
no, this
to
is
deliver
this
this
is live
insult.
with the stream.
Clearly, yeah. He's watching H3 and xQc live. So
Oh, okay, never mind.
this,
It's
but
just-
remember,
it's not-
this line of
He's
insult,
like
like he
the
was
habit
clearly,
of being very knee jerky.
yeah, and he was ready
Well,
to
no, like-
sell xQc down the river, basically.
What he's saying is so angry, but his face and voice are not like matching the things he's saying. It's very bizarre.
It is a
Like,
bit
he's kinda
performative,
smiling.
yeah. This is a
Yeah,
bit
there's
different
absolutely,
from
yeah, no,
when he was going on the big rant about that Adam something guy. That one seemed angry.
Remember, when Ethan on the last EFAP on this, Ethan said something like he's a disgusting, thieving, like piece of shit, and then Hassan's response was, "Yeah, xQc is an interesting guy, yeah." And, like the angle, of course, being he hadn't dropped him yet, but I think at this point he
Right,
was like, "I'm so ready, just give me a reason to drop you."
I mean,
And he
excuse to write you off.
yeah, and he did. Said he was
Okay.
Cherry Axe.
Axe, you cocksucking motherfucker.
Oh my
Fuck you.
god.
Why are you allowed to use cocksucker as an insult?
That's a homophobic.
I don't
slur, yeah.
understand these lefties, right?
don't
You
either.
you shouldn't be allowed to say that.
I know.
Like, how can you be
chair
upset
guy?
that we say retard, but then you're like,
You're
you'll
the
call
chair
someone a
guy, bitch.
cocksucker?
Fucking suck my balls, dude. The
You
reason
will
why
suck
the
out
high
your balls.
road conversation works is because it's inherently a conservative counter argument, which is that everyone's
Wait, sorry,
immoral.
what?
We'll go back,
What?
all right?
What is?
Suck my balls, dude.
Mr.
The
Gay,
reason why the
what-
high road conversation works is because it's inherently a conservative counter argument, which is that everyone's
What?
immoral, everyone's imperfect. So if I've done something bad, well, you've done something bad at a certain point in your life as well, which makes your argument.
What does this have to do with conservatism?
So
everything.
you have to, I think, let him say the whole thing because I don't make it. I
Okay,
don't
yeah.
understand any of it myself. Like, to give you a slight bit of help, he's responding to the high roading, like that, the concept of it. We'll start there. He's talking about that.
Counter argument, which is that everyone's immoral, everyone's imperfect. So if I've done something bad, well, you've done something bad at a certain point in your life as well, which makes your argument useless because everyone is stupid ultimately. So our lizard brains go, oh yeah, you're right. This is a bad guy too. Why is he talking about this? It's hypocrisy. It's by your logic. It is a logical fallacy that is utilized in every debate. I do it too. You want to know why? Because it's rhetorically awesome to do.
Click his video after
because
they
debates
saw
are
it on your
bullshit.
channel.
Wow. Okay.
Ain't that just what a roller coaster, you know?
What a
He
paragraph.
just admitted to being dishonest as fuck. He's like, yeah, and I do it too.
Because it's
Yeah, but it
effective.
sounds good. Debates are dumb. Debates are gay.
Oh my god.
It's just. It's like everyone's getting
That's
reminded, like, oh
amazing.
yeah, this is Assad, of course. It's like, yeah, did you forget?
Well, like the beginning of that rant was, it's the Republicans that do whataboutism, and then he ends up
Conservatives.
saying, I also do the whataboutism.
because it's good.
Because it sounds good.
Yes.
Poach this one
2016
from
when
the
Ethan got pseudo
conservatives.
fair use and React content. Pretty dope shit that he hates it when XQc does it. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys recognize it or understand it. This ultimately comes down to, I don't like the way you're reacting, which is why I don't like this argument, which is why I was trying to tell Ethan when we were having that conversation together that, like, then you're basically policing someone else's reacts, which is not the best argument to make against it.
It's a really damn good
He never
argument.
brought
It's
any
really
of
the only
that.
argument.
That never happened. We watched the whole thing. He never like tried to push back that hard on Ethan. Ethan was grilling him like crazy, and he was timid and scared. It was sad to watch. It was just just funny to watch him now be like, yeah, I was trying to tell Ethan this, but you know.
Oh, yeah,
And you said
okay,
this
sure
is
you
why
are, buddy.
Ethan's argument is not good, because it always...
Ethan watched the stream, and so now Ethan wants to poke at Hassad at this. He's like, why did you say that?
devolves
we go.
into, you don't react hard enough.
Because at the end of the day, there are no clear-cut guidelines, no clear-cut boundaries on
appeal to the bleh. Everyone's in the bleh. It's great.
Like what to do, no like
great.
standardized best practices. And
I like
the
how,
argument
because
always
there's no standardized best practice, you can't try to like suss one out for yourself.
You can't hold yourself to a standard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, there's no standardized industry standard, which is already a funny sort of statement. Therefore,
Yeah,
what?
yeah, I get
You
what
know,
you mean.
therefore what?
So fuck it. Just do whatever you want. It's the Wild West, baby.
will, in the eyes of the audience especially, devolve
I don't
into...
think so. I think I circumvented that pretty good. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm not. I always do that. Go ahead.
It will always devolve into you're not reacting hard enough. Obviously, there are
Devolve
boundaries
into.
that
It's a
I
fair
think
point.
aren't.
Yeah, it is a fair point. It is a fair point to say that you are not reacting in a way. Well, ultimately, it is you are not transforming this content.
Yeah.
When people say you're not reacting hard enough, I mean you're not transforming this content.
We can just be honest. What is the point of streamers going, oh, react hard? It's deflection. That's all you're trying to do.
Yeah, it is deflection, but you hold them to it and you say, yeah, unironically react harder. Is that a problem?
React
Can you
harder.
not do it?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm happy to
You
even
need
use
to do
that
something.
terminology, react harder. They want to make
Yeah,
it
it's
sound
basically
stupid, but
try
it's true.
harder. Give a shit.
Yep. Exactly. React
Do
harder.
better work. Pretty simple.
Aren't established, but like most people understand are bad. However, especially if you're doing like long form content, especially if you're doing live streamed content without pre-production like
Can you get
do,
to the point, please?
Yeah.
because you have
It
your
does take a
own
while.
version of that as well as like the members only broadcast. There will always be lulls and moments of like dead air, or even
And it's your
you getting-
job to try and minimize those as much as possible.
Yeah, but for you to understand, everyone, even the highest end of transformative content, they'll have a time where it's not 100 billion % transformative. Don't you know? Don't you
Therefore,
understand?
what? You know, it's like
Therefore, we're all
therefore
the same,
what?
really. Kinda.
Yeah.
I think.
I
Yeah.
mean, it would be convenient if that was the case for
would
Hassan.
certainly be helpful for Hassan.
up. But that's also live reaction.
Here
not even
I'm
talking
talking, and I made it clear, I'm talking specifically about his YouTube channel. I wouldn't make this claim. Okay, well that's something I made clear at the beginning. So so we're talking about his YouTube channel. Now I would never claim that about streaming, because I agree that streaming is too much of a gray area.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's ever even been.
Not gray if you just go principally don't steal. It's easy.
Yeah. If you hold yourself to a standard, you have a really clear line.
And tested, so there's not really any precedent in that regard. So, in the context of talking about his YouTube channel, I have to disagree that it's not about react harder. There's clearly zones. There's like...
The funny thing is that it is about react harder. if there are clearly zones.
Yeah.
But I get what he's saying.
Yeah.
S tier zones, which would be, for example, I'll say one of my
tier.
old
Pretty much, we're S plus
reaction videos, which is like highly.
We're S class.
Oh, you beat me
plus.
to it,
baby.
I ain't in that stingy S class.
Wow.
I'm in Team
Blank in
Mongos.
Devil May Cry, smoking sexy style.
True.
With sketches,
yeah.
it's like obvious, right?
Nice.
Yeah.
And then there's a massive gray zone, which this podcast would probably even fall in, which would be like high up in the gray zone.
I don't think so.
Well, regardless, I'm just trying to show you what I'm.
But like, if you showed the best reactor and the worst, you can clearly tell there's a massive amount of difference. And even the most dim-witted moron can imagine in their head, the differences in between there of how much you react and what you say.
Well, right.
This is really not
They
complicated.
totally do.
They
know
all know. Yeah,
exactly.
they all know. Them acting like, oh, react harder. I don't know exactly what that means. Yeah, you do. Shut the fuck up. You know exactly what that means.
Liars.
It's performative stupidity.
Well, and that's Ethan's trying to make it as simple, like building blocks, Play-Doh level shit. He's like, really good, completely transformative, gray zone, and then under the gray zone is clearly where he's trying to get at, is where xQc is.
Right.
I mean,
but Hassan knows all this. Like, he understands all this. He's just pretending I don't understand what you're saying.
To be fair, what did Hassan just say for the past 10 million years? He was trying to explain that there's a gray zone. There's a big old gray zone. Everything's
That's
gray.
all he said.
Exactly.
Cut.
Why is he wearing a Bush Reagan 84 hat? Is that
funny.
like a meme?
Funny.
Okay.
He's channeling Republican whataboutism.
The
I
videos
would
that we
like
watch
if
are
he-
pre-cut.
Hassan, if you don't want that hat,
doesn't
my
matter.
dad would.
I think it
so
does matter.
Give me,
Even
me up.
because
it doesn't matter. Fair use doesn't. It doesn't.
Oh
matter.
yeah. But I'm saying, like, the way I see it, your highly edited sketch videos, your sketch react videos,
those are S tier.
Yeah, those are S tier. This podcast would be like a little bit below it, but it still is like we're cutting this live, but every single thing that we're looking at, we already know what we're going to be looking at.
By gray zone, I
video-wise.
mean like we can have a discussion about it.
Sure.
It's all debatable, and that's the nature of fair use. It's all up to a judge and jury to decide based on the merits of this one particular instance. And so that's what I mean. There's like a massive gray zone, and I would include like myself at the top of that gray zone, and then like maybe potentially even Sniper Wolf at the bottom of the gray zone.
Yeah. I've seen
Gray zone. So him agreeing with Ethan.
I wouldn't allow her in the
shows
gray
that
zone.
he
She's
knows
kicked
the
out of the
difference.
gray zone.
And also, she's not in the gray zone. She's in the red zone.
She's on the bottom.
He's in the danger zone.
Yeah, the danger zone.
Oh,
the lawsuit
danger zone. So hold on. If we're talking about, let's say the black zone, the very bottom, right?
Whoa.
Is there a zone within the black? Okay. What color do you want to use, Sitch?
Well,
it's the danger zone. We just said it.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. We
Red
called
is
it
danger.
the danger zone, and
Red
then
and
you
yellow.
said the
Red
black
zone?
zone.
The red Deadly zone? Fellow.
Fucked up.
All right. So anyway.
Yeah, and black means like if you're in the black, you're on top, right? But in the black,
Do you think there's black means that you're at a surplus? Yeah.
Yeah, Dev.
Okay,
just
right,
because you
right.
hear
I'll make
black
that,
and you
yeah.
associate negativity with it doesn't mean that you need to, lump us
Jeez.
in with that kind of thing.
God damn it.
So,
Okay, so
yeah. I'm
if
black.
we're talking about
so
the
I would
danger
appreciate it,
zone, then
Yeah,
I
the
think there's
danger
like
zone.
The red
yeah,
zone.
there's 3 tiers in there. Okay, so you have Sniper Wolf at the top, who is just blatant, but is still present and then reacting. And then you have at the very bottom, you have chair reacts, where the person just walks away, and that's the chair react to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's this there's a zone in the middle. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but you ever see your parents, like you go home to visit your parents and they're scrolling on Facebook or something and they watch a video, and the video is like Steve Harvey reacts. Have you ever seen these? Like it's just a video and it's Steve Harvey in the corner laughing and going, "Oh my God, I can't believe he did that. That's crazy." However, you watch enough of these and you realize that Steve Harvey recorded like 25 reactions and they just play them over the exact same clips.
Oh no.
Over and over and over. So you see the same Steve Harvey reaction reacting to a completely different video. And it's like, wow, you've just turned this into a fucking mill, haven't you? You get Steve Harvey for one day to shoot a bunch of reactions to nothing, and then you just put it all together and just use it for a year. That's pretty bad.
In the wise words of Steve Harvey, if we evolved from monkeys, why are there still monkeys?
Yeah.
Wait, did he
You
actually
can't
say that?
explain that. The tides go in,
Yeah.
tides go
Tide
out.
goes in, tide goes down.
You can't explain that.
An old
You can't
school meme.
Oh, Bill
Classic.
O'Reilly.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll say it. We'll do it. The best part was the fact that it cut to like, you know, the wide shot and him getting up in silence, throwing his shit across the room.
I can understand getting upset while like at the workplace. I don't understand why you don't think we know where tides come from.
Well,
we
I
all
think
had
he
our
doesn't,
bad
I
days,
guess,
but
Rex,
Well, I
Jesus
think
did the tides.
wasn't it?
What?
The reason why he got angry was because the thing on the teleprompter was vague, right? It wasn't like a clear, you know, set of lines for him to say.
Mm-hmm.
It probably didn't say "fuck it, we'll do it live" though.
No, it didn't. It
did
didn't
not,
say
no.
that, but I think all it said was like something to do with Sting. Like that
It said Sting will play him out, and he didn't understand what that
to
meant.
play us out. What
To
does that
play
mean?
us out.
Play
What
us
does that
out?
mean?
To end the show? Yeah. Okay. Go.
Gray zone.
Yeah.
There's like unacceptable dog shit, straight up content theft.
Yeah, just
That's
like
where XQC is.
direct re-uploads of
That's
someone
where
else's
XQC
YouTube
is.
video would be at the bottom, right? Like
No, it's
not even
outside
like
the gray zone. It's in the black zone.
yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Oh,
Like black
Ethan.
Wow, he did it too. Damn.
Wow.
zone would be the unacceptable barrier would be like at the top of that barrier you have like someone who's a streamer who like uploads a straight VOD rip and they're not even fully there. They're like barely reacting to it. They're just like kind of letting the video
There's
play as a
something you've
substitute.
Yeah,
for
You
their chat to
disagree
be-
with me on
for their
your
chat to be
stream.
entertained with. No, I don't disagree with you on that. The only element of the outside of the gray zone a conversation that we could be having is that there even in that situation there's not enough data. You pulled up Vince's video or Vince's statement on it, but
Holy
there's still not
shit.
enough data
Can we
on.
just
He
get to
takes
the
so
point?
long to
Yeah,
make a point.
this is like, man, I'm gonna need you to do a little bit of planning with your words.
Yeah, this is
Whether
like
or
Movie
not
Bob
that,
levels of just.
Nah, this isn't
rambling.
Movie Bob because at least he
No,
writes
Movie
it
Bob
down.
is definitely different. Movie Bob is like reading off
And
a
it's
script really
incomprehensible.
quickly.
Yeah, it's just dense with bullshit.
This is just rambling.
This is
and
meandering.
wandery.
that is valuable or not, especially if like
Valuable?
certain.
What do you mean?
Is it displacing in the algorithm? Is it
What does it
good
matter,
for a
though? It doesn't
mid-sized
even
channel?
really matter.
Well,
Like, it'd
the
be
reason
nice, but it doesn't really matter.
the reason why this is always not like a you can't fucking do this, you piece of shit, stop it, and then everyone changes their attitude towards it immediately. The reason why this keeps resurfacing over and over again is because there's inconsistency, not enough data on whether or not it is appropriate.
Doesn't
No,
matter.
it's because you guys keep defending
No,
your
it's because
behavior.
you want to do it. That's why it keeps
But have you
happening.
noticed,
Yeah,
like,
wanna
because it's
do it.
easy money.
How his tune is completely different to his own stream. He's like,
Uh,
there's
yeah, no, it's a very-
inconsistent
it's a very
data,
different energy,
there's,
isn't it?
You know, there's, when he's because he knows that Ethan's right there to be like, he's just staring at him, waiting to pounce on him.
It is remarkable, isn't it? It's such different energy.
It matters because for the most part, creators don't either out
For
of
the most
fear,
part.
either
I
out of
thought-
fear that they don't want to get into trouble with the large content creator, or because they genuinely see value in it.
We don't have the
they
stats, but most
don't,
people, you know,
complain
tolerate
about
it.
But
or
I
they
have the
don't
stats.
do anything about it.
Well, as XQC clearly exemplified by now attacking Vince on Twitter. I don't know if you saw this.
I did see that. That was
so
really
he
fucked
did
up.
actually
So
start doing
scummy.
that.
Can you pull that up? I fucking hate that.
That was definitely fucked up.
'Cause in
he's
the
not
show-
he's not doing well. I don't think at this moment.
Well,
I'm going to pull that up. I figured to help demonstrate what you were talking about, Ethan, I'd do an XQC style paint thing for you.
That
so
guy looks bald.
here's the
Oh, is
chart
that
that you were
Kermit
talking
back
about.
there?
Here's Ethan
Oh,
at the
this is
top
perfect.
outside.
There you go.
Kermithy Frog.
Ethan is
Yeah.
above the gray
Okay.
zone. Ethan is also with his podcast just about the top of the gray zone. And Sniper Wolf is at the bottom of the gray zone. XQC is outside the bottom of the gray zone.
What do you
Very
think of
good
that?
image.
Sniper Wolf should not be in the gray zone. No fucking way.
Nope.
No
do you think
way.
she's above or below XQC though?
I think I might need to see more of Sniper Wolf, but I think she's below. That's
Yeah.
tough to say.
Probably
It
above.
is tough to say.
She so her time reacting compared to time stolen is way better ratio than xQc's.
Okay.
Out of the gray zone.
This is actually really good.
The thing about her that's possibly more damaging than xQc is that she directly just rips the TikToks, right? So they just dwindle on TikTok forever, not getting anything. And she's, someone does something funny or creative, they put it up, and she's like, "Thank you, that's mine." And it's as simple as that. Meanwhile, xQc, a lot of the videos he's taking are very, very, very popular anyway. Like, Lemino isn't going to be destroyed by xQc uploading his React.
Actually, you know what? I've got a question now that I'm thinking about this, because you have some TikTok accounts where the TikTok accounts they actually put together like produced content, like little 30-second or like 2-minute skits or something, right? Then you have some TikTok accounts where it's just people talking about an idea or sharing their day or something, right? I do a TikTok React series, but I only choose people who just talk about their day, because I think that they're fucking insane. I do not choose people who make like very produced comedic content. Or if I do, I've done it a couple times where they kind of sneaked in. I've definitely linked back. All right. Do you think it's different between those two different types of TikTok content?
Like somewhat like a vlog kind of person who's just like, "Yo, my day was shit because capitalism."
Yeah, something like that, where they're like, "Yeah, let me tell you why capitalism."
Something,
and I just take that and I respond to that.
A meaningful difference between taking something that is essentially off the cuff and took zero effort to make, probably to some degree.
Well, yeah.
I mean, as long as you're, reacting to it and transforming it, you're okie dokie. But I guess it would be worse to take something that was, really, difficult to make and took a whole bunch of time, instead of something that could just be like pumped out ad nauseum.
If you had 30 seconds of Hassan just simply trying to say React content is fully ethical, he spends 30 seconds saying that, and then at the end you just go, "It's not, you fucking moron." That would be funny and probably transformative. If it was 30 seconds of a Flash Gits animation, and at the end you go, then I'd be like, "You just stole that."
Mm-hmm. Yep, fair enough. And to be fair, I've done that second thing a couple times, and I feel bad about it. I won't do it again.
Bad dev.
Dev.
Here is also Ethan, but in the gray zone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then here's just a sniper wolf down here.
That just mean.
And then
this is like dog.
This is like you're stealing content, and it doesn't matter if it's good for people, because he's literally Leafy. Get this kid literally ruined. Literally, I mean, how do you do that?
Literally.
He's re-uploading videos.
How many sound bites do you have?
Period. Like straight up.
They probably got a giant soundboard.
Probably a huge amount.
Hit the button that has him saying literally.
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised
Thank
if
God
it's
he mentioned it.
more digital, right?
I
And they have
guess,
like a search bar thing, and then they can hit whatever they want.
With very little feedback.
No. That's not even applicable. Like,
what are we talking about?
xQc.
Oh,
he
yeah.
uploads videos of him adding 0 runtime or like 2 seconds runtime, and all he says is, "That's crazy, chat."
Okay, Ethan.
That is a re-upload.
You do realize that
okay,
that conversation still turns into like, I agree with you, but even
he's trying so hard to maintain his retarded stance of defending this shit, but he knows he can't do it in front of Ethan.
Oh, I agree with you. That conversation is still like, I don't like the way you're reacting, and that can be expanded.
No, it doesn't.
Which is a fine argument to make.
It's a fine
argument
like
anyway.
You're wrong.
But that's not even the argument Ethan's
Saying
making.
this is crazy, chat, is not. It's not additive. It's not critical. It literally doesn't transform. You're sitting there, re-uploaded a video. It's not there. You cannot debate that.
I'll give you.
That's my problem with. I felt like you were running D for xQc a little bit when I watched you.
No.
Yeah, because you're like.
No. The truth is he's not running defense for xQc. He's running defense for himself.
This whole React harder thing is kind of like you can't criticize anybody's.
I'll give you another example. Technically.
Well, you should give a first, but.
Well, at the end of the day, all of this is entirely dependent on the IP holder and what they want to do with their IP. If they don't,
that's my point of why it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's why it's like that's why there's always going to be back and forth. But if the IP holder is like, I don't give a shit. I love that XQC fucking watched it and said,
doesn't matter
oh my
if you're
god, chat.
transforming it literally doesn't
but there
matter.
are, of course, going to be examples of people that say, no, actually, I don't like that, and I had no way of like even communicating that to XQC because I was terrified that his fans my ass.
Eat my ass and suck the ball.
Suck the balls right out.
Suck those balls out. Do it, dear
which
God.
is valid.
suck
I
those
think
balls
that is
out.
what's happening currently with Vince. So,
From Shamrock?
what I was trying to say is, if we're looking at fair use like completely, the reality is that unless you are directly engaging in commentary on the video that you are currently watching, you can't even use it as a narrative tool in most circumstances. I know this from my days working at the Young Turks, and I know this from what I technically do in violation of like the actual fair use laws, even when I'm uploading my YouTube videos, right? When I upload my regular YouTube videos of a news, when I'm providing news analysis, unless I am directly engaging in media criticism, if I'm using a news clip as a narrative piece, that is still something that I'm technically supposed to license out.
That's a change from what he said last time, isn't it?
I thought he was under the case of like all of news is fine because it's
Yeah.
like we need it for the public sort of thing. Like
I'm not going crazy, right? Like that was something that he said last time, wasn't it?
I could have sworn that was.
I
his
can't
position.
remember, but that does sound like something. Like I associate him with having that opinion, and I wonder where it's from.
There is an exception for journalism and fair use as well. There's a clause for journalists and news stuff.
You
But
still can't use someone else's footage to like, for example.
I don't know exactly what you mean, but I'm going to disagree with you.
Okay. I mean, you are talking to Hassan. That's a pretty.
It's a safe bet. Yeah.
That's the best response. I don't know what you're fucking talking about, but you're wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't. Let's say instead of me introing my video like Rudy Giuliani wanted to see some titties today, and we're gonna take a look at that, and then go directly into
titties.
like I don't know, the news article that I'm reading through.
Yeah.
Instead of doing that, if I played an ABC News broadcast that's like Rudy Giuliani was found, or court documents revealed that Rudy Giuliani was really interested in seeing some tits. If I put that clip in there and I don't actually immediately commentate on that clip or criticize that clip, that's technically a violation of fair use. You, especially if you don't license it. But
so I get, again, it depends on the whole context of the clip. But okay, let's say it is. So what?
The reason why I'm saying that is because there is a lot more that
he's finding his point. Give him a sec, okay?
Oh, he like spoke for 5 minutes, and he's just like, "Okay, I grant all that. So what?" Like it's just like whatever.
That could be utilized. There's a lot more IP that could be acted on in a legal sense.
Hold on,
It's okay not to talk about something if you don't really have like a perspective that's fully informed on it.
Yeah, you
That's
could just
okay.
not have a.
How dare you,
can
make him think about
you
this?
You can abstain from a conversation if you're not ready for it.
You're
That's
not
fine.
No.
Even a professional opinion haver doesn't have to have an opinion on everything.
On everything.
They do. They're a professional opinion haver.
No, you would
Oh,
think that in this case he would have a really robust opinion on it, considering that React content comprises not a small amount of what he does.
Right.
Not acted on.
The focus is changing. You're saying that IP law is too onerous, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the law necessarily. I'm talking about this notion that certain stuff that people do is just outright unacceptable and not up for debate, which I think that you seem to disagree with.
It's the easiest fucking agreement ever, but awkward because Hassan has broken this rule so many times.
With like React Harder, this whole React Harder meme.
The reason why I brought up the other side of it and how IP law, if enforced to its maximum degree, would be really messed up and would legitimately stop any kind of video from...
You know what? It probably would be really messed up, and it's not going to be helped by you guys stealing everything.
Yeah. Poking the bear.
From being created unless you are going into a process and like, even getting... Here.
What you doing?
I'll use this because it's not gonna. So you can see it. The other one is green. Cloud amplifier.
Are you
When I put
implying
this
that
up,
if the other one's green,
if this
I
is
wouldn't
showing in the
see it?
background, like this
Maybe because I got a green screen.
Yeah.
could technically be legally enforceable. Cloud amplifier could come and say, "We didn't give you rights to use this in your broadcast," and like that is
you can sue anyone for anything.
I agree.
Dude.
That is something that I'm terrified of.
It's a case by case basis. You can sue anyone for anything.
You're not terrified of it at all. It's fucking bullshit.
If you were terrified, would you have like pulled it out so like boldly?
Yeah. And would you
Look
stream
at how
Master
illegal this
Chef? Would you
is.
stream everybody's fucking all? No, just no. This is like what is the word for this when you're like pretending to be scared of something to make it seem like it's a reason for why you make the shitty arguments you're making. There's probably a word for this.
It's some type of gaslighting, I think.
Which is precisely why the conversation always goes back to, are you reacting hard? I don't like the way you're reacting. And then it's entirely in the hands of the IP holder who can say, I don't like the way you reacted. I'm going to DMCA you. And therefore...
Okay, let me ask you this. We all agree. If you upload... we're going to talk about Vince's video. I re-upload it to my channel wholesale. Unacceptable. Yeah.
Can you believe you have to fucking clarify with Hassan? Can I just re-upload the whole video? It's like, that's bad, right? Right? just making sure.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Start
So now I
base level stuff.
re-upload the channel of me just sitting there in the corner like this. Okay?
Bad,
Just
right?
Upload the same video, re-upload it, except there's just a square of me sitting like this. Just blankly the whole time. Is that acceptable?
It's dependent on what...
No, just say
no! No!
No! Why are you
It was an
making
easy
it?
one.
This is
It depends.
painful. This
Just tossing you the
sucks.
olive
This
branch.
is so lame.
This is acceptable or not.
That means it's not, because you don't need permission to transform content.
True.
Yes.
Yes,
So
but...
you think that it's not straight up indefensible to sit in a box and stare at the camera while the video plays?
I think that it is. My personal opinion on it is that it is
there it
absolutely
is.
one,
Oh,
not
yeah,
good content,
my
and two,
personal
indefensible
opinion, yep.
to do that. However, given that it's entirely up to the IP holder themselves to either make a claim, DMCA the channel.
You can say about anything. I mean,
but the reason
that takes the react harder thing. I want to talk about that.
So the reason why I'm stating that, the reason why I'm mentioning this is the reason why.
I hate the way he talks.
Yeah, it's painful. It's really annoying. I almost missed the XQC manner of speaking.
XQC was more
I do.
honest.
It was more engaging.
And
Yeah,
more honest.
And more honest.
You got what he was thinking.
So,
Yeah, it almost helps that it's harder to understand him. It makes you focus on like paying attention. It's like it's like listening. It's the manual transmission version of listening. Like you have to pay attention so it's safer on the road or something.
So like, if you guys think that I hedge my fucking bets, this guy, all right. So like, so if you ever ask him a hard question, he'll always say, "Well, I personally think," because that's just a way of him. It's a way that he can describe what he thinks, but just say, "Oh, well, I don't want this to be like applied society wide to everyone," even though he probably
I'm not
does
saying anyone
actually,
should, and I'm not saying the law should reflect it, but I personally, it's just like,
Yeah, it's like, well, that seems like you're just a bit allergic to making moral prescriptions then.
A lot of people are still going to be confused at the end of this conversation because no matter what happens, we are not going to end up with clear-cut boundaries, like well-defined boundaries.
I fucking hate how much he presses the appeal to the goo button, the gray goo of not knowing, the mist, the blur, jumping right in there every single time whenever he can.
That are even enforceable, not legally, but like enforceable from a terms of service or enforceable.
There will never
What? Okay.
be terms of service because it's not a policy thing.
Yeah.
But I disagree because I feel like it's pretty obvious when it's clear cut wrong. Like if you were to sit in a box and stare, which is essentially what XQC does. He adds.
It's so funny. That is the normal thing to think and to say and to know. You're stealing someone's shit. It's so bizarre we're at this point where we have to keep talking about how whether or not it's okay.
Stuff like what? Crazy. What? So
speaking of what crazy, I have a fresh delivery of a meme. I have a Baowen meme of the stream meme. We've got
Oh
it.
my god.
We've got it.
Ooh, let me see here.
There you go. Very good.
Oh, look.
Look at you.
Giraffe.
Friendly
Giraffe's one of
giraffe.
those critters where I'm like, you can't. It's probably not often that you draw a giraffe. So whenever you're like,
Probably
okay, I'm
not.
gonna draw a giraffe, you gotta be like, okay, I gotta like plan this out. You know, cats and dogs, I probably draw those a lot. You know, some mice and rats and snakes are pretty fucking easy. But like a giraffe is like, oh, I don't do one of these. So I like, but yeah, this looks really good. Like the pattern on the giraffe. I wonder how.
Yeah, that one's really great.
Yeah, that's a really good giraffe. Giraffes
That's
are
a very good
yeah,
giraffe.
that's a very good giraffe. Look at him.
I really like this meme.
This is a very good meme.
Puts a smile on my face.
Wholesome
Makes me happy. It is nice and wholesome.
Thank you, babe.
When I look at this meme and I see all the images of you up top, I think it's like I get like rotoscope vibes. I don't know why, I just kind of do. Like someone like they took a picture and drew over it and stuff, like photos and stuff of people, and they drew over it like, oh, look at them. I don't know why. There you go.
That's not different than sitting in a box and staring.
I don't disagree with you on that. I do think that from a like content standpoint, I think that it is unacceptable to do that.
From a content standpoint, what does that mean?
What does it mean from a content
standpoint?
I
don't know what that means.
Content standpoint.
You didn't say moral. You said content. What?
That
So,
yeah,
you
that
mentioned-
kind of sounds like it means he's just talking about the raw data of making content. So like whether that be subs or views or revenue, money, how much money you make off of it. From a content standpoint, it seems like he's referring to just the material reality of what you get out of making content.
No, I think he means like in terms of the goodness of the content or the quality of the content you provide for your audience.
Yeah, I
Like,
think
it's
you
not
might be
good
right,
quality.
actually.
mentioned Sniper Wolf. You said that it's in the bottom of the gray area, which means that there is like at least some level of debatability. That means that there's some level of
She talks a
acceptability.
lot.
She talks through it, right?
Yeah.
More importantly
pauses
than
it.
that, I think it's like pre-clips. Like
God.
it's pre
But like the
pre-selected clips that she's
effort
reacting
difference, it's like a bad faith versus good faith, and like I think that Sniper Wolf is. I'd have to look at it, frankly. I'd have to look at it really close.
He's right.
Good choice.
You have to
Good
go
choice.
through,
I was
like,
about to be worried there.
He's like, yeah.
Many
But
people would
with
disagree with you on that. Like people, like Jack's Films would
right.
say it's completely unacceptable.
But
It's ridiculous.
it's in the gray zone.
Jax
That's my
is
point,
correct,
Hassan.
though.
Yeah.
Just so we're
Yeah.
clear.
I know that Hassan's like their co-hosts or friends, but he's such a weaselly piece of shit. And Ethan really needs to just
How do you
grab
really
his
feel?
weaselly little neck and be like, "You answer the fucking question, okay?
I
I'm
did-
asking a very specific thing, and you keep saying, but what about all these exceptions? I don't give a shit about the exceptions. It's
He
just a
can't
question."
just own a position. He
Yeah.
can't
Is
own
that-
it. It's really annoying.
Is that
Yeah.
Last of Us 2 meme with the strangling and while he's being strangled, he's like, I just don't have a strong position on this, okay?
It's like, oh my god.
What I'm simply stating is, depending on the IP holder and depending on how the crowd is receiving it,
I almost want to ban him from referencing the IP holder. Like,
Yeah, me too. I'm getting tired of
I
him
know.
saying that.
clearly people want to even watch XQC be in the fucking corner and go
Doesn't
like
matter
this.
if they want to watch it, bro. It doesn't transform
Yeah, that's not the
fucking
point.
argument. That's what
Yeah.
people
Exactly.
want. Like, people want a lot of shit.
it.
Yeah.
I know, but they find it transformative
saying
enough.
but.
If it's a
They
Stop!
find it
Oh,
transformative. They find it transformative.
That means as long as someone thinks it's transformable enough,
Then it's all
you
chill.
know what I mean, enough.
Yes.
Well, yeah,
Then
but
it's
then how can
fine.
you disagree with the argument that Ethan made of just re-uploading? It's like, well, I find it
Yeah.
transformative that it's on this channel rather than the original
Exactly.
channel.
There's chat.
Also, there's
remember,
an extra dash in the title, so that's great.
Right.
I think Abba actually brought this up in the back and forth. Like, when we take a film into maybe a crowd of like 100 people and show it on a big projector, we've transformed it now because all of those people are there.
Yeah, it's,
Mhm.
I mean, it's yeah, exactly. That watching it in a cinema is a different experience from watching it at home. Therefore, something.
I've transformed it now. I
Something
own
about
it.
it being
It's like,
different.
no.
I mean, it's just well, it's just like if you took a film and then you did a color correction on every single frame of the film, you could be like, well, every single frame of the film is fundamentally different from the frames as they were in the original film. It's just
insane,
not like you can present a difference. That doesn't it's if that difference is sufficient enough to transform the experience.
Yeah, he's strictly appealing to transforming the experience. So to the point where if I'm depressed, or if I'm sick, or if I'm particularly tired and I'm watching it, I'm like, this is different from last time. I've transformed it. Now it's mine. I own it.
Exactly. Yeah,
That's not how it works.
Exactly. Like
No,
you
can upload
watch
it
a
the
film when
third
you're a
time.
kid, you watch it when you're a teenager, you watch it when you're an adult, you watch it later in your life as an
Yeah.
adult, and you've got a different perspective every single time. Therefore, what? You know, like
Transform.
Then
Maybe
just
it
upload
had
it,
to be that.
just
I don't know.
upload it every single time and get all those clicks every time.
Yeah, you can literally just be like, listen, death of the author. Every individual person interprets this a little bit differently. They're transforming it in their mind. Okay, so I have the
Yeah.
rights to this now.
Every different experience of watching it. Yeah.
I just hate that. Just him appealing
I
that the
think-
audience feel it's transformative. Like, what bullshit is that?
Yeah. Well, I think like what maybe let's call them maybe the moral intuitions he's drawing on here is like if you let's say you're
Being
a
a
kid, right?
thief?
We're going back to the 90s, and you're gonna have your VHS copy
Yay.
of a movie that you liked. And you
Mhm.
take that movie over to your friend's house and you watch it with like 5 other friends. And the fact that you bought the VHS tape so you can watch the movie, but you can also go show it to people who don't own the VHS tape, right? So you could show it to your friends at your friend's house. You could probably like bring it to a bar and put it on a bar. I mean,
Well,
at
you
what
probably couldn't
point?
do that, but
Yeah, maybe not that. So there's obviously a line here, right? Like if you
Right.
brought it to your local library and displayed it at the library for anybody to walk in and watch,
Mhm.
or like if you like
Sure.
at some point as you scale it up and you add more people who are watching it, and you also change the method by which you transmit it, it becomes a different type of thing than just watching it. So there's different levels of responsibility there, right? So yeah, it's a different experience watching the movie alone versus watching it with your friends at your friend's house, but that doesn't matter if you're broadcasting it versus just viewing it.
Yeah, and this has
And I think a
precedent.
lot
You
of
do
Twitch-
like you have to get licenses and shit for projecting shit in
yeah.
bars and stuff, right?
So I think because Twitch streamers just do this out of their house usually, they probably feel like they're just watching it when they're actually broadcasting it.
Well, they're wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously they're wrong. Yeah,
They are wrong,
wrong.
yeah.
Yeah,
But-
there is this like,
Mhm.
I'm not really working. I'm not really a business. I'm not really, beholden to legalities. I'm
Mhm.
just
Yeah,
in my room,
yeah.
and people are just kind of chucking me money, and it's not even really a job. It's all good. We're all having a good time.
Yeah, I
here, no
also
need to get uppity.
wouldn't
And-
allow
and
them to
that attitude's
crawl into
probably
that
reinforced.
ignorance cave, because I would be like, you know full well what you're fucking doing. You have tens of thousands
It's
of
their
people
job
watching
to
you.
know.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think like that attitude is reinforced at least culturally every time somebody says that making videos or streaming isn't a real job. Like some boomer says that, right? Like get
Yeah.
a real job or something.
I think it's more just that they know what they're doing and they don't care. Like, I'm not even going to give them this level of charitability.
I think they've said that. They've
No? You
said
don't
as
think so?
much.
No.
They've totally
I think they just
admitted
don't
to
care.
this that they don't give a shit.
Like the idea that none of these guys recognize that they're broadcasting to like tens of thousands of people is laughable. That they're just like, yeah, I'm just chilling in my house. It's like, come on. I mean, if you get these massive $100 million
Well-
deals, you know that what you're doing is like big business.
I think it's more
the thing
not
is
that
like,
they don't.
Yes.
I think it's not.
Yeah,
I
go
think it's
ahead.
more not that they don't think that like, oh, I'm just in my house, so it kind of changes the mental state. I think it's just that whenever you do anything online, like you download a movie or steal a song, it just doesn't have like the same psychological impact as if you were in a store and you grab something and steal it off a shelf. And so it's just
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, this is acceptable, I guess.
Well, in the same sort of
Well-
lizard brain way, when people see those images of the search results and then react to search results right next to it, people get very fucking angry very quickly.
Right. Because they know.
No,
People intuitively understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know
lizard
if this
brains
is
is a great way
true.
to put it. Oh,
You
yeah,
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, it's fine. Go ahead.
All right. Someone in chat said, I don't know if this is true, but someone in chat said, DSP apparently got $100,000 in WWE Gotcha written off as a business expense. There's legal precedent saying it's
Yes,
all
he did.
considered a job. Is that
He
true?
did. Yeah, because he did it on stream. Yeah.
Wait,
Wow.
what happened? He
Damn.
did?
Wow. Yeah.
So
he got gambling losses written off as a business expense for tax purposes.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Which is
So
like,
so
I
basically,
see the logic, but damn.
There is legal precedent that when a streamer buys a game to play on stream, they can write that off as like a business expense and like taxes and all that.
Yeah,
Right?
but gambling losses.
Well, the thing is that he was playing a gacha game.
Oh, okay.
So he spent like $100,000 of just
purchases.
rolling for shit
Gotcha.
in a gacha game. Yeah.
Substitute. If it's a substitute for the original video itself.
Oh wait.
When
did you have something else, Dev?
Huh?
I did, but I forgot it.
That's
It's
all right.
gone now.
Just think on it.
R.I.P.
An
Well,
XQ's
no,
face is a-
you said lizard brain, right?
Yep.
Something about
You
lizard
said
brain.
no. You said lizard brain.
Oh, I said something like lizard brain, but Mueller said the words lizard brain. That's actually a really good way to look at it, because I mean I called it moral intuition earlier. It's just like these people obviously know what they're doing because they've probably all incorporated. They probably have like a payroll. They probably have all the things that you need to be a small business. But I think in the moment, their their knee-jerk reaction is, I'm not actually doing anything wrong because I'm just here in my bedroom.
Maybe.
And they just have to get a handle on that because it's not true.
But fuck
Even
'em.
though it's like kind of reasonable to think that way because we can all put ourselves in that headspace, it's still not the truth. So you gotta. It's basically the only real reaction is like, okay, I get it, but you have to grow up.
You found a way. You found a pathway, an easy pathway to easy money,
Yeah.
and you want to hold on to it. And that's that's it. You just want to be able to keep stealing shit. Minimal
Yep.
effort for your millions.
Doesn't
And
transform
don't
it.
even want to bother with crediting the people who made
Yeah,
the
too much work.
content you're stealing. Don't put any links down there. Don't show their username on those TikToks or whatever the fuck you're
Well,
watching.
and the classic
nothing.
cutting Jay
sounds like a lot
off
of effort.
as Jay promotes his own work. Like get
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah.
Like, oh no, quickly. Oh, I'm so busy eating. Oh, he's promoting. No, I'm
suddenly
outta
I'm not so
here.
busy.
Next video. I'm not busy. I can eat my nuggets in 30 seconds later. Yeah, it's lame. It's really lame. I really
I
like
know,
that
but-
Jack's film is doing this whole Sniper Wolf bingo now.
Yeah, it's funny.
And just tries to get all the creators that are on screen and credits them and everything. I think it's great. It's a really fun watch, by the way. I've been.
It's
giving it a
the
look-see.
thing I find most fascinating about it is that his next attempt at making a difference, because he's pretty jaded after the decade of this not going away and only getting worse. He's like,
Yeah.
he's just made a whole channel dedicated to making fun of her now. And to be fair,
Nice.
he rewards when there's good stuff. That's the idea.
Yeah.
But they find it transformative enough. If it's a substitute for the original video itself, when XQ's face is associated with it, then there's enough people. Like his argument, I think, is
Yeah, see how that he was making a really bad argument that he shifted it over to. This is what XQC would say.
Well, this is his. Yeah, this is his argument. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if it's wrong and stupid and dumb and retarded, it's not me.
It was him, I
This is
swear.
what he said. I'm just over here sitting with my hat.
I'm
I
just a humble messenger.
I'm going to try to do my best to argue from his perspective, even though I don't agree with re-uploading his videos, like in the way that he
It's like, what's your perspective, Hassan? Let's hear
Yeah.
from you.
So
You know? We had a whole debate with XQC. Fuck that. Let's tell me what you think.
XQC did. I said it did happen, but we didn't show it on the previous React episode where he does go looking for bad reactions from Hassan that are uploaded to YouTube, and there are plenty. Ones that are transformative, but they're skirting the line, sort of thing. They're probably ones that Ethan would take issue with.
re-uploads them for sure, or re-uploading a video that's a straight VOD rip where the only feedback you have is, come on chat, that's crazy, like the clip that you put together. I think that's silly. However, I think his argument is, I don't care if these videos are out there, if they monetize it, if someone else, if a smaller content creator has an MCN and they can monetize it, then they should monetize my video.
So they have to
you're
find
admitting you
out.
don't-
They have to have an MCN.
Oh, well,
they
yeah.
have to set it up, and they have to have the balls to do all of that at the risk of whatever happens next.
Yeah.
All because
Yeah,
you want to
obviously-
make money off them.
Again, like, I steal the shit. You tell me when I'm wrong, and then I'll give it back to you. Maybe.
It's not the
Or if
onus
I have a
isn't
bad
on
day,
me
I
to
just
not
bully you
steal.
because
It's
I
on
have
you to catch
millions
me.
of. Yeah. Or I have a bad day when you do it, and it's like, fuck you. I was transformative. Sue me. I'm gonna fuck you up because I have millions of dollars.
That's great.
Like,
That's number one.
I mean, it
And
should
also
be
this is-
surprising that the guy who advocates and excuses shoplifting is making this position, right?
Number two, if they don't want it and they want to DMCA it, I'm perfectly happy to DMCA it as well, because I'm not using YouTube as a way to make additional money, generate additional revenue. I'm using it as a way for people to watch these VODs that
I'm trying to benefit from it, but I'm so rich, the pennies that come from the AdSense on those uploads aren't important to me. So they can have those pennies. I want the engagement.
they normally would not be able to take
Keep
part
it on
in.
Twitch. Don't upload it to YouTube. It doesn't matter that they have remedies. It's not their responsibility to chase him down to fucking remedy his theft. I don't know.
I don't.
To me, it's like
I don't disagree,
I think,
even though it's
That's what I
against
mean,
everything I just said. But I don't disagree.
The formula here is
But you
Hassan
do.
says a bunch of stupid shit for ages, and then Ethan says like one sentence. And it sounds like,
Yeah.
It annihilates it.
And
Yeah.
the sun squirrels away, a little Weasley little liar.
Weasley little
Little
even
snake
by
rat.
having this conversation, it's running defense for xQc a little bit. It is
True.
because it creates a sense of like there's some conversation to be had about it, and I just don't think there is.
oh my god, I agree so much.
Yeah.
There's no fucking conversation to be had with these reactions, quote unquote.
Really don't. Not in his case.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you go all the way back to Jax. What was his name?
Jinx.
Jinx.
I don't know anything
Everybody.
about- I don't know anything about
Jinx
this
was a guy who was uploading videos exactly like xQc does today.
Mhm.
It was like, how long was that? Like 6 years ago? Everybody agreed that somehow what this guy was doing was mega fucked up, and he got like bullied off the internet.
This is why everyone's so fucking confused who was alive and around back then. It's like, why is this hard now? It was easy then. What happened?
Yeah.
We just did
Everybody
it.
was
Yeah, we
shitting on
just said it
Jinx.
was bad,
I know
and
why.
they stopped. They had to stop. That's it.
Give us the truth bomb, Sitch. What is it?
Because these damn Zoomers.
Damn Zoomers.
These Zoomers
They're
don't care
bald.
about anything. They got
All
no
these
principles.
Zoomers don't have hair.
Yeah,
Hell no.
I want my easy
Not like us
free content.
millennials. Okay. Us old men.
Well,
Yeah.
actually,
Now all of a
it's
sudden,
not stealing. It's good.
Yeah.
xQc's doing it, and all these Twitch streamers are doing it, and it's like, oh, we like them. They're cool. Now we're gonna upload.
You know, when he said all these Twitch streamers are doing it, I wish the camera had just shown a shot of Hassan.
Hassan.
Yeah.
Like a comedy
It's even
band.
worse, frankly, than what he used to upload. And
That's
True.
also true, yeah. Jinx used to actually
Yeah,
do things.
He actually sat there the whole time. He didn't
He
get
had
up
a
and
hat
leave.
on.
Yeah, sometimes he would say like, haha, that's real funny. And
would
wouldn't
credit
leave
the
to make
original, dude.
nuggies. So, yeah.
you know,
And he would credit, that's true.
now that the cool guy's doing it, let's have a conversation about if this is fair use or not. I mean, it's fucking absurd, in my opinion. It's absurd. It's just wrong. Period. Black. Done.
Okay, so
Get
it's
right.
not fair use, and the reason why it's not fair use. I don't think that it would be it would be deliberated on in a way that is like good for xQc if that actually came down to it. If by some insanity that xQc's YouTube channel was
Man, I love this
DMCA'd.
broken grammar.
I was about to say, did you track that sentence? It was fucked.
It's
That was
really
a
tough.
shit-
I have
that
to
was
try.
a
I have to pay
shit
attention.
sentence.
I
That
think what he was
sucked.
saying was that if ever a crazy situation happened where xQc's channel got brought into like a courtroom to decide whether or not his reactions were fair use, he would of course lose. But he somehow just listen to the way he constructs this sentence. It's fucking horrifying.
It's not fair use, and the reason why it's not fair use. I don't think that it would be it would be deliberated on in a way that is like good for xQc if that actually came down to it. If by some insanity that xQc's YouTube channel was DMCA'd.
Following that is like a fucking mystery book.
What?
Like you don't know where you're gonna end up next. Like
you gotta
For
pay
one of
attention
those
or you'll get lost.
Yep.
VODs.
Yeah.
And then he countered it, and it actually went to a court of law. He's getting fucking eviscerated, right?
Right.
Which is why he understands.
Can you tell that Ethan's getting more and more annoyed because he's like, makes this big point. Morally, this is fucked, easy, and then fucking Hassan takes 10 years to say, legally, if he was dragged into a courtroom, like, what do you? I don't give a fuck.
Is that which is why he doesn't want to, he doesn't care. However, that is precisely what I'm trying to say. Is that
What? Like you've
What are
seen
you
the
trying to
clips of
say?
Hassan,
What exactly?
right? You've seen the clips where like his editor he has one sentence, and there's like 10 edits in the one sentence. The editor cuts out all the ums and the pauses and all this stuff.
Unfortunately, that's very common. I've noticed in a lot of YouTubers. They say a sentence or two sentences, and there's 3, 4, 5 cuts, and I'm like, motherfucker, can you not say a sentence?
Hassan is the worst that I've seen. Like,
Well,
Yeah, no,
I
yeah,
don't know.
definitely.
Did you guys keep up with the Super Mega drama? It's very sordid. You don't got to go into it really, but basically some sort of sexual assault allegations, right? But the video that comes out is of the girl who was making the allegations. By the way, it turns out that they were like 99% false allegations, because that's how these things go on the internet nowadays in the age of Me Too, right? So her editor, who's
What you're saying is they were kind of true.
They're like 1% true. Yes,
They're in the black.
So her editor, who cut together this vlog that she intended to go viral to take down Super Mega, it's everything is cut, every single pause, every single every single oh my god, a sentence has 5 different cuts in it. However, when it's time for her to like cry for the camera, not a single cut. Everything is just perfect. It all plays, and it's like, okay. You can clearly see something's being done here.
Sneaky.
Did you catch the like dragon breath from Ethan as Hassan is talking in the background? Because you can tell it's the kind of breath that's like that sort of thing. just give a listen.
He's getting fucking eviscerated, right?
Right.
Which is why he understands that. Which is why he doesn't want to. He doesn't care. However, that is precisely what I'm trying to say.
There it was.
That was a weird one.
It's just it comes across as like a where's this going now?
Hey,
like,
is that fair use is
actually
is
here? Let me just so you see how it's probably coming out of his nose.
Yeah, well, no, it's not just that. It's also that he's put himself close to the mic and doesn't give a fuck because he's annoyed.
Yeah. Because the way the mic's angled and the way the nose is, it's like he's nose breathing down into the mic. Also, what is Hassan like popping here? He's like getting a new gum every 2 minutes or something?
I don't know.
That's what it looks like.
Anything to delay the inevitable of having to make a point.
far more expansive. Like you have been able to create, you've actually done something crazy and have been able to create some precedent. But beyond that precedent, fair use in the way that we still analyze it, in the way that we still utilize it, even in ways that the content watchers don't understand but take for granted, is still outside of the boundaries of fair use.
It's not even a discussion about legality.
See, it's all of that was fucking waste of time. Not even listening to Ethan, or if he is listening to Ethan, he's just trying to find ways to respond to it without making any actual points.
Okay, because again, who's to decide?
Well, the reason why I mention it from a legality point of view is because you're asking, like, why are people not getting more mad at this, or why are people not stopping this? If that's your question, then...
No, xQc should be ostracized. This should not be a norm that people are like, yeah, this is cool. He's just re-uploading people's content whole fucking sale. This should not be like something that people can do without catching the whole,
And that's it. Ethan's advocating for what I imagine we'd all advocate for, which is social pressure. That's what we really want. We don't really want them to be like banned. We don't want them to be DMCA'd. We just want people to be like, stop making shit content. You steal everything. Stop it.
Catching shit from the whole internet. It's not even about fair use law.
Yeah,
it's about right and wrong. Okay.
Ultimately, I think if I'm going to be as like, in order to wrap this up, I think what you're trying to say is that there should be some well-established boundaries that are not legally enforceable, obviously, because technically everything that you mentioned in the gray area is quite literally a violation potentially of fair use, right?
That's what that means. That's what the gray area means, is that it's potentially...
Gray? No, yeah, Mahler. The gray area means it might potentially be violation if it's in the gray area.
More gaps in between all those words.
Oh, well, I would do it, but I would do it, but I actually just don't give a shit right now. I don't even wanna. It ain't worth it.
We're not talking about like legally enforceable fair use. We're talking simply about what level of commentary, like what is the bottom level of commentary of a
This man streams for a living. He's a millionaire.
does.
This is a guy's this is a streamer who is a millionaire, one of the most successful people on the planet.
It's one of those things
Right?
where
Of our entire civilization. He is one of the most successful people in the history of human civilization, spanning tens of thousands of years.
actually true, yeah.
Well,
One of the most
not
listened
only
to
just-
people.
And not just streaming, like xQc at least has the excuse that he plays video games.
And he's
Hassan
good at them.
streams for like his political mind, supposedly.
Yes. It's the kind of thing where he needs to make like a point at any one point in his stream, any random point, and you pause, and then you have like a device that asks every single person listening, what did he just say? What was his point? And all of them are like,
Oh, something about Gray this.
He's talking about Gray.
Thing maybe just no strong opinions were stated.
Reagan Bush, 84.
There you go.
Acceptability, and how can we
And what's
create
below that?
some kind of how can we create some kind of social enforcement of it by ostracizing people for violating it clearly? And
like you do
You know?
a lot.
Yeah, there we go. You got to be on a big podcast with some other famous dude. Sit on
And-
your ass and say nonsense and get paid.
Does indeed.
regularly, right? That's what you're trying to say. Because if that's your point of view,
there's a black zone. There's a black
Yes.
zone.
If
Which
that's your
XQC is
point of
clearly
view,
in,
if
yeah.
that's your point of view, I agree with you, especially when it is in an effort, in a way to protect smaller content creators that want to generate
Even big
revenue.
content creators, doesn't fucking matter. You don't get to steal.
Oh, so true.
Yeah.
Don't just steal anything from
Yeah.
anybody. Fuck you.
Just don't steal.
No, you can shoplift from Walgreens because they have a lot of money or
I
whatever.
like how
steal from
Hassan is like,
Santa.
oh, gray area makes things harder. Let's expand it so that
Yes.
now you would have to factor in how large or small the creator is.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I mean,
anybody
like,
shit.
that's
I
kind
know,
of part
I'm
of his politics.
saying,
though, right?
like,
You
I agree with you.
Oh Jesus.
What?
Yeah, there's you see a lot of people who are coming out like in defense of shoplifting or looting. There's literally a book called In Defense of Looting. So there's this push from some very radical segments that Hassan's part of that are very like, okay, if you're poor, you should be able to just shoplift from Walmart or just loot a store because fuck
Does
you. and fuck
does Hassan
capitalism.
know that like the shrinkage that happens from like shoplifting is most
cold showers.
immediately felt by the employees who work at that given shop? Does he know that?
Well, he advocates
Yeah,
from
but-
stealing from Santa, and the elves are the ones that feel it.
Listen,
I mean-
all profit is theft, so shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
actually.
mean, like there was an article recently, maybe a month or two ago, where Walmart said, "Listen, we're just closing down all of our stores in Portland because they keep fucking looting them, and we can't make a profit there, so we're just gonna
Yep.
leave." And it's like, well,
It's
now
just,
you have nowhere to buy your stuff.
Where do they think the shrinkage is like absorbed? Who do you think pays the price for that? It's the employees who work at that store. They lose shifts.
Yeah, the brand
Mhm.
Walmart is not gonna.
And then
Fuck
yeah,
off.
and then it leads to
all
that,
just
right?
gonna
Where
be-
the store may well close in that area, and then those people now
Yeah.
permanently have lost their jobs.
Yeah, and if we go by that logic, now we have more people that just start looting shit, and then more things go down, and oh, whoops, it's a cycle, and then we're all fighting.
They're tearing down capitalism, so it's
And then
just
Santa
fine.
doesn't visit that town anymore.
Yep.
Yeah,
Like, you're all bad eggs.
not even for coal.
No, no
But-
coal.
I think it's
Freeze to death,
that
those
stuff
motherfuckers.
because whenever there's like a video that goes viral of a store getting looted, Hassan always comments on it and he always says the same thing about fuck capitalism. So
Well, that was
I
the thing
think-
he got in trouble in recently, right? Was he was celebrating that old guy getting
Oh,
what was that
God.
again?
He,
I don't want to.
he wasn't celebrating. He was laughing about the
He's
guy.
laughing, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to get it like wrong or
Don't
confused.
get it wrong. He was laughing, not celebrating.
I don't know. It's just
I think
Jesus,
I think it's that attitude that's guiding his ideas here. Like if it's okay with actual property, why isn't it okay with intellectual?
I don't know. I don't know if I feel like it's just solipsism. Like it's just I like it. It benefits me. Fuck it. Like in terms of his
Maybe.
stance on this React content, he benefits greatly. It's less work. It's still making money. He would love to maintain the status quo as it exists right now. Evidently, with how hard he's fighting Ethan on pretty basic normal positions that you would hold.
If he'd started a political podcast with xQc, which holy fuck, could you imagine? But if he did, they would have doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down on all of this. None of these points would ever have been made by him. It's because he's sitting across from Ethan that he has to try and find a way to wiggle out of this.
Yeah, but all he's doing is doing the same points, and then Ethan's like one sentence away of like, stop it, and slapping him on the hand.
Hassan speaks in a fucking slow motion, and he keeps repeating the law over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Especially, as in, like, I agree with you across the board, and especially on defending smaller content creators. So I agree with you on that front. If you're talking about social ostracization.
What is your point regarding the black zone? Because that's the part I'm curious about.
Regarding the black zone, social ostracization would still ultimately rely on.
Let's not even talk about consequence, just right or wrong.
Do I think it's wrong to re-upload someone else?
Yeah, the words that he said.
I hate it so fucking much because everyone knows what just happened. He heard the question. He was like, "Ooh, this," because he's not even just thinking about what he actually thinks. He's thinking about how it will be heard. It's like, and what it'll mean going forward. What are the consequences? And what is it going to mean for his content? He's thinking about all these things, and so he's like, "Okay, repeat the question back. That'll give us a few extra seconds." Oh, it's so annoying.
Or own VOD rip that you didn't actually put a tremendous amount of effort into. Yeah, I said that already. We agree on that. Onto YouTube especially, is it? Because then it does operate in some degree as a market substitute.
Okay, so then
Ethan's losing his shit. Like, he's so tired.
He wants to yell so badly.
To the black zone, the react harder meme isn't really applicable.
Look at this. He's like, "Answer me, you fucking muppet. Just give me what you think."
Kermit is looking at you. Kermit's watching, and he's not happy with your performance.
Is Hassan going to repeat the question?
The criticism is still, you're not reacting hard enough.
Right, but sometimes that's valid criticism.
There we go.
There we go.
Thanks. Fuck.
Yeah, it is.
Like when you're just sitting there.
It is, of course.
So what's wrong with saying you're not reacting hard enough? So what's wrong with saying that in the black zone?
Well, it's because it's not enforceable in any meaningful capacity.
We're not talking about enforcement.
And
we're talking
also
about
that.
Yeah, what does that have to do with fucking editing? That's them on their show. That's not me. But
talking about right and wrong.
Just
think about it.
Yeah, think about the dynamic of the conversation. It's like it's bad when they don't react. Yes.
Also, it is enforceable. What are you talking about? If you were doing that to like Warner Brothers or Disney or Paramount Films, they would enforce it.
Well, the enforceability that Ethan's already made clear is the social aspect. He says ostracization.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we want. And at this point, Ethan's just asking if he finds it ethical.
Exactly. This is all. Right. This just follows from saying, "Do you think it's right or wrong?" And he can't give a straight answer. Well, this is wild.
Fucking annoying.
The react harder line is a thought-terminating cliche that's specifically used to distract away from a valid argument. And Hassan understands this, so he's not going to give this one up.
Boundary that you're setting is a boundary that you're setting, is a boundary that your audience is setting. It's ultimately not a boundary that is always going to be the same for every single person.
Obviously
just like you
not.
mentioned, xQc is...
What an irrelevant piece of information.
This doesn't mean anything.
Well liked. So for a very long time, it was not something that they yelled at him for.
Why is he saying this? What
Ethan,
is
stop
this?
him. Put him back on track.
Is this nearly over?
No.
Yeah,
not very well liked.
Video, you have a dog in this fight, so I don't know if you're ever going to be willing to meet me there.
Called out.
I will say that's probably the first example of Ethan actually going like step it. This could be considered stepping over our line as a co-host. You basically just said you're too biased to answer the fucking question, aren't you?
Which is true.
Yeah, it is true.
It's still true, yeah.
But like, if you are fucking aware of anything, you probably talk to him after the show and be like, "That was a bit of a dick move." If you want to on Hassan's pod, but they need to have a talk about being frank with each other anyway, because this conversation sucks ass.
Well, I have two dogs in the fight. We're talking about like in practice application. In theory, I also personally believe that information is not a scarce good. Like, there is no scarcity in information. You put it out there.
What does that have to do with re-uploading?
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm lost.
Okay, hold on here.
Everything.
I'll jump in. I'll be the retarded political philosophy explainer here. Okay.
I know what he meant. It hurt. It hurt. But
I thought you were going to say you're going to be the Hassan whisperer.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I am a little bit. So there's idea that like there's an idea that if a good is not scarce, it's fine to steal, right?
Right.
So if there's an infinite amount of water, who cares if you steal somebody's water because you can just go get more water, something like that, right?
Right.
So Hassan is saying, listen, you can watch a video an infinite number of times. So if you steal a view, it's not a big deal. You just go get more views. But the issue is that the scarcity is not the
availability of the
scarcity
video
doesn't
is the
matter.
viewers.
The scarcity
Yeah.
is the viewers, yeah. The
Yes,
scarcity
the
is
viewers-
that there's only
scarcity
so
of
many
the
people
viewers,
on this
yeah.
planet with only so much time to watch anything.
Exactly,
There has to be
yes.
scarcity in terms of the
Well-
consumption.
Well, to be clear, he's not saying that the views are not scarce. He's saying that like, if you take a video, the video still exists. So the video itself
Yeah.
isn't
Well,
scarce.
sure, but
as
then
you
at
said,
that
it's
point
the
you
view,
need to-
right. It's the view that is worth value that
And
creates the
that's,
value. Not
that's
the
what we
video
want to
itself.
talk about. That we can just get to the fundamental of if you create something, do you have rights over how it's used and distributed and duplicated?
He would tell
Do
you
we
that-
think that?
Capitalism.
He would tell you IP law is ridiculous and draconian and needs to be
Yeah,
stopped
no, I
after
know
like
he
a
would
year
because
or
that's what
whatever.
he's. Yeah, sure, but except he wouldn't say that if it was negatively affecting him to a degree that he couldn't like make as much money as he
Well,
is now.
here's a question.
Of course.
What about like if a year after he was born, I guess that he's ran out of his own personal IP of his face and likeness and voice, and I just make an AI version and he's more popular than Hassan. What about that?
That's a good question. Yeah.
Fuck you, and I get to make all the money off your likeness because I just make him go say stupid shit all day. He like watches it and he's like, well, people like this? You're like, yeah, they do.
That is the basis of IP. IP is technically IP on content is technically a concept that that is no different than enclosures, but this time in the digital sphere. Enclosures on
What?
Art.
I'm too tired.
If we're
It just
talking
means
about in
ownership.
theory,
It's just ownership.
What does he wait? What does he mean by enclosures on art?
I don't know what he means by enclosure.
if I'm talking about idealistically, that's my second dog in the fight. I think that limiting information makes it.
Oh, okay. Real quick, enclosure. It's a term used by socialists to refer to common property that's been unclaimed by anybody that then becomes private property by someone's use, and they use it negatively. So he's basically saying that, like, so let's say you have unclaimed wild territory, then someone shows up and builds a fence and starts a farm and has a homestead. They have enclosed that property. And when a socialist says enclosure, they mean to say that you should not have done that because you have now stolen property from the commons.
How the fuck does that apply to IP?
Yeah,
does that
I was
mean that-
waiting for the
is
second half of
notion
that.
Is the notion that like all ideas essentially exist already in the universe, and that like when you come up with it, you haven't created it, you've extracted it from the fabric of reality?
The
and put
platonic
enclosure
form that
around it?
exists. Yes.
Yeah. So
Oh, you
basically,
saying
if you,
like that's actually the case?
yeah, that's how he views it. Yeah. So like, if you have an idea, and then you have IP to protect that idea, you're taking the idea away from everyone else who could have also had it.
But it's your idea.
Okay.
That's the dumbest thing I've heard in my life.
But they don't view it as your idea; they view it as humanity's
But
idea.
I mean, the idea doesn't exist
Our
without
idea,
the agent to
comrade.
realize it, though.
I think
Yeah,
the same
I
as
think there is
enclosing
some
land.
belief
which,
in like.
yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
all
it's-
right, let's moving on.
Oh my god.
harder for new forms of derivative art.
Okay, but
to-
so
Wait, I want to thank Dev for being here because this little gem, none of us knew what the fuck the stupidity was in
Did
this
not know what
actual
that
thought. But thank you for explaining how dumb
No
this is.
problem.
are you
created.
against all IP law?
Oh,
You got him.
Can you just appreciate his expression when he asked that question?
Think about it.
Look how fucking dead Ethan is asking this
Makes it
question.
harder for new forms of derivative art.
Okay, but
to
so are
be
you
created.
against all IP law?
He looks like he's given up.
Just browsing porn or something. He just has
So wait,
better things to do.
Hassan, he must have had this conversation with Hassan before because Ethan understood what he meant to ask this question.
I think he has had this conversation with him before. That's
Yeah.
why he's so despondent, because I'm pretty sure he's
He's like,
expecting
"Oh my God."
Hassan to say, copyright law is actually very restrictive.
You need to understand.
You need more
I-
words
I-
that go to less
I've got
places.
two dogs in this fight. I got the principled, the principled, idealistic position
Two dogs.
thing, and then on that front, my personal opinion, just speaking personally,
2 dogs in the fight.
I think that, if we want to talk about, that's like how it goes.
2 dogs.
Die.
2 dogs.
Yeah.
I don't know where the exact boundaries would be, as we talked about last week.
Yeah, let's not rehash
But
that.
there would be a
Yeah.
Not rehash that.
Well, because that's the thing. Ethan realized he doesn't want the fucking answer to that question. Of course he doesn't. He'll be here for 10 years.
Anyway, yeah.
There's actually a YouTuber who's a libertarian that, unironically, has a very interesting argument about copyright tax. Like, he believes that
change the topic.
America could implement some sort of copyright tax across the board, and then there would be no copyright in general. You could still, you could still go after people in litigation for re-uploading your content in its entirety. So there's still a.
But how does copyright tax work?
This is
I'm
a
assuming it's
buffer
not.
for a-
It's not like a licensing, like the equivalent of that, is it? Like, what is he saying? What's a copyright tax?
Space of protection there, but overall, there would be a massive, almost $1 trillion fund that.
By the way, this has nothing to do with anything. This is him trying to create like a barrier and distance between like what the conversation was, and he's like coming up with something to talk about, like to jettison him.
That is
away.
true. This is all punt. But what the idea that he's talking about, if I think I understand it clearly, is fucking moronic. He's saying that we should, like, in a country, everyone should get taxed. That goes into a pool, and then if you create something and someone infringes upon your copyright, you get to draw from the pool of tax revenue.
He wants to create like
And a libertarian said that?
A sovereign fund based on taxation of copyright.
Why don't we just do
It's
licensing?
retarded.
Licensing makes way more sense than
What,
that.
you mean that thing that already exists?
That's
in
exactly
the
what I'm saying,
legal
yes.
framework?
Why should I have to pay for someone else's copyright infringement? What the fuck kind of argument
I
is
don't.
this?
What part of this idea is libertarian?
Well, and if you don't make anything in your life, then you just pay for everyone else stealing everyone's ideas. Like, what is that even? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Cool.
Reagan Bush would not approve of this idea.
That you spend on media, that the government would spend, therefore limiting at least one element of profit seeking from the field of content creation and copyright, and this would actually open up.
Oh, is this back on that heavily subsidized government like art thing that he talked about last time?
Oh god, that idea was insane as
Oh
well.
yeah. YouTube
The other
videos
side
should
of
be
the
subsidized by the government.
I love how much,
Fuck off.
like, obviously at the core,
Said the
all of the
YouTuber.
attempts to remove the profit motive from artistic works is like this thing that everyone believes would be a good thing to make it more pure, but it's just like, I am completely convinced if you remove the profit motive from creation of artwork, it would like plummet in terms of some of the craziest, awesome things we get.
Of course.
No, they'll just do it because they love it.
You will get people who will do it because they love it. That is true. But you'll also lose out on a shit ton of things because people who aren't anywhere near as motivated because they want to make a living and create art.
Well, yeah, they'll be too busy at their job.
Yeah.
Conversation that I've advocated for, which is
Not if the government pays them, true.
is
just pay them.
access to copyrighted material without having enough money. That's why I talked about like growing up in Turkey and why I believe in piracy. If you don't have
This has nothing to fucking do with the fucking
Nothing to do
conversation.
with anything. It didn't have anything to do with it then, and it doesn't now.
the money or access to be able to receive this copyrighted.
Oh, just wait. So I just noticed that it's past 8 o'clock and I had to be done by 8 o'clock.
Oh,
Even
but
though
we're so
we're
close
we're
to
in
the
the
end.
tail end. Yeah, we're even though we're at the
What if
tail
he
end, I
says
gotta-
another word that we don't know?
I know.
Yeah.
Can we
We
text
need
you?
Just shoot you a message and be like, Dev, can you explain this one?
Deb, what does he
please?"
mean by bald?
Translate from Hassan to,
What does he mean by bald?
Bold enclosures, what are they?
a bold enclosure? A bold enclosure. Well, it's just a bunch of people running around doing the worm while also their hair is falling out.
No, Jesus.
Yeah, do you prefer bald or bush?
Nice.
Or Reagan.
Well,
Or Reagan.
there were a few presidents, yeah.
All right, you don't have to answer. That's all right.
Imagine if you have like a President Bald one day. Like President Richard Bald has now taken the office.
Richard Bald.
XQC would hate him.
Dick Bald.
Bush should have
Dick
done that
Bald.
for his VP. How base would that have been? Bush and Bald for president?
Oh man, yeah.
All right, well anyway, bye.
In any
Get outta
case,
here, Dev.
Yeah, it's time.
All right,
It's time.
you were so close
Thanks
to
for
the
having
end.
me.
Do you want to
Thanks
Tell
for
everybody.
yourself?
what you're doing these days, where they can find you.
You guys all know. I was here last time. You guys know it. You guys all know who I am.
Wow.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, there could be new people.
All right. Well, you can follow my channel. It's ShortFatOtaku. You can follow my Twitter. It's Sleepy Devo. I'm also on Twitch and Kick as well, but the YouTube's the biggest thing for sure. And yeah, as always, thanks for having me. Oh, I know the chat was complaining a bit that like I kind of disappeared in, like for half an hour there in like the middle of the.
Wow,
yeah, so you owe us that time back.
Put it into into the copyright fund.
Get the pay.
I'll put it into the fund. Yeah, yeah.
The
No,
time
I got a call. I had to deal with more car shit, but I mean, hopefully I'm at the end of the nonsense now. But yeah, thanks.
It's all good.
Very appreciative.
Thanks for joining
Thanks
us.
for jumping on.
Take care.
So actually, before I go, I have one quick question. How come you're doing this one on Wednesday instead of Saturday? You guys all busy Saturday?
I'm
We
putting
changed
my
our schedule for
video
you
out
because we thought you'd stay.
on Saturday, and there's our anniversary the following Saturday, which you better turn up for, otherwise you're not a true friend.
Yep. The 26th, right?
Yeah, same for you, Sitch.
All right, I'll make sure I'm there.
I'll be there.
Yep. Tell Adam to come.
Sure.
You're both gonna buy our vinyls, right?
Yeah.
I already bought your vinyls.
Yeah,
Tricked him
boy.
again.
Ha, got it.
So listen, I know
Adam
that
has
Adam
your
said he'd be
plushie,
watching. Adam says he'd be watching this entire thing. So I just want to point out, since I know that you're listening, Adam, you know how I was able to explain enclosure there in the socialist sense? That's why I read all this dumb fuck literature that you complained about me reading. All right?
Yo,
There you go.
Adam, come
You
on
trying to
stream and
justify
argue
why
with
you
him.
read Mein Kampf right now? I remember.
I know.
Yes.
Remember that
Can
discussion?
you believe this?
There's just
All right,
some
guys,
interesting
I'll see you guys
things.
Thanks for having me on.
No
I'll see you guys
problem.
later.
Bye,
okay?
dude.
Don't become a fascist.
Bye.
Bye.
Good Lou. See ya.
Alrighty.
Ah, what a fascist.
Let's
Reframe
get this
Close to
done.
the
We're so
end.
close. We're getting there.
Yeah.
I just, yeah,
you know,
I just want to make it
intellectual
clear because I'm not talking about any of that, and I don't want it to be confused. I'm just talking. But anyway,
You're talking to the worst person on earth for those goals. I'm not talking about any of that, and I don't want it to be confused.
Hila has some notes. She says, and I think this is a good point. We shouldn't even call what xQc does react. It's a watch party.
I really, really
good
appreciate
point.
this point. He shouldn't be allowed to call what he does reacting.
Yes, watch
when you
party is a
frame it
very
like-
excellent way to phrase it.
Yeah.
I like that.
Like that, it's a watch party. Then you really understand that it's
That's
not.
actually a really good point. It is.
And yeah,
He's touching his neck, like xQc said evil people do.
Shit.
He did.
The watch party thing is interesting too because I think Jay tweeted about this, if the watch party thing was actually a watch party and that all of the view count, like the viewing of those individuals went into the video itself, do you understand what I mean? Like you've got like a watch together host that cycles all of the views from all of the views of the stream into the views of the video. Like that would actually start to fix all of this.
That'd be great.
It's a watch party.
It's not.
You're not wrong about that at all.
So there you go. You're just.
Well, he's agreeing. He's saying you're not wrong about that at all. It's a watch party. I'm like, oh. So
yeah, but then you need the
it's really
Peepo
bad,
sus.
right?
You gotta bring up Peepo sus because Hassan's like, yeah, it's great, isn't it? Isn't it? It's an awesome watch party. Yeah, it's good.
Yep.
Well, wait. Here's a question. So, if they had a system where you watched something on YouTube or Twitch, and it would give automatically, however it worked, it would like share your views with whoever you're watching or give them the views. Like, what would you guys do? Because you are actually transforming it and you are critiquing whatever you're watching. Like, would it take the views away from you and give it to them, or do you share the views?
So this is the thing. Suggesting it is a bit of a pipe dream because I just don't know how this would be set up properly, how it would function perfectly. There's so many things that would get in the way of it. And the big thing stepping in the way of it is that there's just not enough passion for this. This topic dies. Every time it comes up, it dies straight away. And then they carry on.
Well, I would want, because it depends how much revenue like YouTube loses from Twitch. Like if they could force Twitch to do this, like is it worth the cost to implement the system for YouTube's sake?
The thing, well, that's
Which
another
might not
problem,
be.
isn't it? There's no incentive for companies to get this done because I don't even know that they would see much of a. It only helps the individuals.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would help YouTube because they'd get some cut of whatever, right?
In theory, Yeah, because like if you're on Twitch and you're cycling those Twitch viewers into the YouTube, yeah, I don't crossing the platforms. I don't even think they would. There's so much
Well, why
that
would
wouldn't make
Twitch
it
agree
work.
to that?
Yeah,
Right, unless YouTube started suing them or something. It'd be, I mean, it'd be such a hassle to do.
and
But it
you know
would
what?
be moral, probably.
You just start to realize like just fucking credit the channel. Just send people to the channel for fuck's sake.
Sharing this video, you're not transforming it.
Yeah.
So there it is.
I think XQC would agree with that. Technically, it is a watch party.
I mean, XQC would go as far as saying he makes dog shit, bottom of the barrel, goblin crap content that steals from people, but that everyone enjoys it and is transformative for the chat alone.
Well.
Yeah, and he's
Well,
on top.
also he's got all the statistics on his side, all of the statistics and facts.
Yeah, all those facts.
Yeah, we'll
We
see
saw
them
so many of
second
them.
He
now.
has the best facts.
Nice.
There
Yeah,
is a
he
watch
doesn't give
party.
a fuck. That's
There is
the
a watch
problem.
party mechanism on Twitch as well. As a matter of fact, the only issue is given international IP restrictions, the watch party mechanism only works for Amazon.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine the fucking red tape you'd have to deal with to get all of that stuff in working order for like actual TV shows and stuff.
Studios properties, and it basically destroys your VOD, and it shuts off people that aren't in Canada or aren't in the United States of America from actually watching your stream. It like geo-locks your stream, which is
So
really
there it is.
shitty.
That's the black.
So, like, how are we just not doing TV again at this point? Like,
You mean
doesn't a
because
channel
Hassan-
a channel has to pay, because a channel is like a TV channel is like a watch party.
A network, yeah.
Yeah, like on a network, but they have to pay money to buy the rights to a bunch of things to show
Yeah.
to people, so that advertisers will then give them money to broadcast all those things. So in a sense, it's like compartmentalized watch party, and like that's I mean typical TV setups and channels. Those are going they're getting smaller. They're kind of shrinking
Well,
as the internet starts to take
It's
over.
not the
so-
same though, because on this watch party, there's like a little guy's head at the corner of the screen.
Oh, it's
Well, and don't forget all the
and there's
little
like
frogs.
a chat bar, and there's little frogs in the chat
everywhere,
bar,
smiling,
Yeah,
jumping
so
around,
it is different.
dancing.
It is transformative.
I mean, the real part of it that actually can't be understated is the feeling of not being alone. So
Yeah.
This is the big change from when you're sitting on your sofa back in the 80s and 90s, just skipping through TV, being like, versus now, where you're doing that, but you've also got the feeling of a crowd of people all around you with the same values and interests and same disposition, and you're like,
Yeah, because text is scrolling by faster than you,
you can feel like
do
you're a
anything
part of
about it.
something big.
Right. I mean,
I just want to see
when I was
looking at
younger, flipping through the channels, I was really like, I wish half the screen had a bunch of Pepes on, like covering it up. That's what
Well,
I was
that's the-
missing from my TV experience.
That's the reality. When you go see Oppenheimer in the
I know.
cinema, you don't want a bunch of fucking Pepes on the screen. That's not what you're looking for.
I mean, it may make it better. I don't
You
know.
don't want that.
You don't want it.
Yes.
Maybe that's my one wish.
And look at
We're-
look at this
we're not.
XQC box down here, right?
Great.
With the fucking the little light and the skeleton legs on it.
Yeah.
It's so sad. And he makes a gajillion $1 million just sitting there
Yeah.
stealing shit.
Yep.
And he doesn't even try.
His
Watch party should not be re-uploaded.
Yeah, but he put more work into arranging and purchasing that watch than he has for like any of his content.
True.
True.
Period.
so many
That's
little
it.
frogs.
Yeah.
No react
Yum.
harder. It's just not even. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever. So that's that.
The watch party.
But I do
distinction-
think
the watch party distinction is actually very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I
Oh,
do
yeah, I like
think
that.
that's like XQC watching a whole ass
Trying
movie
so
and then
hard to move on.
whatever. The point is that I do think that the way you framed the react harder argument isn't a totally fair or accurate, and does end up running defense for people like XQC who are re-uploading watch parties to YouTube.
You need to end that with, and please don't respond. We're just going to talk about something else.
Yeah,
now.
just please
Don't ramble for 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, Ethan.
Sure, I'll agree.
I rest my case.
Got him.
All right.
That's just me, no.
Okay, shut up, XQC. Oh yeah, I wanted to show this just to kind of
I think this is the point. This is the point where I have to do the worm.
do the fucking work
I
right
can't
now.
do the
dude.
worm. I can't. That's why I'm extra owned. He owned you.
Well, I told this yesterday, but when I was doing my members live, They're like, dude, do the worm. I was like, hell no, I'm not getting that video out on the internet.
That's true.
I'm not gonna make
you're
that
a man
mistake.
with a lot of videos of himself out on the internet that your haters use against you all the time.
I don't need
you
that one.
fucking personally uploaded.
Yeah, there's already me in a diaper. I don't need fucking worms.
It's so stupid when they're like, they do that to me too, or like the Andrew Tate fanboys would be like,
Luckily, xQc has provided, so we've always got that. That's magic.
We always have that worm.
Yeah, it was there.
like, remember when Hassan was in a dress? I'm like, bro, I put that out there. That's like a very viral TikTok that you are clipping to be like, I owned you. What, you think I accidentally dressed like a beautiful woman?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what do you think? No,
Yes,
that's
you did.
You think people
That
make
wasn't accident.
mistakes?
You think you
Fucking
can
an
take
hour-
something intentional and use it for other means?
hour of makeup, idiot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same. I mean, it's the same.
And I look fucking hot.
So in this conversation with xQc,
Oh, I thought we were done.
he says that if anybody wants to come to me and say, hey, you stole my shit, I'll take it down. I'll pay them. I'll do whatever it takes. Please, please, please. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, this was fucked up.
So as I told him, this guy, Vince Vintage, actually shared his message. Now, this morning or last night, this message pissed me the fuck off. This is some scumbag level shit. Now in basically a contrast to what he said the day before, he says this Vince Vintage guy, tagging him, he praises Real Mizkif for doing the exact same thing I did. Now, let me go back and say that Vince Vintage already in his message explained why he called out xQc and not other React streamers. So already he's pretending to not know that, to make him look like dishonest or a hypocrite for doing the exact same thing I did and flips it on me when the tide shift. Shut the fuck up, bitch. You've always been an asshole. There's
Wait,
no
can I
tide.
say something about this part?
Go ahead.
No.
Please.
I'm just curious about like if xQc would ever call the friend card on Assad. He's like, why'd you let your co-host just rip into me constantly without saying a thing to defend me other than I'm interesting?
He didn't just flip it on him when the tide shifted. I didn't even know this. I responded to his tweet. He tweeted about how much he loved my reaction to his video in fucking 2022, way before the tides had ever shifted. Actually, as a matter of fact, when people were ripping on me for reacts and saying Mr. Chair React guy, like xQc did, ironically.
But I mean,
wow,
it wasn't
do you
ironic.
Why do you think he
Really?
said that? You do that.
Like, so, no, this guy has been like,
obviously
openly praising Twitch streamers that have reacted to his videos in a way that he considers to be good and transformative and also beneficial to his channel for a year, like for an entire fucking year.
Also, if somebody
Okay,
who
wait,
shit
wait,
you
wait, wait.
stole,
What's wrong with that? He can praise people that have watched his content, that's helped him, and criticize people that have watched his content and haven't helped them. That's a rational, logical thing to do.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Hassan is saying that in contradiction to what xQc is saying. xQc's point is that, hey, he's been pro these streamers and he only flipped on me when it was, a good time to do it.
Yeah, but it sounds like he's trying to defend xQc.
I think he's trying to shit on xQc.
Or did I just misunderstand what he's saying?
Yeah, my impression is Hassan is jumping in on xQc, like saying that he's wrong because this guy was pro Hassan because of the style of React, and he was anti xQc because of the style of React.
is like, yeah, I didn't like the way you do that, then you shut the fuck up and listen.
Yeah.
That's it.
Dude, let me give you a great example of this. There's
Please
a YouTuber
do.
out
You guys, you're
Is
not
he
ready for this.
libertarian?
This is the big chungus part.
there who has made a fuck ton of videos about me. Okay.
There's a YouTuber out there who's made a fuck ton of videos about me.
Okay. They were 100% right when they got mad at me for playing their video and not watching it, which is ironic.
Who do you think he's talking about?
Jay.
It's Jay. Jay, have you made
a
fuck ton of videos on Hassan? No. There was
he's
a
talking about Jay?
As far as I'm aware, there's one mainline video and 2 streams. That is it.
Well, he's probably putting all of the your guys' videos on everyone else talking about it as all that's all Jay's videos.
That's absolutely fucking nuts, and I hate the way he rewrites history like this all the fucking time. It was the most reasonable thing that ever happened on the internet ever. Jay was like, credit the people you watch. And remember, Hassan, when someone in his chat said, isn't it just like simple, just credit the people, he was like, oh yeah, just fucking credit the chat, that he banned them.
Yeah. Because I don't think any of the videos that they've made about me since then features this part. I've apologized. I've apologized multiple.
So in Jay's video, there's an acknowledgement of the apology, and it's like there's a thanks for it, but like there's also a recognition that the problem is that you just need to start crediting. That's all. Just credit.
Multiple times and said like, I'm changing certain things. You're absolutely right about this. Like, I apologized 3 fucking years ago. Now that
you say this like Jay's making videos right now. Like,
I
what's
know.
going on?
Yeah.
That person, they still make videos all the time.
No, they don't. What? You fucking liar.
But I am truly, I was wrong. I owned up to it. I was fucking wrong. Even though I hate when people try to farm drama as much as they possibly can off of shit like that.
You brought it up.
What is he talking
What is
about?
happening? Like, what? It's all just lies, and obviously Ethan has no context. He's just like, yeah, sure, whatever.
You have to.
Well, wait, this is good. Jay can make another video now.
Oh,
Based on this.
drama farmer Jay, huh?
Yeah.
You have to admit if you're doing this sort of thing, and someone gets mad at you, and I hadn't even re-uploaded that, by the way, to YouTube.
Doesn't matter,
Don't
but
fucking
okay.
chair react or whatever.
Yeah.
Even though that's where the chair react meme comes from.
Yeah, that's still bad.
So bad.
Doesn't
I was
matter if you
wrong.
did it on Twitch.
I love that he's saying, like, praise me for not re-uploading onto YouTube the reactions where I'm just not even in my chair. Yeah, you deserve praise for that, Hassan. Good stuff.
And I stopped doing that. You have to, you can't on the one hand be like, if you DMCA me, I have no issue with this. I will pay you 10x. And then turn around and fucking shit on the person and be like, that's a paid actor. Because you're then proving their point.
Dude, yeah. Well,
Prove
yeah.
the point.
And during the debate, he was.
Yeah, all of that was bullshit except for those last, like, 2 sentences.
What the fuck was that?
So,
Insane.
what prompted Hassan to like finally turn somewhat on xQc here?
It's the getting cold chair react that got to him like crazy.
Oh,
He's referenced it twice in this stream, and then of course he saw what happened when he saw it live. He was fucking furious.
Yeah, but like
Oh, yeah.
going into this conversation with Ethan from the beginning, he knew that he called him Chair Hassan.
Well, yeah, but isn't it easy to like offload onto xQc? They're not actually friends. They only said that about each other because they're obviously higher up on Twitch. They are friends by circumstance. It's all gonna it's hyper transactional. It's like transactional. Like if there's no benefit, you're out. And the second that either of them even slightly tossed them under the bus, the other one was like, "I'm tossing you under the bus. Fuck you. No, I'm tossing you under the fuck you."
It was like, yeah, dude, no, I'll make it up to them. I care so much about them.
They've created like a perpetual energy machine by trying to stab each other in the back while the other one moves, the other one follows, and it just goes on forever.
Then he goes, this guy blatantly lies in a tweet because I didn't respond to his DM 12 hours later. Not true. It was 2 days later. After you literally said in the debate, I'll pay him 12 hours because I was flying to Vegas, bitch. How long's that flight? Flying. Yet we had sent an email 2 days before. I talked to Vince. You know why he didn't see this email? They sent it to some random fucking email for his like manager. It didn't even go to his box. And by the way, remember how he said
I will say it is really funny that xQc doesn't have any stock in the idea that people like Vince or whoever would have any like trepidation about going after a big creator because of what can happen, and then he like publicly blasts him. It's like, thanks, dude.
That's a
Appreciate
great point. Yeah.
10x. Here's his editor reaching out. I can compensate you for the full revenue. Oh, really, bitch? What happened to 10x? Why don't you open with that, you fucking scammer?
Snake rat.
So here he shows, I guess, him saying Mizkiff showing love. Again, where's the tweet of him saying, thanks xQc for reacting to my video? Why didn't you show that one? Because he fucking doesn't like the way you react to his video.
Yeah.
He's also sent him a DM. And by the way, I know, Felix, you see those DMs because when I type you shit, you respond within 5 seconds.
Well, you know, he's out there flexing on you, flexing on his haters. Bro, he has his whole house. He has your whole house on his wrist, okay?
And then
yeah, that worked out. It's a great move.
Yeah.
He goes, I thought I'd stay silent and let the storm pass, but no, everyone jumped on that bag one. It's currently spreading lies. I'm coming for you. Awesome, dude. Really cool fucking job here of making good on the way you steal content.
Yeah.
Scumbag, dude. Petulant fucking child.
Hassan, defend your friends. Go.
Incapable of taking
I think if
any criticism.
I think the way xQc presented himself, if he actually was like, oh yeah, I'll make amends, and responded to Vince's DM and was like, here, give me your PayPal, and then replied with a way to make amends.
How the fuck does it take you this long to say, give me a PayPal and I'll compensate you? What's happening to you? Are you having a stroke? Like, what's going on?
I think that this
I feel
would,
like
this
I'm having a
conversation
stroke.
would be a little bit different, considering that would mean that he is actually fulfilling what he told you on the stream.
I mean, listen.
Which I think is what you're. I mean, I think that's the right thing to do. Yeah.
If I was xQc after that conversation, I'd be pretty motivated to pay that guy immediately.
Ethan is 110 billion% correct. It's not only an ethical thing to do, but good God, it looks good. If you just said, give me a PayPal, and you paid him like $1,000, you said, hopefully that covers it. And fuck it, you could go even further, like 10,000, and just be like, surely that's covered it. If you feel like you deserve more, then let me know, we can sort it out. That would go a hell of a lot of a way. Instead of publicly blasting him on your Twitter account, after all of this, it's like, good job.
And then going to Vegas and lose $1 million, which is another factor
Why
on top,
not?
which is kind
Why
of
not?
hilarious.
And not wait 2 days and then lie and said it's only been 12 hours. Such a scumbag, dude. I hate that guy.
You want to know why I have a
Texas
dog
to
in this
Vegas
fight?
is 3 hours.
You want to know why I have a dog in this fight?
love to
Quote
know.
unquote.
I
It's not to
don't,
like
but
defend
I'm sure you
xQc
will
or
tell us.
whatever.
Talk more. Anyway.
It's because I do worry that if more rigorous DMCA protocols are implemented on Twitch in a similar automated fashion to YouTube, the live streaming on that website would be rendered useless, because that's one part of the reason why YouTube live streaming is so difficult.
I just can't fucking believe he's actually like fear-mongering about DMCAs being used more and more when he's the one, along with the rest of the chuckle fucks, that is stealing everyone's fucking IPs.
To accomplish, and you know this better than anybody else.
Lots of people do it. I do it.
Yeah, I know, but it's not the same as live streaming on Twitch.
Yeah,
if it's
more effort,
which is dominant in the live streaming sphere.
If it happens, it will be because of people like xQc.
True.
Yes.
It's not the fault of the people who are DMCAing at that point. It's the ones that have been wrong, or the wrongdoers.
Who just sit there and watch full episodes of Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah, maybe we should socially ostracize them. That could be a good idea.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Or
Yeah,
watch
don't
the
give them
fucking
podcasts.
Oh yeah,
Super Bowl.
yeah.
Or
You're right
watch
about that. Yes.
the Dark Knight.
There you go, Hassan. You said he's right. Now we can move on, right?
Again,
Yeah.
if it happens, is a result of what is actually happening there.
React channels, they've taken over.
Oh god.
So this is a little addendum. I find funny. This channel's called Man Carrying Thing, and he made a video about React channels. This is gonna be his opinion on the matter. Okay.
Ooh, all right.
Check it out.
YouTube for quite a while. Recently, there's been some controversy revolving streamers and reacting to YouTube content. Basically, YouTubers who are uploading original content are getting them reacted to by streamers. And the react.
I don't know if this is his normal editing or if he's trying to evoke the time of like original YouTube, because this
so many cuts.
Yeah,
in
this
between
kind of
all
jump
of the
cutting.
words.
Yeah.
Feels classic YouTube.
I hope
almost.
it's.
It's very in
quality.
It's very in quality. Now, I personally have had some of my videos reacted to by streamers, and I have no issue with it. If anyone wants to react to my videos, they are welcome to it. But I also understand why some YouTubers don't like that. It's a very complex issue. I do want to look at the subject from all angles, and I think xQc has a very interesting video, added insight to the conversation, and hopefully I can critique and we can analyze some of what's going on here, and hopefully learn more about the subject. So
this is going to be pretty cool. We're going to get his in-depth take, analysis, based on what xQc has to add to the conversation first. So, going to break it down for us. Going to give us some transformative content based on xQc stuff.
Breakdown.
Let's take a look.
Listen here.
I got to grab something. I'll be right back.
Jack, I saw the defended this and I had like 100k likes. Okay, people being dumb about this. Okay, people are forgetting human nature. Okay. People want to sit at the computer, open the one link, okay, have it on a second monitor, and play games and whatever, okay? That's what streams are about. Streams are shit content.
Streams are shit.
I'm
Okay.
getting tired of him
Dang.
referring to his own job as shit.
Streams are shit content. Oh, well, I think ours are pretty great.
I like ours, yeah.
Streams
Yeah.
in their entirety are shit content. Only about 1% of the time, or about 5%, the content is gonna be good enough, okay? Or it's gonna be main monitor content. Nobody wants to fucking switch channels 80 times like you're on a TV. Okay, so that's my talk. This is my.
Nobody wants to switch channels like they're on a TV. It's just like, what the fuck, man?
How did
Oh, I am the
humanity,
one
like,
to switch
do
the
it?
channels for you. I'm the good guy.
How did we get
I'm
here?
your remote control.
Okay, when it comes to react shit, okay,
Django.
yes, a lot of it is just watching it, because that's what chat wants. If I commentate too much, chat gets fucking bored chat gets mad if I got any videos that I make that are full,
he's
full
being a
lit.
little-
I don't give a
yeah.
fuck.
Whoa.
I don't give a fuck. The money is so little on that end.
I mean, you probably wouldn't want to play on top of the box, right? Because if there's nothing in the box, it'll bow down a bit where the weight of
I
the
think
Jenga
it's
tower is pressing.
relatively clear he wanted it to fall.
Yeah.
What? That's
Yeah.
not the point of Jenga.
The point of
Dad
Jenga
Jenga's
is for
Make
it
your
not
own
to
rules.
fall.
What is he?
That's like scripted content. That means that
what kind
it's
of madness
informative.
is this? Where we're all making up our own Jenga rules? Who wants to live in that kind of world? If I go play Jenga with someone, then damn it, I think there needs to be an understanding that the objective is not for the Jenga tower to fall down.
Well, you playing
And this
bold
guy's
Jenga?
like, "Oh, what?
Regular Jenga.
Bald Jenga?
Yeah.
I don't think I've played bald Jenga, but
Well,
it
that's your
sounds
loss.
like something that would make me angry.
Maybe it was.
I don't give a shit.
So yeah, that's pretty crazy.
That's great.
Man
That is
carrying
pretty
thing.
crazy.
He makes lots of funny videos. Check him out.
I don't support this Jenga. He wants it to fall down kind of thing, though. I don't.
No.
I just don't.
Well,
I
it's
can't
funny
support
'cause
that.
if you watch like a 30-minute xQc video and just play Jenga in the background, you can make a strong argument that that's parody and thus protected completely by fair use.
So,
Yes.
that's it for the next chapter of the React Wars.
Chapter
I suppose.
is that chapter? Which chapter is
Is
this?
it 6? 'Cause there's 1 and then
what-
2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think this is 6.
Chapter
Aren't
6.
I glad that I'm finally part of the?
Give it a
Are you-
year
I hope
and
it
we'll
was-
do it again.
Yeah, I
could've
hope that it
said
was everything you
no.
thought it would be and more.
Sure.
I hope that it
Oh,
was
God.
grandiose beyond your wildest imaginings.
Yeah. So basically, react harder. There you go.
Yeah, I hope you guys
We
learned
try to
something
react
today.
harder.
It's so funny because it drags in all these crazy characters and they all say such
Yeah.
insane things. It's like,
They all suck.
they all need to start a big TV show.
Please
The B
don't.
team.
I don't think I'd watch it though.
No.
I mean, if they had to live together and interact with each other and like
They
deal
would
with each
rip
other,
each other apart.
They'd be
It'd
like,
be
"Oh,
pretty
I
good.
get
It's
it.
like
I
Big Brother, but they
understand
have
why
to
people hate us."
They have to react the
Mhm.
hardest. That's the challenges. Like a TV show, and then they'll have to go like, "Whoa,
For this
chat! Do you see
challenge,
this?
just-
Chat, look at this." And
just stay in the
chat is a
house.
little robot that walks around, and his face is all of chat, and they all have to like try and tempt him to follow them. Like whoever the other robot ends up following gets more points, you know?
Oh, and the chat would vote.
Yeah, and it's
who
like,
to
"Oh, look at
follow.
me! I'm jumping up and down. Look at me, chat!" And chat's like, "Whoa, he's jumping up and down." And someone else is like, "I'm in the
That's actually
toilet,
a good
chat.
idea
You want
for
to
a
see me while I
show.
go to the
Yeah,
toilet?"
cool.
Yeah.
I'm doing the worm. I'm doing the worm.
I'm doing the
Let's
work,
go.
yeah.
Oh my god.
We've designed it. There you go. That's the show. And the
did
chat is
it.
controlled by like, all of the viewers putting in a command for who to follow, and then the top,
Right.
corrected one, the robot follows them. It's all fair. Yeah, we did it. It's $1 million idea. $1 billion.
Nice.
$1 trillion.
Oh my god, there's so much money.
And then everyone will stream it and
We
restream
could
it.
buy the
We'll
rights to
restream all our
Jenga and
streams.
fucking
It's
fix
gonna
the
be a-
world.
Then we'll take down all of the streams and combine them into one video and re-upload that, and it'll just be it'll be nirvana. We'll have reached it.
Like, as long as we're taking down streams and not Jenga towers.
Yeah. Not my
Now,
stream though. My streams are cool.
It's time
Your
once
streams
again
are
to
all
probably
right.
talk for the vinyl figure.
I'll take it.
That's right.
The vinyl figures, that's high tier content.
Because we have flushed out all the old viewers, and now all the new ones are in now. None of you guys who are
That's
currently
right.
watching were here at the beginning. Guaranteed.
Oh my god, what if that's how it worked? Every time a new person joins, it boots out someone who's already been here.
Yeah.
Jesus. Wow, that's awful. Yeah.
Anyway, this
No
is
real
the me
point in me
one.
bringing that up.
Mutually. Final figure.
Ooh, hey. Wow, look at you go. Look at you over there.
This is the Rags one.
Wow. Oh,
some
wow.
pepperoni.
Ooh, man.
Beautiful.
Look at that dog.
Good boy.
Jeez.
This is the Fringy one.
God, look at him.
Got some
Look.
glue there.
Amazing.
Look at
Pretty
him.
pretty happy. Yeah.
That's right.
This one's me in my box. Safe. You know, warm. Keeping an eye on things. No dust is getting to me. This box.
No jars.
No way.
Just box.
Just box. Rags in his box.
You can
Pretty
always
happy.
beat
Rags in
dust,
his
though.
box. Rags in his box. This is my house where I live until you buy me. Yeah.
Well,
Give
maybe
me
even
a new
for a
house
while
to
after
live
that too.
Yeah.
That's true. Keep
Maybe
me forever. Yeah, you heard what I said earlier about the whole heirloom thing.
Keeping you fresh.
And it's the Fringy one. Yodi.
Look at that. Wonderful.
Gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Crazy.
Links are in the descripzione. And
Knocking
Yes,
spots.
indeed.
you
Yeah,
gotta
you
grab
should go
them
and you should press that
soon,
link with your mouse button.
because they won't be around forever. And if you grab the collection
I already
together,
bought
you
mine.
get yourself
What's
a
your
nice
guys' excuse?
discount.
Remember, you get a good old discount if you get all three.
Yeah, Sitch
That's
has
right,
bought them.
15%.
If Sitch can buy them, that means you guys, you gotta catch up to him. Because he's not even, he doesn't even watch EFAP. He hates this. He's like, ugh, movies.
I do.
You don't even like
I'm
movies,
the most
right?
parasocial, okay, at the
Yeah.
moment, so you better catch up.
Whoa, cringe.
Beautiful. Which, you know, is a good way to segue into being like, hey, Sitch, why don't you tell them where they can find you and what you're up to, even though you were here last week? It doesn't matter. They don't remember.
And you were
Yeah,
on
things
us.
could have happened since then.
I was on
When
you.
we were
And
on
you guys have
you.
been on. Yeah, you were on me. You were literally on me. You can find us, me and Adam, at the Sitch and Adam Show. Sundays
Oh my
and Tuesdays
gosh.
at 4 p.m. Eastern.
Oh my god.
Wait, what days?
On Tuesdays and what?
Sunday and Tuesdays.
Sunday and Tuesday.
Sunday and Tuesday.
So there isn't one for
All right.
ages. Who cares?
That's right. We're nearly
no
as
show
far
till
away from
Sunday.
it as we can get.
Yeah.
It's the Sitch and
Nearly,
Adam
not
Show.
quite, but
Not
nearly.
the Adam and Sitch Show, okay? Don't let Mahler tell you this.
Wait, have
fake
you told
news,
Adam that
Jack.
you're switching the name?
No, that's what you want to tell him.
Oh. Is he listening right now? Adam, I believe it's called
Probably
Adam and
not.
Sitch. You need to
He's
make it
working on the
official.
comic. He feels very guilty.
How's that coming along, by the way?
Cormick.
Good, but you know, good.
Good, but
I
you
mean,
know.
yeah, it do be a grind.
Awesome.
It's a grind.
I don't
It's
know.
a lot of work.
Doobie-doobie-doobie.
It's a lot of work.
He said good, but you know. It makes me wonder.
Well, you know.
Well,
I feel bad for him. It's just like every day he's just slaving away.
Hmm.
He's like literally gonna cripple his body. I'm like, stop it, Adam. Don't hurt yourself for the comic. It's not worth it.
Don't do it, Adam.
And he's like, Sitch, I have to do it. I have to do it for the fans.
Aw. Hey, Metal.
Anything. And
Hello.
Sitch will do
that's
anything for
me.
his fans.
I did it.
Let the
Nah,
world know what
not
you're
really
up
me.
to. Where can they find
Wow.
you?
Well, I'm just gleaming around. No, I'll probably do some strumbling tomorrow. Still working away on that video. Hopefully, I can start the visual editing next week. That should work out. I think. So hopefully soon people will know what the video is actually about. Woo.
Whoa.
Ooh.
So that's cool. Yeah, probably going to play some more Armored Core for Answer tomorrow evening, and then I think next week already is Armored Core 6. So yeah, it's next Friday, so that's going to be on the list. So gaming be happening, and yeah, that's just working away.
We gaming, boys.
Nice.
Neat. You gonna frodge? Frodge?
Oh yeah, right. I'm gonna do the
Froge?
Beetle Man. The Beetle Man. That's next week.
Green Beetle?
I coaxed in
No,
Green
sorry, Red
Beetle? I
Beetle.
don't know.
Red Beetle, yeah.
no blue
I
Beetle.
still don't think you're right about that. Yeah.
Ugh, you don't have the
El
blue one.
Escarabajo Azul.
Yeah, what Rax said. I coaxed in Meme and Mark to watch it, and we're gonna do a little fortunate sometime next week.
They're paid
Oh,
actors, though.
They are paid
That's the only
actors, yeah.
explanation for them wanting to go see Blue Beetle.
They're paid by exposure, bitch.
Oof.
That's a reference to another.
Oofenheim.
Yeah. Oh,
No.
damn it, Mark is in chat. No. Anyway, yeah, that's gonna be happening.
Links both their channels and the channel of the dev in description. Rags, Friggy, what did you guys want to say anything before we go away?
Boy, I was just thinking about how cool those vinyls were, and I wish that there was a way for me to acquire all 3 of them for a 15% discount and display them prominently in my house.
Well,
or
you're in
bathroom
luck.
Or living room, or maybe what it would be like if I bought multiples of them and distributed them amongst friends and family, so that they too could experience the joy of Every Frame of Pause every day, even when we're not live every week on Saturdays, beginning at 1 p.m. Central. But what was the question?
You didn't say 50%. You said 15. Good God.
Yeah, 15%.
Almost said you said 50. It's like
no, I didn't. And if I did, I didn't. So what was the question there?
Is there anything you want to mention
You got
to the
anything
audience?
that you got to announce that you're working on?
You know the thing you do like every end of EFAP?
I do have some things I'm working on. Yeah, I do have some things I'm working on. I may have figured out a solution to my computer issue, which means now I can render videos. That's cool, because for a while here, it just wouldn't render videos. I could work on them, but I'd try to render them, and it just wouldn't. So I think I've got that fixed. So I'm going to try and be putting out a lot of Dogbite stuff in particular. I'm working on a big video for the main channel, and that's going to be a long boy, probably 4 hours when all said and done. But we're no stranger to long videos here at Every Frame of Pause.
Yeah.
I suppose, though, I'm not going to give any more specifics because I don't want to, set myself up for that kind of thing. I'm a free spirit. I'm just a tumbleweed going where the wind blows. Where will I be tomorrow? Who knows? He's just an easygoing drifter, that Rags. Who knows what he'll be up to? You just gotta...
Somebody stop him.
No,
well,
I can't be
He's
stopped.
a Sonic. He's a Sonic.
I guess
He's a Sonic.
I've been working on a little cartoon, which will hopefully be done soon. It'll be done before good old anniversary, which reminds me, I probably should have let people know. I made a cartoon about a cat throwing a ball that I've yet to mention.
Wow.
But,
I saw that. That was fun.
I've seen it
I'm
too.
glad
It's
you thought
good.
it was fun. Yeah, on Doobie's Sanity. Wait, do I have a... Hold on. Yeah. Does that create the... Yeah, there you go. It's about a cat throwing a ball, but it doesn't pan out. And I'm making another one, but it's not like that one at all, and it'll be done soon.
It's a ball throwing a cat.
Whoa.
Maybe it will pan out.
Maybe in the sequel, but if there is one.
Oh my goodness! It's the age of sequels, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
No original ideas anymore.
When's the remaster?
I don't know.
Or the live
Will the frame rate be better in the remaster, or will it still be?
But depends.
Oh yeah, Red Dead Redemption. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Anyway, that's about it. Obviously, again, vinyls. Take a look. Pick them up if you think they look neat, which I think they are very cool. And make sure you get that set, because that gets you the discount. And we got good old anniversary coming up soon.
Yes. So tomorrow I got Open Bar, of course. You'll see me streaming then, talking about movies and such and whatnot. This Friday, I may or may not be appearing on Friday Night Tights to talk about that Beetle movie, which means I have to see it. Which is gonna, I don't know, I guess why not? And then, of course, Saturday, there is no EFAP, as you would have seen by the title of this one. It is the one before the anniversary, and it's not anniversary time yet on Saturday. It'll be video time. We're popping out the Ant-Man video, the fabled Ant-Man video, which is ready to go. It's been proofed to hell and back after every single gosh darn long process. Me and Fringy worked on it for a very long time, and it'll be neat for you guys to see it. My expectation would be...
but I'm not there on Saturday.
Wow.
Yeah, you have to move it, so otherwise I will never watch it because it's gone forever after you premiered it.
My God. Yeah. So it would be 6 or 7 p.m. BST probably starting it. I guess I'm not 100% sure of when I would start it yet, but that'd be the Plorn. It is a 6-hour video, and it is now guaranteed, beyond a crazy circumstance, to come out probably 6 p.m. on Saturday. BST. BST is the time zone, 6 p.m. If you want to make time for it, that's the time you need to make for it. It'll be a long boy. Very, very long boy. And yeah, and then the following Saturday, it'll be the EFAP 5th anniversary, where we will cover plenty of videos, have plenty of guests.
That's like a 4-hour stream, right?
Yeah, 4, yeah. With a 2 at the beginning, but...
Yeah, that's...
4, yeah. Hopefully we'll make it. I'm sure we will. We always do. And who knows what we will cover. 250 episodes of this crazy show we call EFAP. Beautiful. And yeah, that probably sums up everything other than, of course, as mentioned, the vinyls, of which you can find links to in the description if you want to check them out. Other than that, thank you all so much for joining us. Really do appreciate it. Well, good night. We shall see you soon enough, because all kinds of things are coming out. But for now, bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Yeah,
See you
goodbye,
later,
everybody.
Bye, bye.
Bye, Rex. See you later. Goodbye. Hello. See ya.
Bye.
Thanks for coming.